Thank you very much, PDC Job Co. Honorable David Andrew, Minister of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture. Honorable Warner Headed, Minister with responsibility for youth, sports and culture. Mr. Francis Saint-Hilaire, Marketing and Branding Officer, Grenada Cooperative Bank, and members of the Grenada Cooperative Bank. Mr. Kirani James, Coa Bank Ambassador. Mr. Jude Bartholomew, President of the Grenada Union of Teachers, and other members of the executive. Ms. Jacqueline Smith, Chairperson of the Sports Committee. Father Michael Marshall, athletes, mothers, fathers, guardians, and fellow Grenadians, welcome and good morning. We are now about to start a very short opening ceremony. I would like to invite you to stand as we have an opening prayer by Father Michael Marshall. Please stand.
Shall we reverence God? Let us pray in the name of God, who is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. God, we bow before you with thanksgiving for the gift of this day, for the opportunities, oh God, you will provide us for the athletes to showcase their talent on the track and the field, oh Father God. Lord, we thank you for the many years you have granted us the same opportunity, oh God, to showcase these talents, and that they go from strength to strength, oh God, locally and abroad. This moment, oh Father God, I lift up the unwavering commitment of our sponsors, oh God, that of our sports committee, oh God, led by Sister Smith. I thank you, oh God, for the unwavering commitment, oh God, of the coaches, the schools, the patrons, and the officials, oh God, who will take us through these games. And Heavenly Father, as we go through these games, I pray for mental strength, oh Father God, and physical strength for the athletes. I pray for a sense of camaraderie as they go through each event, that honesty and respect, oh God, will prevail, but above all, we'll be able to celebrate all those who cross the finish line or even just participate. Lord, as we begin the second day of the Grenada Cooperative Bank Primary School Games, we thank you, God, for the work of the Grenada Union of Teachers amongst us. And Lord, we commend the activities of this day to your care. May your divine presence be with us to its close. May safety be upon our athletes all gathered here in their coming participation and their going. And may your blessing be upon us this moment and forevermore. Amen.
Please remain standing. We would have reverenced God. Now we will reverence our nation, and we are going to have the national anthem played by the very talented Mr. Marcus Smith. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. We would have had a sensationally sounder start with talents from the two major boys' secondary schools on the island. Before we go further, we have two young men who would have lost their way. So cast your eyes towards my direction and see if either of those wonderful young Grenadian citizens belong to you, so we can get them back to your care. So you can come down to the lobby. Thank you. Wonderful. Now, I would like to invite the President General of the Grenada Union of Teachers, Brother Jude Bartholomew, to give his remarks. Let's welcome Brother Jude.
The Honorable David Andrew, Minister of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture. The Honorable Ron Redhead, Minister with Responsibility for Youth, Sports and Culture. Mr. Francis Sentile, Marketing and Branding Officer. Grenada Cooperative Bank and members of the Grenada Cooperative Bank. Mr. Kirani James, Coop Bank Ambassador. Teachers and other members of the Grenada Union of Teachers National Executive, Mrs. Jacqueline Smith, chairpersons of the Sports Committee for the Michael Marshall, athletes, parents, Grenadian citizens, and right throughout the diaspora. Welcome to the Kirani James National Stadium, to the opening ceremony of the Grenada Cooperative Bank National Primary School Games. 2 days of exciting sports meets, or should I say, the mini Olympics. Before I go any further, I wish to congratulate the various branches and their representative, the athletes, for such a wonderful performance in the field events on day one. They deserve some commendation. So let us put our hands together for all the athletes yesterday in the field events. Show some appreciation to them. They deserve media attention, spectators' attention, Grenada's attention. Athletes who take part in the field events are just as important as those who participate in the track events. In fact, field events have been opening up Grenada to the world just as the track events. After 4 long years of no national primary school games due to COVID-19 pandemic and work to rule, thanks to the Honorable Dickett Mitchell and his administration, the dark salary has been paid to teachers. The work to rule is over and sports is back in all its glory. Today, the Grenada Union of Teachers extend heartfelt thanks, appreciation, gratitude, and commendation to the one and only bank, the Bank of the People, the Grenada Cooperative Bank, or locally homegrown bank, the official sponsor of the National Primary School Games for the past 20 years, and they have done it again in 2023. Put your hands together and show some love. Yeah. The Grenada Cooperative Bank has not only sponsored the 2023 National Primary School Games, but also every branch of parish sports throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitimatnik, including St. George's branch for the first time this year. Spectators and Grenada as a whole, when you support the Grenada Cooperative Bank, you are supporting sports and the holistic development of our young people and nation building. The Grenada Union of Teachers and the Grenada Cooperative Bank work in hand in education, sports, and nation building. Today's sports meet is the climax of the athletic games in the various branches in the National Primary School Sports. coaches, and teachers have been working hard to prepare the athletes for this moment. Grenada is a sports nation. Spectators, athletes, schools, teachers, and the entire nation have long been awaiting this moment. The Co-op Bank National Primary School Games, a display of skills, talents, endurance, fortitude, sportsmanship, and true competitive spirit, added to the flavor of music, food, color, horns, clapping, and everything else that makes the athletics games and the season in Grenada a very successful, unique, and colorful one. Let us show some appreciation to the athletes and the various branches. Carriacou and Petit Matnik, put your hands together and big them up. St. Patrick's branch, come on, put your hands together. St. Andrew's branch, show some love. St. Mark's Alleyway, big them up. St. John, show the love. St. David's, come and put it together. St. George's branch, show the love. All the best for a successful and entertaining, exciting Grenada Cooperative Bank National Primary School Games for 2023. And at the end of the day, all of you are winners, and may the best team win. I thank you.
Thank you, President General Brother Jude Bartholomew, for your rousing remarks. Thank you, Brother Jude. Now we are going to invite Mr. Francis Saint-Hilaire, representative from the Grenada Cooperative Bank, our main and title sponsor, who is not just interested in financial investment, but investment in the Grenadian citizenry, displayed today by the sponsorship of this game, so that our young boys and girls can show their talents to us. I invite you, Mr. Saint-Hilaire.
Thank you very much, Brother Marshall. I stand on protocol already established. Thank you. Thank you. Let me start by saying it is with great pleasure that I stand here today to pledge Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited's continued commitment to the growth and development of sports in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. We are elated to be the main sponsor of the Co-op Bank National Primary School Games, the largest sporting event on the primary school calendar. Like you athletes, parents, teachers, sporting enthusiasts, and we are extremely heartened by the return of the games after a 4-year break. The 2023 Co-op Bank National Primary Schools Games is a historic event. It marks the first time that the bank has sponsored all 7 parishes. I must remind you that when this journey began in 2004, it started with 2 parishes, St. Andrew and St. Patrick. And it was always the bank's vision to have all parishes under the partnership. Today, we can proudly say that this vision has become a reality with all 7 parishes under the Co-op Bank umbrella. That deserves a round of applause. Having recognized its role as an indigenous bank, Co-op Bank not only provides financial services, but it also assists with the holistic development of communities. This is evident by the activities that are supported by the bank in the areas of education, culture, sports, health, and the environment. We believe these games serve as a nursery to unearth talent throughout Grenada. And today, we are blessed to have living testimony of that with the presence of Co-op Bank brand ambassador Kirani James, our first Olympic and world champion, Kirani James. Please give Kirani a round of applause. Kirani James' talent was spotted at an early age while competing at this level. Kirani's talent was nurtured and combined with his dedication, discipline, and desire to make his country proud. He maximized his potential and rose to stardom. It is no coincidence that today we are here in an international stadium named after him. Athletes, in Kirani, you have an excellent role model. Use his success to help inspire you to strive to do your best and maximize your potential. You too can be great. With a team of parents, teachers, coaches, and Co-op Bank supporting you, our talented and promising athletes, we are assured that future stars will continue to emerge from the Co-op Bank National Primary School Games. And the sports of athletics will continue to grow from strength to strength. Congratulations to the organizing committee of the Grenada Union of Teachers for staging what is already turning out to be a successful games. If we can use the competitive nature of the field events yesterday as a barometer, then today we expect to reach boiling point. We look forward to a day of exciting competition. May the best parish win. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saint-Hilaire, representative from our title sponsor and main investor, the Cooperative Bank Grenada. Now, I would like to invite our Minister for Education, Youth, Sports and Culture, Honorable David Andrew, to deliver his remarks. Let's welcome the Minister. Mr. Minister, you have fans in the crowd, man.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Honorable Ron Redhead, Minister within the Ministry of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture with responsibility for youth, sports and culture. Mr. Francis Saint-Hilaire, Marketing and Brand Officer within the Grenada Cooperative Bank and members of the Grenada Cooperative Bank. Mr. Kirani James, the Co-op Bank Sports Ambassador. Mr. Jude Bartholomew, President of the Grenada Union of Teachers and other members of the GUT Executive. Ms. Jacqueline Smith, Chairperson of the Sports Committee. Father Michael Marshall, Archdeacon Michael Marshall, athletes, parents, friends, well-wishers all. It gives me great pleasure to be with you today in this another Co-op Bank sponsored National Primary Schools Games. I want to start my brief remarks by echoing thanks and words of appreciation to our sponsors. This investment that you are making is not simply a financial investment, but it is indeed an investment in the future of this country. It's an investment in the lives of our children. And from the Ministry of Education, we highly appreciate that. To the Grenada Union of Teachers, who has championed and organized these games for all these years, we thank you for your continued partnership, working along with us. To coaches, parents, teachers, principals, and all those who have worked at various levels in various schools and at the parish levels, we thank you. Even the volunteers, because we know that several of you have volunteered to support. I want to make it clear today that the opportunities that exist in sports are numerous. Sports is $1 billion industry. Let's make that clear. And I want to say to all of us, young people, students, athletes, recognize that you are engaging in an area that has tremendous potential for success. You simply have to ask our sports ambassador present today, Kirani James. He too, like many of you, was running several years ago on the track in one of these games and in other games like it. And there are other names of other athletes who have benefited. So I encourage all of you to see the opportunities that exist. I want to warn us at the same time, students and athletes, that it's quite often people see sports as something that is pursued when I can't take on class, or I want to be a sportsman because I think it's easy, or I think it's simple, and it does not require the degree of discipline that the chemistry or the physics might need. But I have news for you. To be a successful sports personality requires as much discipline. It requires as much grit. It requires as much determination. But it's all worth it. And we can talk a lot about the benefits, both in terms of the balance it creates. It helps to engage several other sections of the brain that allows you to function better as a better all-round balanced student. And we can talk about the psychological benefit in that when you perform in sports, when you get involved in sports, they release positive hormones that make you function better, that make you feel more optimistic, that make you function and live daily in a better mental space. But ladies and gentlemen, athletes, today is not the day for this kind of lecture, so I would not persist. I just want to encourage each of you athletes, compete very keenly, compete fairly, compete with honesty, compete with respect for yourself, for the officials, and for all others in these games. Market and represent yourself positively today. I want to urge all of you to have a very fantastic day. And remember, all of you are winners. God bless you.
Thank you, Minister Andrew, for your very intuitive and considered remarks. Now I would like to invite a wonderful young lady from the branch of Carriacou and PT Martinique, Ms. Destiny Antoine, to read for us the athlete's oath. She's a little bit shy, so just listen to her attentively. Destiny? Okay.
In the name of all competitors, we the athletes promise that we shall take part in this 2023 Cup Bank National Primary Schools game, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern the meet for the glory and honor of our team, and in true spirit of sportsmanship.
Thank you, Destiny. Very well done. Now I would invite Mr. Jason Moore to read the official's oath. Mr. Moore.
In the name of all the judges and officials, we promise that we shall officiate in this 2023 Core Bank National Primary School Games with complete impartiality, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern the meet in the true spirit of sportsmanship.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Now I'd invite Minister, the Honorable Warren Headed, Minister with responsibility for youth, sports and culture, to give some brief remarks and declare the sports open. Minister Headed, I see you wearing a wonderful color.
No, I'm not in support of St. George, but thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Good morning. Let me start off first by recognizing Minister, Senator, the Honorable David Andrews, my colleague, GUT, President General, Brother Jude Bartholomew, representatives of Grenada Cooperative Bank, one Mr. Francis Sentele, Kirani James, the brand ambassador of Grenada Cooperative Bank, and our own 400-meter Olympic champion, Sister Vida, representing Grenada Olympic Committee, Sister Jacqueline Smith, the chair of the sports committee, other organizers, parents, supporters of the sports, most importantly, athletes, good morning to you. The government of Grenada is keen on ensuring that Grenada becomes a premium sport tourism destination, and developmental meets such like these will play a critical role. We have already looked at the trajectory as to where Grenada intend to go, and we are prepared to do what is necessary. And therefore today I take this opportunity before I declare the sports open to say that our National Athletic Stadium in short order will see the tracks being upgraded, and our athletes will have an even better quality of track to run on and to showcase their talents and represent our country, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. We are very pleased of this. And so today, without any further ado, let me first shout out to Carriacou, Petit Martinique. Let me shout out to St. Patrick. Let me shout out to St. John, St. Mark. Let me shout out to St. George. Let me shout out to St. David. Let me shout out also to St. Andrew. And to declare officially the Grenada Cooperative Bank Primary School Games 2023 officially opened, and may the best team win. Thank you very much and enjoy.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Now we're going to have Ms. Jacqueline Smith to do a vote of thanks.
A pleasant good morning to one and all. My task this morning is to say thank you to the following persons, and I'll be very brief in doing so. First of all, I'd like to thank Almighty God for bringing us to this point and for using His instrument this morning. I would like to thank Archdeacon Marshall for commending this day's activity into the hands of our Lord, for His many blessings upon us gathered here today. Thank you very much, Archdeacon Marshall. To our corporate sponsor, the Grenada Cooperative Bank, for 20 years of dedicated sponsorship. We thank you for choosing the Grenada Union of Teachers to fulfill one of your civic duties of giving back to the community. As mentioned by your representative here today, this Games has been the cradle for all Grenada's success in the sporting arena, both local and international. And as stated before, we have our own Kirani here, and I can testify that he was a humble athlete who participated in these games and has risen to the highest level. So we thank you very much, Grenada Cooperative Bank, and we hope that you would stay with us as we chart the way forward and look for ways and means that will make these games a bigger and better one. Thank you very much. To our Minister of Education, we thank you for acknowledging here today that sports form an important part of our curriculum and for bringing brief remarks on behalf of your ministry. To our President General, Brother Jude Bartholomew, his executive, and all committee members, we say thank you very much for choosing to use our scarce resources within the Grenada Union of Teachers to enhance the students placed in our care. We thank you very much, GUT. We would also like to thank our Honorable Minister for Sport, Honorable Ron Redhead, for letting us know the transformational plan for our stadium, and we look forward to the day when it will be upgraded, as he said, in short order, so that we'll produce more Kiranis at all levels. Now, the journey to this day has been a long one, and it started in our schools. And so I like to place on record our gratitude to all our principals, our coaches, our trainees, and all who would have worked with our teams to bring them here today to showcase their talent. I would like to also thank persons in the diaspora who have outfitted many teams with spikes and uniform and sponsorship. We say thank you very much. To our games official, whether you are in the hot sun or in the cool of the stadium, we like to say thank you for years of dedicated service. Without you, these games would not be of the high standard. So we would like to thank you for being here another year. To the media houses, the police, the medical team, the security, and everyone else who would play an active role here today, we say thank you. to Mr. Marcus Smith, Miss Destiny Antwine, Mr. Jason Moore. We say thank you for your contribution here this morning. To the patrons, the moms, the dads, the posse from the different parishes, we say thank you very much, because we know that the atmosphere today will be electrifying as we back our respective teams. And last but not least, I would like to thank the members of my team, the Grenada Union of Teachers Sports Committee. You have been an awesome team. I thank you for all the support as we played our part in making today's activity a reality. And in case I forget anyone, I would like to say thanks to one and all, and hope that you will enjoy what we're going to see. And the spectacle that started yesterday will continue today. So may the best team win, and I thank God.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your thank you. Now, patrons, spectators, well-wishers, join me in giving a passionate Co-op Bank welcome home to a supremely talented athlete, an exemplary Grenadian citizen, and a cooperative bank brand ambassador, Mr. Kirani James. back again later, so invite your friends and family. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Franklin Marshall. I have been taking you through this morning's assembly. I will now relieve myself of duties and invite Mr. Lester Smith to take over. Mr. Smith.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the question remains, who will win sports 2023? Somebody say St. Andrews. Somebody say St. George's. St. Mark's. St. John's. St. David's. Carriacou. Will St. Andrews defend the title? Getting set for the first event on the day. All of the events today are final events. We want to thank everyone again for such a breathtaking ceremony. But all eyes now focus on the track. The first event on the day, the girls 1200 meter run open. All the events today are final events. And of course, we'll update you as to the point standing throughout the day. And if you're a parent and you're sitting in the crowd, I want you to put your hands together for all the parents in the crowd today. Thank you, parents. Supporting the nation's youth. And if you're a teacher and you're with us today, put your hands together. Let's give thanks to the teachers. Glasses was lost yesterday here at the stadium. Field events yesterday. Is anyone having in possession a pair of glasses that was lost yesterday? Please contact the organizers. Please go on down to the first floor at the VIP in case you found a pair of glasses sometime yesterday.
So welcome to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for this edition of the Co-op Bank National Primary School Athletic Championship. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome each and everyone viewing and representing and listening and paying attention to what is happening as we foster our primary talent and see them develop and grow their potential. This is TNR Communication coming through. Those of you on Facebook and YouTube, hope we're going to bring quality service to you and you will be pleased with it, but most importantly, you'll be able to see what's happening down at the National Stadium with our primary athletes and what they bring to the table. This is a training ground, this is a foundation for them all, and I'm Davis Adams, and I'm bringing you coming through, and we hope at the end of the day you'll have a wonderful time in terms of the information, in terms of the track performances that we will see as we take you through this year 2023 edition of National Primary School Sports, sponsored by the Cooperative Bank of Grenada, our local and indigenous bank. We've had a tremendous opening ceremony, and we have had our ministers and our union representatives, our bank sponsor representatives speak and bring you into all that is happening, and we hope that going forward that we are going to have a tremendous time in nurturing and harnessing and growing the talent that we have in Grenada, Carriacou and PT Martinique. So once again, welcome to the National Stadium, the Kirani James National Stadium, as we bring you 2023 Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports, TNR Communications. Of course, we are going to have our our list of events coming, and we will be opening up with the 1200-meter run. We are going to give you some information on it. I will be joined soon by a number of other commentators, but for now, Davis Adams taking you through this morning's activity. Okay, once again, we're back at the Kireni James Athletic Stadium, bringing you the sights and sounds and hopefully tremendous performances that will take place throughout the day. Joining me in the commentary booth is Mr. Bernard Antoine, no stranger to the commentary booth. We are really happy to have him and to assist us as we bring you as illuminative a manner as possible as to what is happening at the National Stadium with National Primary School Sports back after a period of 4 years. Mr. Antoine, welcome to the commentary booth.
Thank you very much, and what a beautiful day it is, really. On the outside it's nice and bright and sunny. You could not have asked for a better day to have a track and field, and certainly in terms of returning right throughout the year, we would have seen the excitement of the young people on the tracks and on the field. So listeners, those of you who are watching us online, we want to welcome you. We anticipate a really, really competitive day of track and field here in Grenada.
And as we get ready to have our first event of track today, having already had the field events yesterday, we want to bring you the athletes who are going to be representing the various parishes in the 1200 meters girls. Of course, I can call the names at this time. Representing St. John, we have Naya Joseph. From St. David, Shaboni Felix. St. George, Sumaya Andrew, Brianna Coutin, actually. St. Patrick, Cami Charles. Minel Lewis of St. Andrew. Malia Vincent of St. John. Micaiah Frederick of St. Mark. Michaela Abraham, St. Andrew. Micaiah George, St. George. Tahia Bernard, St. Mark. Kiema Julian Carrico, Natalia Bernard St. Patrick, Julissa Rollins Carrico, Shaquanda Paul St. David. Each parish having 2 athletes in the 1200 meters, Bernard.
Yes, and if you are looking at us on TV and online, each recognition, Carrico is in yellow and white, St. Andrew in navy blue, St. David in yellow and black, St. George red and white, St. John Orange, St. Mark Royal Blue, as distinctly different from the Navy Blue. We try and point this out as we go along. And St. Patrick Green.
Yes, and again, from 1959, we are now having another edition of National Primary School Sports. Quite a number of years. If you take it 59 to now, that's quite a long time. The Grenada Union of Teachers has been organizing National Primary School Sports, minus a couple of years where we have not had the edition of the sports. It has been a consistent interest in organizing it and bringing the talent of Grenada to the fore as they get ready, and they're off.
It seems to be a false start, so we'll try once more. And just for your information again, all the parishes are represented. We would have identified the colors just now, so you can follow along with the colors. We will give updates as we go along.
Yes, Bernard, for sure. You can feel the excitement already. They're ready to roll even before the starters' orders. And it tells you what they have been missing over the last 4 years, of course, post-COVID pandemic, as well as industrial action on the part of the Grenada Union of Teachers. But now we are back to normal. We really want to thank all the persons who made this possible. Government meeting the teachers halfway along the way in ensuring that whatever obstacles were there, it's no longer there, and we can comfortably come down to the National Stadium. That's all primary school stakeholders, teachers, principals, parents, students, come down to the National Stadium and do what we love doing, seeing our children expose the talent that God has blessed them with.
Yes, and this program over the years have produced some wonderful national athletes who would have represented us at both nationally and internationally, and foremost among them, of course, is our own Kirani James, who are represented so very well over the years.
Correct, and he's brand ambassador for the Cooperative Bank, and so it was indeed a wonderful sight to have him come and to greet everyone in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique, to show his support, to encourage our athletes and let them know if he can do it, they can do it also. So it was really a wonderful, wonderful experience having Kirani come and greet all of the primary school athletes. As a matter of fact, that's where he would have started, at National Primary School Sports, and at, of course, his own school. So it was really, really nice to have him greeting all of us.
Yes, it does. It really makes a difference, and sometimes we do not recognize our own. But when you have star quality in your midst, you really should honor and pay homage and do everything good that's supposed to be done. The young people really take pride in meeting their heroes, and certainly Kirani is one of those heroes.
Yes, and he will go down in the history of Grenada as one of those heroes who have assisted in bringing not just Grenada to the forefront of world recognition, but also encouraging athletes that the sky is the limit. If he can get to the Olympic Games and achieve par excellence, the best result of gold, they can do it too if they work hard at the craft, and that's what we want to nurture and culture in Grenada at this time, both from a school end, from a club end. We just have to take that example that Kirani has given us and run with it, as we would say, the Jaguar on the go.
And we have a slight hiccup here in this first event on the track. They have been removed from the starting line, and we will update you once the action gets going. Again, you are viewing, remember, Carriacou is in yellow and white, St. Andrew in navy blue, St. David in yellow and black. And we keep saying this because sometimes you don't really pick out the athletes in terms of their names, but certainly this is a competition among parishes. This is really a parish competition. Individual schools, yes, but all these schools individually represent the parish on the whole. So it's bragging rights for the parishes. St. Patrick is in green, St. Mark royal blue, St. John orange, and St. George red and white.
And it's indeed, we can actually say this is a national primary school athletic games, because as you would have intimated, every parish is represented, and we believe from the primary school level we would have gotten almost every athlete who has potential to represent the parish. Of course, we may have discussion going forward as it relates to the private schools not being represented by quite a number of tremendous private school athletes who are not here. But in essence, this is a national primary school games, and we have most of the best athletes represented. So yes, bragging rights on the ball.
Certainly, certainly. And notwithstanding the private schools not being here, maybe eventually they would go the same route as the secondary schools and have one championship, but that's in the future, and for those who make these decisions to decide.
And I believe for the good of all athletes, we want the best competition. We want all athletes competing against the best and measuring themselves, because there must be a yardstick, Antoine, to measure the best. And we believe that when you have Olympic track and field, you measure against the best. When you have World Championship, you measure against the best. It's not that you're having Diamond League here, Diamond League there, so you have a few of the best here because they are resting this time or taking time out from this one so that they can go to the next one. You want the best.
Yes.
And so if we want the best, all have to be right there to measure yourself and say, yes, I am the world champion, I am the Olympic champion, because I match up against the best the world has to offer. And in this case, the best Grenada has to offer.
You are so absolutely correct. In fact, many athletes will tell you, or many a sportsman will tell you, the pinnacle of the sport really is not what they would have achieved on the side, but championships. Nothing sings out as an Olympic medal. Irrespective of the color, it seems to be prized more than any other medal that you can find, because this is really where the best of the best compete. I mean, you are absolutely correct. I share your sentiments, and we are now back on the track.
And they're off. It's 1,200 meters. It's 3 laps around the track, and taking the lead, going out front really hard is the athlete from St. John, followed by St. Andrew. Of course, St. Patrick in green. So you have St. John, St. Andrew, St. Patrick, St. Andrew, St. Patrick. Then you have the athletes, of course, from Carriacou, St. David, and behind those you have the athlete from St. George. It's really a good pace going out there, Antoine, and you can see the energy, the excitement, just that, you know, when you miss something and it comes back, it's like you want to have all of it at the same time, but they still would have to measure themselves and to strategize as to what type of race they want to run. So it is now St. Patrick taking the lead, followed by the 2 athletes from St. Andrew. They're looking good, the farm's looking good, and they're motoring down the back street at this time. Really good looking. Man, we're just happy to have National Primary School Sports back, Bernard.
Very much so. It's 1,200 meters, 3 full laps around the track, and it is a tactical race, really. It's not all speed, or, as you would say, speed and stop. It's a tactical race, and what will come to the fore very, very, very quickly is the training that those young athletes would have had. And what we can see now quite clearly is that St. Patrick is out front, 1 and 2. That in itself speaks volume. And St. Mark in the royal blue is bringing up second and third. Carriacou is there for 4th. Is that Carriacou, or is this?
This is St. David at this time.
St. David.
Yes. So it is St. Patrick out front. 1-2, looking very strong. Form is looking good. The legs are really looking good. In essence, the strides are looking really nice. So it is St. Patrick out front, 1-2. And if the athletes don't pay attention, because they're on to the second lap, if they don't pay attention, they will be caught way behind and would not be able to catch up. So it is St. Patrick looking well. They have been winners of the National Primary School Sports over the years on about 7 occasions out of the 40-odd that we would have had it, and they're into the final lap. The bell has gone. It is St. Patrick out front. We can see the athlete in second struggling with some sort of injury, but it is St. Patrick out front right now, followed by the athlete from St. Patrick, followed by St. Andrew. So it is St. Patrick, I say, onto the bell, lap. Another 400 meters to go. It is St. Patrick. The strides have been shortening just that little bit, which tells me the effects of running the first lap is catching up, but St. Patrick is out front. The athlete from St. David, she is moving along pretty nicely, and if she can keep a stride, if she can hang on to her form, she may just be able to take part in the end. But it is St. Patrick, St. Andrew, followed by St. David in third. All the other athletes are way behind. Down the back straight, it's the athlete from St. Patrick, followed by St. Andrew, followed by St. David. Good looking run down the back straight by the athletes. The athlete from St. Andrew seems to be picking up the pace. St. Patrick, her stride hasn't shortened. She's still looking well. And let's see what's going to happen in the final 100 meters. Round the corner, it is St. Patrick, and St. Andrew is really in at this time with about 200 meters to go. St. Patrick, followed by St. Andrew. Let's see what is going to happen. They're making the final bend. It's on the final bend. St. Patrick still hanging on to first position, but St. Andrew is pulling it out. All the stops. Let's see what will happen. The strides are looking well from St. Patrick. She seemed to have found the final wind, but St. Andrew is not giving up hope of catching her for the gold medal position. So it is St. Patrick followed by St. Andrew. It seems as if that's the way it's going to end, Bernard. St. Patrick would have done a brilliant front running job and would have shown that she is the best 1200-meter runner open at National Primary School Sports. And it is now a race to the finish for the third position. It is St. David taking the third position at this time. Your impressions?
Well, there seems to be some good technical moves here on the part of the athlete from St. Patrick. Her stride were even right throughout. And you can tell that there has been some training that would have gone into this. The young lady did not just run blindly. She seems to have had a plan, and she executed the plan absolutely perfectly. So the first medal on the track today, the first gold medal on the track, go to St. Patrick.
Yes, it goes to St. Patrick, and I'm sure that they will be looking for every point that they can get, because we're going to give you an update of the point standing from the field events in a short while. So we wait for the positions to be put up on the board. At this time, we can see the Zena Moraine of St. Patrick in a time of 4 minutes, 17.37 seconds.
It's a good time.
It's not a bad time at all. Still waiting from the athlete from St. Andrew, but St. Patrick, first gold medal on the track for today.
If we get records in these events, we would bring them to you. As of now, we don't have those, but as soon as we get them, we will let you know how the times of the events are stacking up against what would have happened in the past. So position number 1, St. Patrick. Position number 2, St. Andrew, and St. David would have brought up the bronze medal position.
So, Mr. Antoine, the results actually, this is our second day, because we have to consider that National Primary School Sports is now 2 days.
And that's a good thing.
Yes, it is. It started yesterday with the field events, and we have not had all of the results as yet, but we do have a point standing after the field events yesterday. So let's go through the point standing. I know those who are listening, whether Facebook or YouTube or whatever channel that you're listening, after the field events yesterday, St. Mark on 57.5 points, St. John 92.5 points, Carrick 109 points, St. Patrick 143 points, and the top three after the field events, Antoine, went St. David, 150.5 points, St. George, 176.5 points, and way out front, which has been the trend over the years, St. Andrew on 249 points. They are leading by 75 points.
75 points. Can they be caught is the word for the day? And I am quite sure the other parishes would actually have some statements to make before we get too far ahead of ourselves here. The next event on the track is event number 30, second event for the day, event number 30, the boys 1200 meter open. On paper, here's what we have. From St. John, Tashon Alexander. Tashon Alexander from St. John. He will be accompanied from St. John, Endon St. Paul. And from St. George, Kishon Lett. From St. Patrick, Isaiah McLeod. Another athlete from St. Patrick, Tristan Wellington. From Carriacou, Kenobi Charles. St. Mark, Kwani Joseph. Another athlete from St. Mark, Noshon John. Endon St. Paul. Endon St. Paul from St. John. My apologies there. Carriacou Isaiah Caton. St. David Jensen Mitchell. From St. Andrews, Gentle Mark. St. George, Michael Moses. And from St. Andrew, Michael Aberdeen. So these are the athletes that are represented here. Event number 30, second event on the track for the day, 1200 meters run open.
Yes, and of course, 2 athletes per parish, which gives us a grand total of 14 of them. And I'm sure they are just as excited to get this thing going. Some of them have been in school for quite a few years where they have not been able to experience this kind of climate and energy and excitement, and they will be raring to go. It will come with missteps and errors in terms of strategy because you're so excited. The adrenaline is going, but they are really raring to go. So 14 athletes, event number 30 on the track.
I told you this is going to be a fast race. It's going to be competitive. It is going to be
It's a good clean start.
Yes. All from St. John's has gone out. St. John's, they've gone out nicely. Carriacou is there.
So it's St. John in the lead, followed by Carriacou, another St. John athlete, and St. Patrick. So it's St. John, St. Patrick, and St. John 1, St. John 2, St. Andrew it is, and St. Carriacou in the yellow bottom and yellow top, Carriacou. So these are the first 4 athletes here, evenly spaced, if you ask me, with the exception of the athlete out front. He has opened up a 15 meter gap from his fellow competitors, and bunched, that a small grouping bunched, and then a bit of spacing. But the athlete at the front of the game seems to be running an interesting tactical race. He has opened up a decent lead. This looked like something like 35 meters up in front right now.
Yeah, and it seems to be that he's not slowing down one single bit. So it's St. John's. He seemed to be a front runner. He seems to be like being on his own. He's way out front, followed by the athlete from Carriacou, followed by the athlete from St. John also. We're also seeing a couple of the other athletes are just emerging around the bend, and this is the final lap. Let's see what he has in him. But it is St. John. He's pouring it on at this time. Let's see what is going to happen, because the other athletes have just appeared, and let's see if he's going to be able to hold on to his position. His stride is still not looking too bad. A little bit shorter, Antoine, but he seemed to have opened a decent enough lead to be able to cruise down the final back straight.
Yes, a lead of 40, 45 meters. that may just be sufficient, but here comes a batch, a group of 4. The other athletes, they are intent on closing, but he is maintaining that lead of 40 meters. Down the back stretch we go now.
So it is still St. John's out front. Wow, that's a huge lead.
Quite comfortably, is seemingly. The arm action is absolutely perfect. He seems to be running in a most relaxed manner. But here comes St. David. Here comes St. David. Here comes St. David. It is still St. John, but St. David has closed the gap somewhat. It's now about 20, 25 meters. But he seems to have it in the back. He seems to have this one in the bag. Yes. In the end, easily.
Comfortable winner.
Comfortable winner.
He's done extremely well. He ran from the front. He kept his position. He did not appear to be too troubled by the competition behind him. Well done to that athlete from St. John. And I'm sure St. John must be a proud parish at this time, having just picked up the first gold medal on the track. We really want to congratulate these young men. They came out and they gave it their best. Well done, St. John, followed by St. David, and then I think St. Andrew.
Absolutely. He ran a tactical race, and I suspect he still had some more in the tank.
He looked well, he kept his form, you could see his arms were moving well, his legs were, the strides were really, really good. Endon St. Paul from St. John, a really good time, 3:43.52. Well done, well done.
First 2 events on the track.
And that's a good time.
Official time, 3 minutes, 43.52 seconds.
The second place athlete is Jensen Mitchell from St. David, 3 minutes 50.77 seconds, and Tashwan Alexander from St. John in third position, 3 minutes 52.49 seconds in the fourth position, because all of these are points position. In the fourth position, 3 minutes 56.49 seconds. So Eden St. Paul from St. John, your winner. The second event in track for the event number 30, the 1200 meters boys open from St. John.
7 girls, 60-meter dash on the 7 boys.
And now we are getting into the sprints. The event number 31, which is the next event on the track, is the girls 60 meters dash under 7. So the very young would be on the track shortly, and it's a sprint, as they say, to the end. You blink and you miss this. In lane number 1, it would be Jahada Williams from St. John, Zolia Corian from Carriacou, Camilla John from St. George, Nicola Langdon from St. Andrew, Harmony Lewis from St. Mark, Joel Collier from St. David, and Shanique Richards from St. Patrick. That would be the 60 meters under 7 girls.
Your field for the under 7 60 meter. All the parishes represented, and as you would have said, if you blink, you would have lost who won the race. And so we are going to see the best that we have to offer at this time. National Primary School Sports for the under 7. That's one of my favorite races. You've got to look for almost anything here. And I do hope that our officials don't mess it up, because they may just cross lanes. Just allow the students to run. Let them do their best. Yep.
And it's really a joy to watch young people of that nature compete in a friendly manner.
That's correct. That's correct. And as I said, because they are so young and the energies are so high, ever so often they cross lanes. We've got to train them, and that's a fact. I'm not negating and minimizing the fact that we've got to train them. But remember, we call them children.
That's right.
And we don't call them adults. And we got to take those into account. And sometimes one may cross another, but at the end of the day, we got them to compete and do the best that they can. And let's hope that we do not have false starts and crossing lanes such that they become disqualified. It would not be an encouragement at all for them.
This is a big stage, and event number 31 should be on the way shortly. Once again, let me just reiterate who the participants are in this event. It's the girls under 7, 60 meters. Jahada Williams out of St. John. St. John is in orange. And out of Carriacou in yellow and white is Zoilia Carrion. The athletes from St. George is Camilla John. Athletes from St. George, Camilla John. Look for Camilla in red and white. Nicola Langdon in St. Andrew. Nicola Langdon in St. Andrew, she'll be wearing navy blue. From St. Mark, Harmony Lewis from St. Mark, and this St. Mark color is royal blue. St. David will be Jewel Collier. St. David is Jewel Collier, and St. David is yellow top and black bottom. And out of St. Patrick is Shanique Richards. Shanique Richard from St. Patrick, and St. Patrick is the green.
Correct. And so we just want to update you that the scores from yesterday, once again, St. Andrew all the way out front after the field event, 249 points. St. George, 176.5 points. St. David, 150.5 points. St. Patrick in 4th place, 143 points. Carriacou, 109. St. John, 92.5, followed by St. Mark, 57.5. Edition of this National Primary School Sports starting 1959, quite a number of years ago that we've had this happening. If we want to talk about winners, Bernard, I think it's really secured quite a lot. Out of the editions of the sport, St. Andrew has won it. No, let's start from the bottom. There's only one parish that hasn't won National Primary School Sports at this time, and it is Carriacou, our sister island of Carriacou. They have not won it as yet. St. Mark has won in the first edition. St. Mark won.
Okay, if we can make a quick segue into our medal presentation and recognize our medal winners. So the medals are handed to the athletes just now from the 1200 meters, and now it's for girls, now it's for boys. And there's Jensen Mitchell collecting his.
Ladies and gentlemen, now your gold medalist, Tendon St. Paul.
And Tendon St. Paul from St. John, the winner.
Brilliant run. Brilliant.
Absolutely. This is a name that we probably will be hearing if he continues, because he seems to be so relaxed, and the manner in which he won that 1200 meters seems to suggest he is affiliated with some club or something somewhere.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's affiliated with the club coached by Mr. Joseph, but he looked absolutely brilliant, even for the first year after 4 years at National Primary School Sport. He doesn't seem to have missed a beat. His form was good, his technique was good. He looked really calm and really managed his race in what I consider a very mature manner.
Very much so. Very much so. That was our first medal presentation for the day. The 1200 meters on the track, both boys and girls.
Yep. And so in the championships, in 1959 would have been the athletic championship. 1959 would have been the first edition, and it was actually won by St. David.
St. David. 1959.
1959. I would love to know where this one was held. And then, of course, in 1960, it was won by St. Mark. And that was St. Mark's only championship since in 1960. St. David's would have won it once, St. Mark once, St. John's on 2 occasions. This is followed by St. Patrick on 7. St. Patrick on 7 occasions. St. George on 10. St. George would have won it on 10 occasions. Now, this is really eye-opening because St. Andrew would have won it 26 times.
that actually speaks volumes.
It speaks volumes.
It suggests that there is something good that's happening with track and field in the big parish.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to commend the folks from St. Andrew, who seem to always get down to the big parish, get down to St. George, really well prepared to give it the best shot. And if it means winning, then so be it. But it is so skewed in favor of St. Andrew that you try to figure out about the other parishes. As a matter of fact, St. George would have much more schools than St. Andrew.
It does.
And so it just doesn't correlate the way math should.
And in fact, what you see happening at the primary school level, in some ways, it's reflected, certainly among the boys, it's reflected in the inter-secondary school games. The St. Andrew's Secondary School, SAS, has in fact won the inter-school games on many occasions. So it's not surprising from that point of view that the dominance that we would have seen at the primary school level, that just go all the way to the top, up to secondary school level.
Yeah.
And it's something good going on the track and on the field, athletics-wise, in the big parish.
Yeah, we have to commend them. We have to congratulate them. We have to, encourage them to keep doing what they're doing. And the only thing you could say for the other parishes, and specifically a parish like St. George, which has probably twice among the schools, is that they've got to, there's nothing wrong in following or copying best practice.
Absolutely.
Could they find what is it that St. Andrew is doing that St. George isn't doing, to allow St. Andrew to have combined more athletic championship than all the other parishes combined?
That's something that really deserves to have a second look at and see what it is, what practices that are in place in St. Andrew that the other parishes can in fact copy. And I suspect though, with the advent or increase in the number of clubs, I think we're going to see some changes. We're onto the track now.
Yeah.
The third event of the day, the girls 60 meters dash on the 7.
Lane number 6 from St. David, Julie Collier. And running out of lane number 7 from St. Patrick,
Shanique Richards. Your lane assignments for event number 31, the girls 60-meter dash under 7 division. The record for this event stands at 10.30 seconds, set in 2018 by Tasia Thomas of St. Patrick. Back to you, Lester.
Yes, and so they are getting ready. They have taped their distances and because they don't want them to fall start. They want them to be all in proper alignment. And you could see those young ladies. These are the kindergartens, the 6-year-olds, the 5-year-olds. I mean, it's always fun to be around them. And I mean, I'm really looking forward to their race. When you leave a stadium, having seen these younger ones compete, you cannot feel any other way but be refreshed.
And it's actually give you a lot of hope for the future. So it's 10.20 seconds. That's the record for this event. And let's see how these young ladies perform. The girls, 60 meters on the 7. They're on the starters orders.
Richards, Collier, Lewis, Langdon, John, Corian, Williams, starting from lane 7 to lane 1. Shinny, they're on to the marks. Well, it's just started. Brought them to their alignment. And they're on to the marks, raring to go.
And just like you said, Adam, this is the first of it. And the eagerness obviously shows. And there was not just one person for starting. There was 3 or 4 who on the set decided it's time to go. So here they are.
They're going to try again.
They're going to try again.
Let's see if we can get all of them on the same page at the same time in the same line, because even the wind is having some issues and it's raising up the line, the 60-meter mark, and hopefully it will be stuck nicely so that these girls can be able to go on the marks in line. No one having an advantage over the other. And I suspect we may have another false start or two, because these are the little ones. Let's just enjoy the performance that they bring to the National Stadium at Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports 2023.
And false start number 2. False start number 2. This is not unusual. This is not, remember folks, this is the under 7th. Under 7th.
So they're 5+ and 6+.
60 meters girls under 7. Obviously there are no disqualification for false start in this event. And that's a good thing.
I am hopeful and I'm happy. As a school principal, Bernard, I understand those sort of a cheat. I identify with these students, yes, and let's hope that they are going to be fine. As a matter of fact, maybe they should give them a standing start. Don't make them go down anymore today. Just a standing start will be fine for me.
In fact, that's what they're doing right now.
Yes.
Somebody heard you.
Ah.
Yes.
And this is better. They're off. And it's St. David looking good. St. David looking good. St. John looking good. St. George is looking good. St. David, St. George, St. John. Brilliant run from a young boy, all the young girls, Bernard. It's absolutely fantastic to see them. And they finish all in the lanes.
All in the lanes.
Ah, that is so nice.
The young lady from St. David. The young lady from St. David, obviously, she must be associated with some club somewhere.
Yeah, she's looking good. Her form is just brilliant. And St. George is just coming through. This is St. George, followed by St. John. Really, really well done. They should get a nice hug over there.
And that's exactly what's happening.
Yes. Reassure them that they've done well. I'm sure the parents must be happy wherever they are to have seen their girl represent their parish.
They're on a big stage.
Yes, they are.
They're on a big stage.
Yes. Well done. I'm proud.
So that was the conclusion of this 60 meters dash under 7 girls. St. David's, followed by St. George, followed by St. John. They're the first 3 places. And it's 10.53. 10.53. So the record is secured for today.
Yes.
10.53 seconds, first place. Second place from St. George, 10.93. And from St. John, Williams, 10.98.
It's a good run. Again, this is post-COVID, Bernard. I'm sure you are also very happy post-COVID that we can bring out our people in public and be able to compete.
It's just a sense or the feeling of normalcy. That in itself is refreshing. I think collectively, the world breathes a sigh of relief when things begin to look normal. And for those of us that really likes the sport, this is normal for us.
This is normal for us. I mean, you know, and I know very well that when we don't have this, a huge part of our life, a huge part of feeling is no longer there.
Something is missing.
That's why you would have found so many people would have had been depressed, having emotional problems, psychological problems, because
absolutely
they're not able to vent what's best for them, and that's what would have caused so much counselors to be so well occupied during the COVID time, because it really took a toll on the emotions for everybody.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we get ready now for event number 32, the boys 60 meters under 7. Here the lane. In lane 1, Hayden Albert, he's from St. David. Lane 2, Khalid Tyson, he's from St. Andrew. David Sandiford from St. George in lane 3. Zachar Stafford from St. Patrick in lane 4. Rashid Phillip in lane 5, he's from St. Mark. Jaden Wilson from St. John in lane 6. And Keon Roberts from Kiariku in lane 7. Again, all parishes represented here.
Brilliant, and I think we have learned from the first race. They're going to give them a standing start.
Makes a lot of sense.
Exactly, and we're really going to see these young boys tearing down the track and really trying to win, because all they know is that they want to win. Aye, they're going to go down on their marks because they've been trained. But when adrenaline is there, they can't control it. That's why we call them children.
That's right.
Yes, that's why we call them children.
Absolutely. So they're all raring and ready to go. It's a 60 meters under 7 boys.
And they're off. It's a good start. Really good start. Good start. The athlete from St. Andrew, the athlete from St. John and St. George and St. Patrick. But St. Andrew seemed to have won it very comfortably. Good run by the athlete from St. Andrew.
St. Andrew. Quite interesting. The athlete from St. John, he kept looking across, and that would have slowed him down somewhat.
Yes, St. George looked to be in good standing, but he kept looking along from the time he started to see what was happening with his opponents. While he's doing that, they're going past him. He's looking at his left, to his right, to his right. He's just paying attention to everyone. He's turned around. Who has he seen? He hasn't seen anybody. By that time, he's lost out. But again, that's the young ones.
That's the young ones.
So St. Andrew would have come away with this one. It is really, really well deserved, because he just kept running, kept his head straight down the line. He just put on his blinkers and he ran and made it right through to the end. Well done, St. Andrew.
And it's 10.48 seconds. It's Tyson Khalid. Who would have won that race. It's Khalid Tyson, rather. 10.48 seconds. In second place, it was Jaden Wilson, 10.57 seconds. Keon Roberts from Kiariku, 10.88 seconds. It's nice to see Kiariku on the board.
Well, of course, and I've been itching to get to see Kiariku on the board. Antoine, because of course I'm not ashamed to say that it's Kiariku I'm from to begin with, so I've been itching, want to be impartial as much as possible, but I've been itching to see them on the board, and to see them in third position now, it means that they are beginning to show themselves.
Absolutely. It's because again, it's national games, and it really speaks to the training and speaks to the program from the Ministry of Sports that get all the schools involved. And hats off to GUT, hats off to Core Bank, hats off to the organizers of this game, and it seems to be going well so far.
Yes, it is going well so far.
And smooth.
We're seeing, as a matter of fact, what I've noted, and this is something I pay attention to National Primary School Sports. At this time of the day, that's one of the largest crowds I've seen early in the day at National Primary School Sports, which says a lot about the Grenadian public's psyche, wanting to see this thing happen. And I would suspect that if that is a trend that we are seeing, we're going to have a huge crowd down at the National Stadium. So if you are looking at it online, whether YouTube, Facebook, or any of the other outlets, I really want you to come down to the National Stadium, support. Let Co-op Bank be energized, let GUT be energized, let our Ministry of Sport be energized, and of course let our Ministry of Education be energized to say that the nation is behind them and they're going to continue to make that better.
Yes, I actually like the fact that you said right at the end, let the Ministry of Education be energized, because this really is part of the education process. Ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track is the distance has improved, and it's now the 80 meters. It's the 80 meters dash girls under 9. So the under 7s that did 60 meters. Now the bigger kids or the older kids under 9, it would be 80 meters. So 80 meters girls under 9, the next event on the track. In out of lane 1, Gushana Alexander, she's from St. Andrew. Janelle Kanhai from St. Patrick, she's in lane 2. From lane 3, Zizel James from St. Mark. St. George, Jaden John. St. David, Kalona Fletcher. Keriku April Richards. Ania Fletcher is in St. John. She runs out of lane 7.
I just want to make a note of something. Again, you pay attention to those little fine details. These names are just really unique names, Bernard.
It's modern naming of kids. When they were naming persons like ourselves, they would go to the Bible, they would go to some tradition, but these names, they are a combination of just about
everything. Yes,
and anything.
So really, and pardon us if we take a time to gather ourselves to pronounce them, but they are unique names. Yes, so Gushana Alexander, Janelle Kanhai, Zizel James, Jaden John, Kelorna Fletcher, April Richards, and Anaya Fletcher.
It's a girls dash under 9, 80 meters. They are on the status orders, and we should be off and running shortly. So these are the bigger kids, and one expects a little more order in terms of their preparation and their execution of this race.
Yep, and I suspect as they grow older, they become a little bit smarter, and they're off. And it's a good, clean start. It's the athlete from, it's still a blanket film, but it's the athlete from St. Patrick now who seem to be stamping authority, running away with this, followed by St. David, St. Andrew. It would be close between St. David and St. Andrew, but St. Patrick definitely has been the clear winner of this one.
Second place is, let's wait for the official results.
Yes.
But St. Patrick was clear, and for a while it seems as though St. David had tied on the second position, but St. Andrew seems to have come back rather nicely. Let's wait for the official results there. So it is St. Patrick
first
in 12.32 seconds. Second is St. David, 12.51. And third position, medal position, 12.57. Philip Callier, Philip rather, from St. Andrews. So Kalana Fletcher, St. David's. Janelle Kanai from St. Patrick, the gold medal position there.
Girls 80-meter dash. It was a beautiful race. Well done. They look to be well prepared. The strides, the form, the hand movement. It was pretty good for under 9 girls.
Well executed.
Yeah.
And so we get ready for the boys 80 meters dash under 9s. There's a male version of what we would have just seen. And again, here are the lanes. Kamal Jones from St. George in lane 1. Uric Warren from Keriku in lane 2. Jaden Sabazan, St. David in lane 3. From St. John, Mikael Richards from St. Patrick. Christian Alexander, he's in lane 5. Out of lane 6, Cameron George in St. Mark. And Donrick Edwards, St. Andrew in lane 7. Again, all parishes represented here.
Yes, and they seem ready. You could see the confidence in them. You look at them and they seem to be, they have no fear. They're looking around, their hands on the sides, looking well organized, and they seem to be very, very confident, very, very well prepared for today's activities. The folks from Caribou came down and must have had quite a bit of time at the stadium to get familiar and accustomed to the surroundings after quite a number of years. But our boys, they're going on to the starters mark now. They're on the mark. They will be released in a short while, but they look pretty well prepared. Yep, they're going to put them standing just to make sure that everyone is really ready. There was some flinching taking place here, and that's understandable. Again, as we would have spoken about over the past couple minutes, that at this young age we call them children, not as controlled as you would normally have others.
Yes, the sprinters will tell you this is probably one of the most nervous times in their racing, because at the start.
Yeah, just a point something of a second and they've lost the race. Yeah.
Absolutely. They are back on the status orders.
So once again, welcome to the National Stadium. And they're off. Yep, and it's a good start from all of the athletes. They're looking good. St. George seemed to be there. St. Patrick seemed to be coming. St. John seemed to be coming. But St. George seemed to be winning it. And it's a blanket finish between second, third, and fourth. Oh, wow. Brilliant run by the athlete from St. George.
Clear winner for the first position, but the
That's
other
correct.
positions are up for grabs.
Yep, he's off. The arm movement is pretty good for a young boy, for St. George. Not too bad for St. David either. So he really ran himself down the line. He just paid attention to where he was going, did not lose sight of the fact that he wanted to finish, and still I'm trying to figure out who should I say is second, third, and fourth.
So it's actually
St. John.
St. John for fourth. So the winner of that event is Kamal Jones in 11.84 seconds. That's actually a good time.
Very good time.
Mikael Richards in second position, 12.12 seconds, and Donrick Edwards in third position from St. Andrew in 12.13 seconds.
Good run by the young men and young women at the under 9 category.
And now we get to the 100 meters. So the older kids are getting prepared for the 100 meters, and that's the under 11. We are going to start with the under 11 girls, 100 meters girls under 11. Their lane assignments: Ashley Romaine should be running in lane 2. Leah Rose Charles will be running out of lane 3 from St. George. Kasha Klein from St. David running in lane 4. From lane 5 is Shanique Murray. She represents St. John. Amira Keto running in lane 6. She represents St. Mark. And from St. Andrew is Kariana Phillip.
So yes, so that's the field for the girls under 11 100-meter dash. Ashel, Leah Rose, Kasja, Shanique, Amira, Kariana. We don't have the record. I hope we get it so that we can share it with the public. But this is going to be a pretty good race. I haven't seen anybody from Carriacou represented in this. We've got to search just to make sure that we have someone from Carriacou. Yes, Alex Lindor of Carriacou.
So Lindor from Carriacou will be running out of lane 1. So lane 1 is... No, I'm so sorry. That's the boys. That's the boys. There's no representation from Carriacou in the girls 100 meters under 11.
I'm wondering if this is an error, because generally all the parishes are represented in the sprint races. So let's hope that's just an error. But if there is a correction, we will let the viewing public know what's happening. But we haven't seen Kira Felix. Yes, I am now seeing Kira Felix from Carriacou.
And she will be in lane 8.
Lane 8.
So in lane 8, Kira Felix. Lane 7, Kariana Phillip. She represents St. Mark's. St. John is Shanique Murray. From St. David's, Kasha Klein. Lane 4. In lane 3, LeRose Charles, representing St. George. And Ashley Romaine in lane 2, representing St. Patrick. If you would have just joined us, Carriacou is in yellow and white, St. Andrew in navy blue, St. David yellow and black, St. George red and white, orange is St. John, royal blue St. Mark, and St. Patrick is in green.
And that's the lineup for the 100-meter dash, Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports. And of course, we're going to see the best of the best. From here, what I can tell you, Mr. Antoine, is the fact that out of the best that we get at National Primary School Sports, there are other avenues for these young athletes to be exposed. So I know at the Caribbean Union of Teachers Games, you can get a team picked. I haven't heard anything as to where it will be this year, if it will happen following the pandemic, if the CUT Games will be held. But it's always a great avenue to expose your best to that of the other countries. And as you would have said before and recognized, people like Kirani James would have traveled with the Grenada Union of Teachers National Primary School team and participated at CUT Games and done well. And I can remember him going to St. Lucia, participating in CUT Games. And those are the steps in which we build our boys and girls. So they train, they do well at national, and you want to expose them to talents to the Caribbean, which in projects them into what it takes to achieve at the highest level.
Absolutely, and in the Caribbean, Carifta really is our crowning point, if you want to call it that, in terms of junior athletes. When you would have represented your country at Carifta, it speaks and suggests that you're at the top of your game. The many athletes from the Caribbean, that's the route. Whether it's the Usain Bolt or the Veronica Campbells and
Obadeli Thompson, all of those, and we can go all the way back to many more. That CUT Games and the Carifta really expose the talent that we would have had, you know. So it's really a training ground. It really exposes what we have in the Caribbean and really sends a signal to the world that the Caribbean is right there in terms of athletic talent.
Very much so. And here are the boys. We are about to witness the girls, we are about to witness the start of the 100 meters girls under 11. So these are the big girls. Or we get into the big girls.
Number 2 representing St. Patrick, Asha Romaine. On lane number 3 representing St. George, Leah Rose Charles. On lane number 4 representing St. David, Tasha Klein. Out of lane number 5 representing St. John, Shanique Marie. Out of lane number 6 representing St. Mark, Amiria Cato. Out of lane number 7 representing St. Andrew, Cariana Phillip. Your age record for this event stands at 13.71 seconds, set in 2017 by our current national under-17 champion,
Talia Sampson of St. John.
So the time to beat in this event is 13.71 seconds.
And I wouldn't be surprised if this record goes, because I'm telling you, we have some really pumped athletes in here. And based on what we have seen so far, really pumped athletes. And as I said, I believe we're going to have some good times. The weather is very cooperative.
Perfect, absolutely perfect.
Just perfect weather.
The wind is right where it should be. There's no rain, there's sun, but there is a breeze. So we have almost ideal conditions. And remember, the kids that you see here today representing their parishes, they were winners in their zone meets. So there would have been parish competition, there would have been school competition to begin with, and then there was parish competition, and from the parish competition they are selected to represent the parish. So these kids would have been running and competing for quite a while now, and this really is the crowning, if you want to call it that, in terms of school sports for our primary school students.
Yep, and if I were to just elaborate on that, for example, every school would have had the house sports.
And then there's the house sports.
So it starts with the house sports. the winners of the houses, and then they select the school teams, and then they take part in the parish sports, and now they're taking part at a national level. So they're onto the marks. They are now at a no return point. I'm looking forward to being crowned champion 2023 Co-op Bank National Primary School Athletic Championship. And there was some flinching.
There was some flinching, and again, many of a professional would tell you at this point in time they are the most nervous. It's nerve-wracking, really.
Yes.
To be on this status orders.
Correct.
And set for sprint events.
Yep. I think the official is trying her best to help. I hope too much voices in the head, what they would have gotten from the coaches,
yes,
as opposed to what they're getting now. It's not going to throw them off. I know they really want to do the best for the students. They also have to be considerate, of course, of what the coaches would have told the athletes before, because so many voices in the head could create just that wee bit of concern. And I hope that everything is fine. You can see there is quite a bit of confusion going on here as to what lane you're in. She was placed in one lane, then placed in another spot, and this is a little bit...
It can, in fact, get confusing.
Yeah,
it can
I
get
don't know
confusing.
what she's trying to tell the athlete, but there is some issue there. And I hope it doesn't work to the detriment of the athlete. I mean, of course, I'm from St. George. I teach at a school in St. George, so I would not want a confused athlete at this time. But if you confuse them, then you set them up for some
Yes.
negative consequence.
Part of the issue seems to be the marking and on the track. That there are some intersecting lines.
Correct.
And that seems to be causing some confusion. But the time to beat in this event is 13.71 seconds. It's the girls' 100 meters dash on the 11.
Yeah, and based on what I'm seeing now, they're trying to make them comfortable with that lane, with the same intersecting lines that you're speaking about, and give them that little walk down. So at least so you get that first 5-10 meters, then you know that hopefully you're fine.
And you really have to commend the officials to do something like this, because this is not part of the program, but obviously most of the officials there would have been coaches themselves. So they're back on the status orders.
Yes. And hopefully that will be the final. Even me, I'm getting a little bit, and they're off. It's a good start, and let's see what's happening. It is St. Patrick, it is St. David, but St. George seem to be now stamping authority. St. George, St. Patrick. It's St. George, St. Patrick, St. George's is going to win. Pretty close. But
and St.
at
George
the
seems
end
to
of
be
the day, it's St. George who would have won it, followed by St. Patrick.
Seems to be making a statement in the sprint.
Yes, yes. It's Leah Rose Charles. Just to let you in on a secret, she's from South St. George Government School.
Oh, there we go. So it's Leah Rose Charles. The winner in this event is 14.58 seconds. 14.58 seconds, Leah Rose Charles. Second place is Ashel Romain and Maria Cato in third position, 14.88 seconds. That was the conclusion of the 100 meters on the 11 girls.
Yep, so well done, Leah Rose Charles, St. George, Ashel Romain, St. Patrick, Amira Kito, St. Mark. Well done to you. You would have won the medals, but everyone would have won because they were able to participate and finish their race.
And representing South St. George rather well, I might add.
And representing South St. George very well.
with a smiling principal. And the next event of the track is the boys' version of what we would have just witnessed. It's the boys' 100 meters dash on the 11. 100 meters dash on the 11. Here are the lane assignments. In lane 2, Alex Alexander. Alex represents St. Andrew. Representing St. Mark, Giovanni Tavinia. Giovanni Tavinia representing St. Mark's in lane 3. Lane 4, Tyreek Pilgrim, St. George. Ronan Lessie, St. David. Akadon McIntosh, St. Patrick. Dimitri Sabazan representing St. George. And again, I am not seeing Carriacou in here, so we wait to see if the late addition in Carriacou for the listing that we have. But as of now, Carriacou is not listed on our program here.
And I'm seeing Carriacou with immediate effect as they walk onto the track. There's an athlete from Carriacou, so hopefully we'll get the name in a short while.
Yes, yes.
Yep, so it is, we have all 7 parishes represented.
Number 1, representing Carriacou, Alex Lendo. Out of lane number 2, representing St. Andrew, Alex Alexander.
So we have 2 Alex.
Lane number 3, representing St. Mark, Giovanni Tavernier. Out of lane number 4, representing St. George, Tyreek Pilgrim. Out of lane number 5, representing St. David, Roland Leslie. Out of lane number 6, representing St. Patrick's, Akeda McIntosh. Out of lane number 7, representing St. John, Dimitri Sabazan. Your field for the boys, 100-meter dash under 11 division. The record for this event stands at 13.55 seconds. This record set in 2017 by Eason Sam. He's out of St. John. Sam is the current national under 17 100-meter champion.
Yep, and Ethan Sam, the record holder, is running very well. He took part in national championships and really performed well. So you can see the graduation from national primary school sports into secondary school.
He has been outstanding. In fact, it's my understanding that he has made the qualifying time for the Carifta game. So the time to beat is 13.55 seconds, time that was set by Ethan Sam, one of who is becoming a name for himself locally. And it's a boys 100 meters dash under 11. Alex Lendo, Carriacou, Alex Alexander, lane 2, St. Andrew. Lane 3, it's St. Mark. Lane 4, it's St. George. Lane 5, St. David. Lane 6, St. Patrick, and St. John in lane 7. And we are going through the same exercise that we would have just gone through with the young ladies, letting them get some clarity as to the lanes that they are running in because of all the intersecting and crossing lines from the different events.
And of course it will be confusing for them quite a bit, and we are hopeful that they're able to navigate just as the girls did. What you could have noted, having to go through so much instructions, the girls became tight. And you could have seen that they did not run with the same looseness that you would have wanted to see at the start, say compared to the under 9s and the under 7s. You could have seen the tightness in them, and I'm hopeful that will not happen with the boys. So they're onto the marks. They're getting ready to roll. It's Alex, Giovanni, Tyreek, Ronan, Akedon, and Dimitri representing their parish.
So 100 meters under 11, boys.
And they're off. It's a good start. Very good start from the boys. The athlete from St. George and St. Andrew. Athlete from St. Andrew seem to be running. St. Patrick is coming through pretty well. It is St. Andrew running away with it, followed by St. Patrick and Carriacou. Again, Carriacou is in the mix. A good run by St. Andrew and St. Patrick. It really was a good race. Well done, guys.
Defending champions from since 2011.
You can see St. Andrew really powerful legs, really pushing. St. George seemed to have made a run, but seemed to have lost out in terms of stamina and speed endurance. And so St. Andrew kept it going right through to the end, followed by St. Patrick, followed by Carriacou. So it's good to see, the athlete from Carriacou come through and also bring a bronze medal up to the style.
Yes, so it's 14.02 seconds. Alex Alexander, and in second place is Akedon McIntosh, 14.15 seconds from St. Patrick, and Carriacou in In the bronze medal position, 14.21, Alex Lindor.
Well done to the guys. I mean, they need to be proud of themselves. We're really happy that they were able to come around and to show the talent that they have. And with training, we suspect that they will be able to do extremely well going forward. Training, normalizing everything, getting into the clubs that are around the parishes. And we believe that very soon, Grenada will be back at the top where we do belong. Because we spoke about Kirani, we did not speak about Anderson as yet.
and Anderson Phillip, we're going to get around to that.
Yes.
And because Anderson started, in fact, as a sprinter.
Correct. He did start as a sprinter.
The next event on the track is event number 37 on our program here. It's the girls 100 meters under 13. Girls 100 meters under 13, and lane assignments. Lane 1, Jazara Deet representing St. Mark. Representing St. Andrews, Renelle Cockburn. Kadisha Frank represents Carriacou. Tasha Street represents St. George. Kimaya Edwards, St. Patrick. Jamaya John, St. John. And Shania Thomas represents St. David.
And one thing I want to, and I think I must apologize for that, being from Carriacou for myself. We've been saying Carriacou, yeah? And I've been saying Carriacou, but I've been leaving out a portion thereof. Because we do have the school. And as a matter of fact, St. Pity Martinique is having athletes that are representing Grenada extremely well on the college circuit in the United States. One of the high jumpers. I want to believe she's an Eno. I will get some more information. Asharia Eno. Brilliant jumper. So it is Carriacou and Pity Martinique that are down here. Pity Martiniquans, don't pile the stones at me at this time. It is Carriacou and Pity Martinique. Now, if I ever make that mistake again, make sure you correct me, because I will correct you. It is Carriacou and Pity Martinique.
I am taking this opportunity to apologize to all our listeners and viewers who did not hear the name Pity Martinique mentioned. I would start by saying Pity Martinique and Carriacou.
Correct is right. Listen, I think you're following some presidency. Pity Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada. Yeah.
So they're on the track.
Yes.
It's the boys, it's the girls, sorry. The girls under 13, 100 meters.
Lane number 3 from Carriacou, Kadisha Frank. Out of lane number 4 from St. George, Tasha Street. Out of lane number 5 from St. Patrick, Kamaya Edwards. Out of lane number 6 from St. John, Jemiah John. And running out of lane number 7 from St. David, Shania Thomas. Your field for event number, the girls 100 meter dash up the 13 division. The record for this event stands at 13.06 seconds, set in 2017 by Kenya Alexandra of St. Andrew.
So the record in this event is the time to beat is 13.06 seconds, set in 2017. Let's see what they're up to in this one. And there doesn't seem to be any need for rehearsal as the lane where to run, so the bigger girls seems to be understanding it. So, under 13 girls, 100 meters.
And so we are getting to what you would consider the bigger girls at the primary level, under 13, and then the under 15s. Days gone by, years gone by, we would have had under 17s, but now we don't have any of this. So they're on the starters orders. They're at the set. I am sure they will call them back, stand them up, relax them once again, and get them set for
It's not unusual.
the start.
It's not unusual to have this at this level, and to let our viewing public and listeners know that there are no disqualification at this stage for false starts. They will just do it again.
So, once again, Date, St. Mark, Cockburn, St. Andrew, Frank, Carriacou, and Pity Martinique, Street, St. George, Edward St. Patrick, John St. John, and Thomas St. David. These are your starters.
All parish are represented. Time to beat is 13.06 seconds. That was set in 2017.
Well, it seems as if our officials are exercising what obtains at the higher level. They've given a warning to the athlete from St. Patrick.
Just as I spoke and said there were no qualifications.
They're off. Good lane break. Let's see what is happening. It is St. George, Carriacou, St. Andrew, St. George, Carriacou. It is St. Andrew, St. George, and Carriacou. In that order. Good run by the under-13 girls, actually. For a while, it seemed that if St. George was going to have it, St. Andrew said no way. Carriacou was always in the mix, and the Carriacou and Petit Martinique athlete has represented Carriacou and Petit Martinique well. But it's St. George getting a really good start. St. Andrew also got a very good start. You can see the form, the strides, really looking good. And then St. Andrew seemed to have had more speed endurance than the others and was able to power through to the finish just ahead of St. George and the athlete from Carriacou and Petit Martinique.
And these first three athletes, in fact, they had a fair distance on the other athletes. 15.49 seconds. The athlete from St. Andrew won this one. The second position is Tasha Street from St. George, 15.55 seconds. And Kadisha Frank from Carriacou and Petit Martinique in the bronze medal position at 13.69 seconds.
Of course, Shania Thomas has nothing to be ashamed about. She represented St. David extremely well, and I am sure St. David would be proud. Her parents would be proud, and Shania would be proud because she did extremely well. So first, second, third, and fourth, we have on the board. We haven't seen the others come up as yet. Yes, we see Date from St. Mark in 5th position, and so you're left with St. Patrick and St. John. And yes, 6th position, Kimaya Edward, St. Patrick, and Jemiah John, St. John, 14.83 seconds. Congratulations to all. You've represented well. I'm sure the crowd is showing to be extremely engaged at this time, Bernard.
The excitement is building rather nicely. The next event on the track is event number 38. It's the boys 100 meters under 30. This should be quite competitive. Here are lane assignments. In lane 2, Philip Mitchell, he represents St. Andrew. Nikwan Roberts represents Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Richer Levi represents St. Max. Kendon Worm represents St. George. Aiden Cador represents St. John. In St. Patrick, representing St. Patrick is Carlos Wickham, and Giovanni Daniel represents St. David's. The boys 100 meters under 30.
Yep, really unique names. Nikwan, Richer, Giovanni. We came from a Giovanni to a Giovanni. I pay attention.
it's the modern naming of kids.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and it takes a while to really get accustomed to it. I'm glad you're doing it first, because
What could be quite interesting is to have a conversation with the parents and how they actually arrive at these names. It'll be rather learning experience. I suspect one could probably write an essay on how the names are actually formulated.
And maybe it might, somehow or the other, I think it can feed into our psyche.
It does.
What's happening in life.
It does. Times past, everyone had to have, if you were from the Christian religion, as was said, everyone had to have a saint name. So it's not unusual to have persons with 2, 3, and 4 names, one of which must be a saint name, and then they would ask the godparent to have one name and so forth. So it's not unusual unusual to have kids with 3 or 4 names.
So I hope I'm not putting myself in trouble. So you move from where your name was dictated to a great extent by your beliefs, your biblical, spiritual beliefs, because the saint name or close to a saint and close to a Bible character, and now you're moving to a more secular, secularizing of names. It tells us how far we have, we are, I don't want to say where we are moving, but how things have changed.
Well, one could probably argue it's more cultural alignment. And to be rather politically correct, one would probably say it in fact represents reality in 2023. So the names of themselves, they can in fact be some rather interesting conversation pieces. So it's on the track. It's 100 meters dash boys under 13.
Yeah, I know we're gonna have an interview with our sponsors, our game, our athletic sponsor, the cooperative bank, our indigenous, our homegrown bank. We will have an interview with them in a short while. That is coming up, but the competition and events are going fast and furious. So give us a short while, and then we should be able to have our sponsors coming for an interview to just tell us, I mean, how we have gotten here and what's the vision and the view of continuing the sponsorship for the primary school sports. That is coming up soon, and so we want to put you on pause or ready for that coming up in a short while. But we have another 100-meter sprint with the athletes on the starters orders. And it's a clean break. Wow, this is clean as a whistle. But it is St. George followed St. Andrew. It is St. Andrew really looking powerful going down there. But St. George is raining the minute. St. George, St. Andrew.
Close to call.
Wow, it is almost
too close to call.
Close to call. Wow, I thought St. Andrews was gone complete.
Too close to call.
Those last 30 meters, Bernard, really decided this race. St. Andrew out front, still looking well. It's St. Andrew, St. George. St. Andrew still looking brilliant with about 60 meters. Really running. St. George is now pulling him in, reeling him in slowly but surely. And it seems as if St. George's has gotten it.
Officially. And it's 12.49, 12.50 seconds.
It was a brilliant race, really close.
That's the beauty of sprinting.
Yes. So from St. George, Kendon Worm, 12.49 seconds. From St. Andrew, Philip Mitchell, 12.50. Giovanni Daniel from St. David, 13.22. Nikwan Roberts Kareko, 13.5 for Carlos Wickham, Kareem Grant, and Aiden Kador. Brilliant run, really energized and raring to run, and they showed it off.
This was a competitive race, and I think as we go further, that competition will continue to showcase itself. Up next on the track.
Yep, and look at the photo finish.
And here is the photo finish. Ladies and gentlemen, it couldn't get closer than this.
Yes.
A confirmation, it is St. George. It is St. George by literally a whisker.
By a chest.
By a chest. to be more accurate, by a chest.
By a chest. Yes, well done, guys. Well done. And we hope we are bringing you really good, realistic commentary of what is happening, the excitement, the energy down here. And if you're at home and you probably were looking at it, whether by Facebook or YouTube or by some other channel, I think you should come down to the athletic stadium.
As you take a look outside, we want to let you know that we have almost perfect weather for track and field.
Yeah, it's that good.
Sunny, it's bright, it's not too hot, and this is the time to get down here. The next event on the track, though, is the under 15 100 meters for girls. That will be followed by the 100 meters for boys under 15, and that will round off our 100 meter events, our short sprint events will culminate with the under 15 for boys. So
And I suspect as soon as those sprints are finished, we'll have our folks from the Co-op Bank coming in and sitting down with us and just discussing the bank's vision, input into primary school sports, that development that they see that is so critical to Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, to ensuring that we export Grenada to the world, as we normally say, Kirani to the world.
Undoubtedly, an investment that has paid off, continue to pay off, and we, as sports lovers, as lovers of track and field, want to say hats off to the Co-op Bank and the Co-op Bank family. They have been doing this for quite a while, and it's a serious undertaking, and one ought to recognize that even these times that they can continue to do so. So the next event on the track is the girls under 15 100 meters.
Naya Joseph, out of lane number 3, representing St. David. Katie Williams, out of lane number 4, representing St. George. Jada Joseph, out of lane number 5, representing St. Mark. Micaiah Frederick, out of lane number 6, representing St. Patrick. Zaina Moraine, and running out of lane number 7, representing St. Andrew, Kayla Fletcher. Your field for event number 39, the girls 100-meter dash under 15 division. The record for this event stands at 13.60 seconds, set in 2018 by Rihanna Frederick of St. David.
So it's the big girls. It's the bigger girls at the primary level.
The bigger girls at the primary level. Carriacou and Petit Martinique is not represented in this one.
And it's off. It's a clean start. Not looking bad at all. It's the athlete from St. George, the athlete from St. George, from St. Mark, St. George, St. Mark, St. George, St. Mark. It's really close. The fact that they are now using the rules for discipline in the upper category, I'm wondering
there seems
if
to have
there might
been
be some
lane
infringement. Again,
there seems to have been some lane infringement.
I really hope that they don't disqualify it, but I mean, the rules are the rules.
The rules are the rules.
Yeah, the rules are the rules. So 2 athletes ended up in the same lane, St. George and St. Mark, and I guess there will be something to be said about it.
Yeah, St. George seems to have ran out of a lane from 4, finishing 5, and to a certain extent would have impeded the progress
of St. Mark.
Yeah. So there are some discussion among the officials as to if there is a recognition
of the result. We could not see that if they had put up a flag, like a yellow flag. We really didn't know if they said that there's an infringement. But based on the results that's coming up on the screen, we are seeing that it seemed to be Jada Joseph of St. George has been given the win. And let's see how that would affect what's going forward.
Yes, because there was a clear lane infringement. However, as we would have said earlier, there were a bit of confusion with the marking right at the start of the 100-meter mark.
Yeah.
The big boys are up next. It's the 100 meters for under 15 boys. And in lane 1, Theo Street representing St. George, Dante Oliver representing St. Patrick, Kelson Aberdeen representing St. Andrew, Dijon Joseph representing Carriacou and Petit Martinique. So it's nice to see Carriacou and Petit Martinique. In this one, Javal Braffett representing St. David, Kadon Nicholas representing St. Mark, and representing St. John, Endon St. Paul.
Didn't Endon win the 1200? The 1200 for open. St. John.
St. Paul. There was an end on St. Paul.
We'll have to pay attention to that. Yeah, so it's possible he's running distance as well as sprints. But it's good to see they're getting ready for the under 15 boys. Good to see Carriacou is in the under 15 boys 100 meter, and we look forward to a brilliant race. And I'm sure, as I said, we want to see the best coming out of each race, the best athlete, the best talent, the best potential that we have in Grenada, so that we can nurture. And we're hoping that they can graduate and move into clubs, and where you have good coaches, well-learned coaches who understand children and be able to work with the boys and the girls, understanding the age group that they're dealing with.
Absolutely. And we will keep you up to date in case there's any change or revision with the under 15 girls that would have just ended, where seemingly there was some infraction in terms of lanes. So it's a boy under 15, 100 meters.
Yeah. So Endon St. Paul would have won the 1200 and is now participating in the 100 meters. That is what you would call variety, flexibility, and just an overall great athlete, wonderful athlete, talent.
Simply put, youthfulness.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, he seemed to be everywhere. But again, those are not abnormal. You've had brilliant multidiscipline sporting personalities in Grenada. Even Junior Murray was once a football keeper,
yes,
and then got into cricket. Yes. Anderson Peters was a sprinter. Yes, and as a matter of fact, I was surprised that he moved from sprinting and specialized in the javelin, when I thought maybe he's one of the better persons that we may have had for a decathlete. I would have thought he would have gone decathlete even more so than Victor and his brother, because he had everything going: long jump, high jump, sprints, 400 meters. He was like everything, and he specialized in the javelin, and he's showing that he made a tremendous decision.
But you would. It is not unusual for complete athletes to do just about anything. So here we go, under 15 boys.
Running out of lane number 1, representing St. George, Theo Street. Out of lane number 2, representing St. Patrick, Dante Oliver. Out of lane number 3, representing St. Andrew, Kelson Aberdeen. Out of lane number 4, representing Carriacou, Dijon Joseph. Out of lane number 5, representing St. David, Javal Braffett. Out of lane number 6, representing St. Mark, Caden Nicholas. And out of lane number 7, representing St. John, your 1500 meter gold medalist, Endon St. Paul. Your field for the boys 100 meter dash under 15 division.
Now let's see if Endon can double up in this one, moving from the 1200 meters to the 100 meters.
They're on to the starters orders. Looking out for Endon, of course, and see how complete an athlete he is. And they're off. Good, clean break. And it's looking like it's going to be tight. It is St. Andrew, St. George, St. Patrick. St. Andrew, St. George, St. Patrick, St. Andrew, St. Wow! It's a blanket finish. St. Andrew, St. Patrick, St. George, and St. David.
There's a real competition for third, fourth.
It's going to be tight.
It's going to be tight.
It's going to be tight. St. George looked to have gotten a brilliant start, of course, and still in the lead there. You could see St. Patrick really trying to keep up with the athlete from St. George, and on his right, St. Andrew looking well, but St. David is really pushing through the last couple of meters, but it seems as if it's going to be, wow.
It looks like St. Andrew.
St. Andrew, St. Patrick, St. David, St. George's look to be run out of the medal.
St. George seems to be fourth.
That's looking fourth.
But let's wait for the official result.
St. Andrew,
Second is Dante Oliver.
St. Patrick,
But it's St. Andrews coming away with it. St. David's in third.
just as we thought.
Just as we thought. St. George was
just run out with the last 5 meters to go.
So it is St. Andrew with the gold medal position, with St. Patrick silver and Shavol Raffet from St. David in the bronze medal position.
Again.
And here is the
photo finish.
Here's a photo finish confirming what we have just vocalized.
Yep. Very close, extremely close. It's a hair's breadth, to be honest.
That's
what saying?
That's a sprint race.
It is. Oh, those are tight. Those are tight.
First and second, third and fourth.
Yeah.
Photo finish.
So I suspect we will be having some medal ceremony in a short while because we're hearing the music, and I suspect that at this time we will be having the representatives from the Co-op Bank coming in to do some sort of an interview at some point. We will see about that in a short while. But of course, we need to have Co-op Bank come in and to exercise the fact that the vision for the games, where we go, so that, I mean, we can understand, you know, that our athletes are in strong hands.
We will have that interview with Co-op Bank a little later in the day.
Okay.
So as of now, just a quick recap of what has happened so far. We would have seen right at the start, we would have started with the 1200 meters, and that was competitive enough itself, both boys and girls. And then the short sprints start with the younger kids under 7 right up to the 100 meters that we would have just witnessed under 15 boys. And the quality of the competition is what speaks loud at this time. The competitiveness of the athletes. I mean, when you have a sport where the determination of the winners are determined by photo finish, you are speaking volume. So there's a medal presentation. We will switch to the medal presentation to
please welcome Minister for Education
to get a complete reflection and presentation of medal winners at this time.
Yep, and that would be a good segue to get into at this time the medal presentation ceremony. And the fact that we have our ministers being here tells us the emphasis they're placing. So, our medal presentation.
Girls 60 meters, under 7. Bronze medalist, Jaheda Williams, St. John. 10.98 seconds. Silver medalist, Kamaya John, St. George. Kamaya John, St. George, 10.93 seconds. And your gold medalist, Jewel Collier, St. David, 10.53 seconds. Event 32, boys 60 meters, under 7. Presenting your bronze medalist, Keon Roberts, Karaku. A time of 10.88 seconds. Silver medalist, Jaden Wilson, St. John. 10.57 seconds. Your gold medalist, Khalid Tyson, St. Andrew. 10.48 seconds. Event 33, girls 80 meters, under 9. Presenting your bronze medalist, Kalia Philip, St. Andrew. 12.57 seconds. Silver medalist, Kaylana Fletcher, St. David. 12.51 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, now your gold medalists, Janelle Canhai, St. Patrick. A time of 12.32 seconds. Event 34, boys, 80-meter dash under 9. Bronze medalist Donrick Edwards, St. Andrew, 12.13 seconds. Silver medalist Michael Richards, St. John, 12.12 seconds. And your gold medalist, Kamal Jones, representing St. George, 11.84 seconds. Thank you very much, Minister for Education, Honorable David Andrew. Now please welcome Mr. Will Vaughn Granger, Chief Experience Officer at Grenada Cooperative Bank. Event 35, girls 100 meters under 11. Bronze medalists, Amira Cato, St. Mark, 14.88 seconds. Silver medalists, Ashel Romaine, St. Patrick, 14.66 seconds. Now your gold medalists, Leah Rose Charles, St. George, a time of 14.58 seconds. Event 36, boys 100 meters under 11. Bronze medalist Alex Lendor, Carriacou, 14.21 seconds. Silver medalist Akadon McIntosh, St. Patrick, 14.15 seconds. Presenting your gold medalist, Alex Alexander, representing St. Andrew, a time of 14.02 seconds. Event 37, girls 100 meters under 13. Presenting your bronze medalist, Kadisha Frank, Carriacou, 13.69 seconds. Silver medalist, Tasha Street, St. George, 13.55 seconds. And your gold medalist, Raynell Cockburn, St. Andrew, 13.49 seconds. Event 38, boys 100 meters under 13. Bronze medalist, Giovanni Daniel, St. David, 13.22 seconds. Silver medalist, Philip Mitchell, St. Andrew, 12.50 seconds. Your gold medalist, Kendon Worm, St. George, 12.49 seconds. Event 39. Girls 100 meters under 15. Presenting your bronze medalist, Zaina Moraine, St. Patrick. 14.63 seconds. So we invite the switch. Zaina Moraine, position 3, bronze medalist, St. Patrick. So St. John, number 2, and St. Patrick, number 3. So Zaina Moraine, St. Patrick. Zaina Moraine, St. John. Correction, Zaina Moraine, St. John, bronze medalist. Now to your silver medalist. So on the podium at the moment, we have the silver medalist, St. John. And this is Maya Joseph. Please remain on the podium. We are going to go now to the bronze first position gold medalist, Micaiah Frederick, St. Mark. Okay, very well. Thank you very much. We can go to event 40, boys 100 meters under 15. Bronze medalist Javol Brathwaite, St. David. .40 seconds. And we have a tie for position 1 between Dante Oliver, St. Patrick, and Kelshon Aberdeen, St. Andrew. A time of 12.34 seconds. Congratulations, a tie for the gold medalist position, of course. St. Andrew and St. Patrick. Congratulations. Thank you so very much, Mr. Will Von Granger, Chief Experience Officer at Grenada Cooperative Bank. Before him, Minister for Education, Honorable David Andrew. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Hello, Grenada. It's TGIF time again with the NLA. Thank goodness it's Friday. Every Friday in March, place 5 bets or more in a single ticket purchase on Cash 4, Pick 3 or Play Away. You automatically receive a Quick Pick inline ticket valued at $1. NLA is giving back more plays, more chances, more opportunities, and more prizes. Remember, when you play, you are supporting sports, culture, and nation building. Promotion ends March 31st. You must be 18 years and over to participate.
Good afternoon, viewers and listeners. Welcome to the National Lotteries Authority's Daily Pick 3 Midday Draw for today, Thursday, March 16th, 2023. I am Anisha Charles. With me this afternoon is Ms. Giselle Alexander from PKF Accountants and Business Advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that this show is conducted in an accountable manner and the game balls with industry standards and in the way standard with. This time with tickets at hand, it's Daily Pick 3. It pays to play. Good luck. First of this afternoon is check your tickets in the meantime. First number is 4, second number. Second number is 8. Third and final number. Final number is 1. Let's recap those numbers. It's on the screen. Check your tickets. First number up is 4. The second, 8. Third and final is 1. So that's 4, 8, and 1. Congratulations, all winners. For Daily Pick 3 tickets drawn this morning, we had a total prize payout of $56,135 with a total of 85 winners. And of course, congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Tune in next to get the Daily Cash for Draw. We'll see you soon.
Do you know, when you play the games of the National Lotteries Authority, you are supporting sports, culture, and nation building in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique?
Hi, I am Junior Murray, cricket coach, sports enthusiast, and a former West Indies cricketer. I endorse the games of the NLA 100%. For the past 40 years, the NLA has been funding many sporting activities, including competition for schools and clubs, and for athletes to participate in overseas tournaments such as the Carifta Games and regional cricket tournaments. Additionally, they made it possible for you, the public, to view local, regional, and international tournaments from the comfort of your homes. For those reasons, I play the game of the NLA. Even if I do not win, I know Grenada always wins.
Yes, when you play all the games, the NLA in turn supports sports, culture, and nation-building activities throughout the Tri-Island state.
Welcome back, everyone, to another Daily Cash for Midday Draw for today, Thursday, March 16th, 2023. I am Anisha Charles. With me again is Ms. Chisel Alexander from PKF Accountants and Business Advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that this show is conducted in fair accounting manner, with the game balls with industry standards and in no way tampered with. This time, your tickets at hand. It's Daily Cash for more plays, bigger prizes. Let's find out what this afternoon's winning numbers will be. Good luck to you. Okay, check your tickets. First number for this afternoon is. First number up is 3. Second number. Second number is 1. Third number up. Third number is 5. Fourth final number. Final number is 3. Let's recap those numbers. It's on the screen. First number up is 3. The second, 1. Third, 5. Fourth and final is 3. So that's 3, 1, 5, and 3. Congratulations, all winners. For Daily Cash for tickets drawn this morning, we had a total prize payout of $2,900 with a total of 16 winners. Congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Tune in next, we got to play with draw. We'll see you really soon.
Hello, Grenada. It's TGIF time again with the NLA. Thank goodness it's Friday. Every Friday in March, place 5 bets or more in a single ticket purchase on Cash 4, Pick 3, or Play Away. You automatically receive a Quick Pick inline ticket valued at $1. NLA is giving back more plays, more chances, more opportunities, and more prizes. Remember, when you play, you are supporting sports, culture, and nation building. Promotion ends March 31st. You must be 18 years and over to participate.
Welcome back, everyone, to another Play with Midday Draw for today, Thursday, March 16th, 2023. I am Anisha Charles. With me once again is Ms. Chisel Alexander from PKF Accountants and Business Advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that this show is conducted in a fair accounting manner, with the game balls with industry standards and in no way tampered with. Let's play with, value your dreams, and win your way. Good luck. This afternoon's winning 3 number is, check it tickets to the meantime. Your winning player number for today is 5. Let's recap the number, 05. 5 represents the dream symbol dog. Congratulations, all winners. For player tickets drawn this morning, we had a total prize payout of $105,576 with a total of 795 winners. And of course, congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Reminding you as always to go out and get your tickets for tonight's games, because when you do, you help to support sports, culture, and nation building. Thanks for joining us. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Do you know when you play the games of the National Lotteries Authority, you are supporting sports, culture, and nation building in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique?
Hi, I am Junior Murray, cricket coach, sports enthusiast, and a former West Indies cricketer. I endorse the games of the NLA 100%. For the past 40 years, the NLA has been funding many sporting activities, including competition for schools and clubs, and for athletes to participate in overseas tournaments such as the Carifta Games and the regional cricket tournaments. For those reasons, I play the game of the NLA. Even if I do not win, I know Grenada always wins.
Yes, when you play all the games, the NLA in turn supports sports, culture, and nation-building activities throughout the Tri-Island state.
Welcome to the Shopping Guide, the place where you can find the best products and services in Grenada. Sunrise Diagnostic Center, Unit Number 9, the new NS Building, Melville Street, St. George, caters for your medical and laboratory needs with same-day results. Book your appointment today for ECG, ultrasounds, X-ray, physiotherapy, nutrition counseling, and more. A 24-hour on-call service is also available. For more information, call Sunrise Diagnostic Center on 440-3709 or 415-9522.
Are you a small business and would like your business to grow? Do you have an event, products, or services that people should know about? Be wise. Advertise. Book your spot on GBN Shopping Guide. Be part of Grenada's biggest advertising media, the Grenada Broadcasting Network. Call our sales department now on 440-2446 or 440-3033 or GBN plus the number sign. Email us at sales@gbn.gd. Special conditions apply.
Locked in front of a television station, but one of the devices. And we are back on the track. We'll get back to Bascom
Yes.
shortly.
Amira Noel, lane number 5 from St. Mark, your 100-meter bronze medalist Amira Cato. Lane number 6 from St. David, Raina Hosford. And in lane number 7 from St. George, your 100-meter gold medalist today, Leah Rose Charles. Your field for event number 41, the girls 300-meter run under 11.
300 meters under 11. They are starting at the 300-meter mark, almost one full lap around this 400-meter track. And they are on the starters orders.
And Leah Rose Charles has been said to be won the 100 meters, and she's moving into the 300 meters, and hopefully
that's a 300-meter run under 11 girls.
So it's Leah Rose, is the athlete from St. Mark and from Carriacou, coming around the back straight. So it's still Leah Rose, it's still the athlete from Carriacou.
Under 11 girls, another 150 meters to go.
Yep, it's Leah Rose still, followed by the athlete from Carriacou. Looking pretty well.
Around the bend into the straightaway. St. George's is there. St. John's. And they're going to come into the finish line. St. Andrews is on the inside. A race to the finish. Yes. Yes. Looking like St. George's unofficially. Unofficially. Leah Rose Charles.
So yes, it seemed to be Leah Rose Charles. She seemed to have been impeded somewhere, but she powered through to the end. But based on what we are seeing, it is still Leah Rose Charles, winner of the 300. So she did not seem to impede anyone, but she felt a little bit confused somewhere along the line, and she got back to her lane and decided, well, I've got to run. And so she seemed to have powered through to the end, and hopefully, for all intents and purposes, she would have been the winner of the 300 meter, followed by St. Andrew, followed by Carriacou. Good run by Leah Rose Charles.
Very good run. A very good looking athlete, actually. Very, very good looking athlete. For an under 11 athlete, she looks quite powerful. She looks quite powerful. I would not be at all surprised if there has been some formal training that would have gone into this young lady's run today.
Probably I should pop in here. Again, Leah Rose is from South St. George Government School. And to be honest, Leah Rose has never seen much training, minus when she came to South St. George Government School. In essence, she has not participated in a public sporting event. But I think having come to South St. George and settling into what's a normal school environment, came into grade 4, and where she still is, and settling into a normal environment, I mean, you could see she's recognizing the potential, the talent that she has. She's natural. And so this is the first year of real active competition at any athletic competitive level. And it's this seemed to be a very talented young lady.
She looks good, and as has been said repeatedly, it's a marriage of talent. Talent alone is not going to do it. It's a marriage of talent, wanting. If there's one word for this, talent married with wanting something, then you're going to see good results.
Yeah. What I enjoyed about the race, Leah Rose was second or third for a short while, and I said this is the first time she's been tested on the track. Let me see what she's made of. And I was pleasantly surprised to see she did not give in. And that for me is the hallmark of a performance for today, and I'd go back to my school and feel good.
Wonderful run.
Yes.
49.29 seconds. The winner, Leah Rose Charles, St. George. From St. Andrew, 49.88 seconds, Karina Phillip. And in third position, Rena Horsford from St. David, 50.11 seconds. The next event on the track would be the male version of this, the under 11 300 meters. Lane 1, Keaton Lalian, St. David. Giovanni Davinia, St. Mark. Alex Lendor, Carriacou and Pitimatney. Tyrese James, St. Patrick. Dimitri Sabazan, St. John. Caden Batiste, St. George. And Alex Alexander, St. Andrew. What you would have noticed here, most of the names in this 300 meters, as was in the 300 meters for girls, they are repeat from the 100 meters.
Yep.
And that seems to suggest these are sprinters.
Yep.
So this is most sprinters you see they would do the 60, the 1, the 2, and the 4. And this is the version of the 400 meters for these young people under 11, 300 meters.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice to see. And we really want them to do well again. We're really hopeful that they'll just give the best. And we are just happy to be able to bring commentary to you, to the viewing public of TNR Communications, whatever other media outlet that you're on, and other platform, whether it's YouTube or Facebook that you're viewing it. We are really, really, really privileged to be able to bring commentary to you to our Co-op Bank National Primary School Athletic Meet for the first time in 4 years. Antoine, we're really, really proud and privileged to be in this position.
Yes, we are. Let's go onto the track.
Your field for event number 42, the boys 300-meter run under 11.
So they're on the marks. Once again, Lalian, Tavania, Lendor, James, Sabizan, Batiste, Alexander. And they're off. It's a good, clean start. Oh, wow. Wow. We're seeing a false start. I guess they will give them a warning and not a DQ, because I've seen them give warnings already morning. So we believe those will continue to follow. But as we've said that, I also gather that there has been a disqualification at the under 15 with the St. George athlete in the 100 meter being disqualified because she impeded other athletes.
And that was not surprising because and it was the impeding that would have caused a disqualification, not necessarily the crossing of the lanes.
Correct.
But the crossing of the lanes that would prevent another athlete from advancing. That's what would have caused the disqualification there.
Yep. So she did impede because once she got into the lane where the St. Mark athlete was, it further impeded another athlete. So it was like a domino effect, you know, like an accident where there is a series of pile-ups. That I think we did not allow them any room to wriggle, but to apply the rules in this case.
And one has to really say a word in terms of the marking of the track at the start of the 100 meters. It can, if they have not done it before, pose some confusion as it has with the younger children.
Yep. And I guess if there's any mercy to be gotten from that and anything considerations to be had, the officials would have to keep that in mind. Again, that's why they are called children.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So we are going to have a restart of the 300 meters boys under 11. Again in lane 1, Keaton Lalion, Giovanni Tavinier in lane 2, Alex Lendor from Carrico and Petit Matnik in lane 3, Tyrese James, St. Patrick representing St. Patrick in lane 4, representing St. John, Dimitri Sabazan, representing St. George, Kadon Batiste, and representing St. Andrew, Alex Alexander. Once again, they are back on the starters orders. See if we can have a clean break this time.
I did not see any of the officials go to any of the lanes and apply a warning flag or warning mark. So maybe everything is clean still. Whatever happened probably might have been some other malfunction that would have led to the false start. We're hoping for the young ones' sake. They've been really waiting for moments like these, and to be disqualified is really not the best that you'd want to have. So they're on the mark and they're waiting for the starters' orders. And I'm sure Michael might still, Bascom, all the way in Phoenix, Arizona, would still be listening. Michael, you have been doing a tremendous job bringing to the fore issues and talents that Grenada has on the circuit in the United States. Athletes who are budding, who are doing well. I mean, Michael has been doing a tremendous job, and I really want to congratulate you for the passion that you have in ensuring that we do not forget our young athletes who are in the United States and in other areas, and they are doing well. We want to call, even at this time, there's this athlete from Petit Matnik, Asheria Ino, doing well in the high jump. Jamora Alves, also from Carrico, who's doing well in the shot put. I'm not so sure she's at the javelin, but they're off at the time. Oh, there goes something again. And let's see what is going to happen. But St. Andrew is really hearing down that back straight. It's really St. Andrew who stamped his authority on this 300 meters. But you cannot take your eyes off the athlete from St. Patrick. He's on the inside, and he's doing very, very well. Can he hold on to his position? So it is St. Patrick who is doing well. St. Patrick, St. Andrew, and St. John, they are looking to be
taking the top 3 position, but there comes St. Mark. St. Mark on the inside in lane number 2. St. Mark, St. Patrick, St. Mark, St. Patrick. Can St. Patrick find his way through? St. Patrick on the line seemed to have taken with last meter to go, and Bernard.
Wait for the official result. That's another very close one. And close as this in a 300-meter race. So it shows the level of competition there. But good to see St. Mark distinguishing himself here. I think this is the first time we have called their names in the top 3 for the afternoon.
That's correct. And it was really nice to see him really giving his everything. But that athlete from St. Patrick, shorter in stature, much more powerfully built, seemed not to have anything called giving up in him. He's really pressing right through to the end. And it seems to be St. Patrick, St. Mark.
It is St. Mark. It is St. Mark on the line.
On the line.
47.29 seconds. Giovanni Tavini is the winner of the 300 meters boys under 11. Second position, Akedon McIntosh, 47.30 seconds. Very, very close indeed. And Dimitri Sabazan bringing up the third position in 50.35 seconds.
But it was a good run, and you could see purpose, you could see determination. That's the word.
Yes.
Determination in that run from all 3 as a matter of everyone across the board. You could have seen the determination that no matter what, I want to finish this race. And it speaks well for what is going to happen for the future with those guys. Speaks very well.
Bascom and the rest of you who are watching and listening to us, we welcome your thoughts. And here is the confirmation of the result. So by a head.
This is absolute. I'm wondering what is it, if there is a neck. I'm looking at the neck.
Yes, it is the first part of the body.
I think it's the neck. So by a neck.
By a neck. and it's not horse racing.
Oh my goodness.
That's a confirmation there. And again, when you have this close races, it shows a level of degree of competitiveness among the athletes. They are not giving up. They are not giving up right on to the end. Now the next event on the track is event number 3. It's the girls 400 meters under 13. Longer version, 400 meters under 13. Here are the lanes. Janaya Welch, representing St. David in lane 1. Representing St. George, Janelle Smith, lane 2. Kellyanna Modeste, lane 3, representing St. Andrew. From Carrico and PT Martin is Kadisha Frank. St. John, Dawana George. St. Mark, Hanaya Tavinia, representing St. Mark in lane 6. And Xenia Alexis representing St. Patrick in lane 7.
And that is the 400 meters.
400 meters girls under 13.
This is going to be good. We are getting to the big girls, as we see.
This is the big girls.
Yeah. So Welsh, Smith, Modeste, Frank, George, Tavernier, Alexis, St. Patrick in lane 7, Tavernier in lane 6. George, St. John in lane 5, Frank Carrico, lane 4, Carrico and Petit Matnik, lane 4, Modeste, lane 3, St. Andrew Smith, lane 2, St. George, Welsh, St. David, lane number 1.
One complete run around the track, so 1 lap. This is a 1 lap event, 400 meters, and they momentarily we should see the start of this race. And the crowds begin to pick up, Adams. The crowds are beginning to pick up. Not very much persons are on the bleachers as yet. Maybe for good reasons too. That son is down there.
Yeah, but nonetheless, I mean, based on what I've seen, we have really, really good crowding. I mean, cheering on the athletes, and I mean, I'm very, very happy with the response from the Grenadian public to our young boys and girls at the primary level. Hopefully, we'll see that spill over into the intercourse secondary level, where we are going to have our bigger boys and girls taking part. We want to show them our love, our support for all the work that they have been doing and coming through to that point. So our intercall is going to come up soon, the 28th, 29th, and 30th, and we look forward to seeing tremendous performances by our athletes and making the standards for our premier event.
David Janaya Welsh.
That is Carifta Games
lane number 2 representing
2023.
St. George.
Yes.
Janelle Smith.
So
out of lane number 3 representing St. Andrew, Kenzie Mudu. Out of lane number 4 representing Carriacou, your 100-meter bronze medalist today, Kadisha Frank. Out of lane number 5, representing St. John, Joanna George. Out of lane number 6, representing St. Mark, Hanaya Tavernier. And out of lane number 7, representing St. Patrick, Xenia Alexis. Your field for the girls' 400-meter run under 13 division. The record for this event, set in 2017 by Aria Joseph of St. Andrew. Her time, 1 minute, 2.54 seconds.
So we're getting ready for the start of the 400-meter under 15 girls. This is what you call the bigger girls at the primary level. They're on the marks and they're getting ready to go. A big shout out to, other than Michael Bascom in the United States, as a matter of fact, in Phoenix, Arizona, want to shout out my good buddy out in Brooklyn, New York, Kervin Duncan, athlete, marathon runner. We're glad that you're paying attention and listening, and we know your family has a record of track and field. So Diane has a son who is running. We want him to do well, maybe more than one. Let her know that we are encouraging him and we are behind him, because of course he's from Carriacou. So hello Kevin, passing my regards to the family out in Brooklyn, New York.
So it's a girls 400 meters under 13. The time to beat 1 minute 2.54 seconds. Let's see how they do on the starters orders.
And that's a clean start. Not a fast start from any of the athletes, to be honest, but let's see what is happening. It's going to unfold nicely. The athlete from St. George's long strides, but the athlete from Carriacou and Petit Matnik seem to be saying, hey, I'm not going to wait on any of you to wind up. I'm going to wind up quickly. But there she's now followed by the athlete from St. Andrew and St. George. So this seems to be going down the back straight. It is Carriacou, it is St. Andrew, it is St. George. But this is a 400 meters, so there's time to think and to strategize and twine. So let's see what is going to happen. Lane 2, it is St. George. Lane 3, it is St. Andrew. Lane 4, Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Let's see what is going to happen. So it is St. Andrew, it is Carriacou and Petit Martinique, it is St. George. Let's see if she's going to finish. St. Andrew seems to be finishing well. St. George seems to be slowing down. St. David seems to be catching up. Oh my goodness, there goes the athlete from St. George out of the race. It is Carriacou and Petit Martinique second, followed by the athlete from St. David.
Very competitive.
Very competitive.
Very competitive. And the winning athlete, she would have strategized. You could have seen some sort of a strategy in her as a race unfolded.
Yeah.
And she had enough in the tank at the end.
And she's still smiling. This is beautiful. She's really able to wave for someone. Yes,
she really does.
Very nice.
She
very
really
nice.
seems as though she had something to add at the end. And the time, her time is 1 minute 5.85 seconds. some ways off the record, but it's a good run nonetheless. Second position, Carriacou and Pitimati, Kadisha Frank, 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Yep, so good run again. What we are seeing is not surprising if you find one or two athletes having to be taken off and massaged and so, because it's years that we haven't been exposed to that type of competitive environment. So the body, they have trained but not been running as they normally do. So I'm not surprised, but nonetheless we want to see them all do well.
And at that age, you can only but encourage them. So it was St. Andrew in the gold medal position, Carriacou and Pitimati silver, and in the bronze medal position, St. David's Janaya Welch.
So well done to the medal winners, but also well done to all the other athletes who participated in this in the 400 meters. We are really having a wonderful time down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Actually, Kirani was with us this morning, the ambassador for Co-op Bank, and he visited and walked around the stadium and greeted everyone, and it was such a wonderful experience for the athletes to have him. We are having the boys now getting ready for their 400 meters.
On the track, 400 meters boys, under 13, lane 1. Riche Levi, St. Mark. Javin Joseph, St. Andrew, lane 2. From St. David's, Jensen Mitchell. From St. George, Alion James. Nikwan Roberts, representing Carriacou and Pitimati. Isaiah McLeod, St. Patrick. And Amer Ellis, St. John, in lane 7.
Out of lane number 6, representing St. Patrick, Isaiah McLeod.
And out of lane number 7, representing St. John, Amory Ellis. Your field for the boys 400-meter run under 13 division. The record for this event stands at 57.89 seconds, set in 2017 by Tagon Peterkin of St. George.
So the record set by Tagon Peterkin, who is still doing some running, we can still see him involved, and I suspect we saw him at national champs, and hopefully should be at the Intercol Games. We want to see the best of our athletes, so Tagon is still around. So it is Levi, Joseph, Mitchell, James, Roberts, McLeod, and Ellis as they go on to the marks for the 400 meters run. It's a clean start. They're off. Not looking bad at all. Still, St. George has gone past the athlete from St. David or Carriacou. Actually, the athlete from Carriacou has a black. But the athlete from St. John's is really hearing down the back straight. He's looking strong. He's doing well. The athlete from St. Patrick is also looking well. Nice long strides. St. George's is there also. Don't take your eye off the athlete from St. Andrew in lane number 2. But it is St. George seeming to take the lead. St. George out front. Can he hold on to his position with about 60 meters to go? St. George, he's spurring it on. He's piling it on. But can he hold on? Because the athlete from St. Patrick is coming. The athlete from St. David is doing well. But it is St. George doing well. St. George looking as if he's going to win it. It is Alion James. St. George stamped his authority and came through looking really, really powerful as he powered through to the end. St. George.
Excellent run. 1 minute and 0.63 seconds. Very, very good run from the athlete from St. George there. In the end, easily won.
Easily won.
In second position, athlete from St. Patrick, it's Isaiah McLeod, 1 minute 2 1 minute 0.213 seconds, and Jensen Mitchell representing St. David in 1 minute 0.246 seconds.
Just managed to keep Javin Joseph out of medal position from St. Andrew. Again, that is good for the sport because St. Andrew is way ahead. So every time St. Andrew doesn't get a point, it gives the other parishes some sense of hope that maybe they can be caught. And that's what keeps the competition vibe going. Not that we have anything against St. Andrew, of course, but as competitive as it could be, that's what we would want. Keep the crowd involved, keep the parishes involved, because you're just managing to take a point or two of St. Andrew. A lead of 75 points is nothing to sneeze at, of course.
No. And in fact, the athletes right from the start, they took on the track as a sprint event. No longer starting slow and then speeding up, but you could have seen right from the start they took on this event, 400 meters, as a sprint event, as it should be. We are now into the event number 45. Event number 45, the girls 400 meters under 15. 400 meters under 15 girls, here in lanes. Kayla Fletcher representing St. Andrew, representing St. George. Jada Joseph. Naya Joseph representing St. John. She's in lane 4. Katie Williams from lane 5, representing St. David. Micaiah Frederick. Micaiah seems to be running, doing a lot of running today. Micaiah Frederick, representing St. Mark in lane 6, and representing St. Patrick at lane 7 is Xenia Maureen. So all parishes are represented here. Well, let me make a correction here. I'm not seeing any representation from Carriacou and P.T. Matinique in this event. Let's see if there's a late entry that's not recorded here, but as of now, Carriacou and P.T. Matinique is not represented in this one. It's the girls under 15, 400 meters.
The 800 meters. That was the boys 400?
No, that was under 13. Now it's the girls 400.
3.82 seconds set in 2018 by Rihanna Frederick. The field for this event running out of lane number 2, representing St. Andrew, Kaylin Fletcher. Out of lane number 3, representing St. George, Jada Joseph. Out of lane number 4, representing St. John, your 100-meter silver medalist, Naya Joseph. Out of lane number
5, representing St. David, Katie Williams. Out of lane number 6, representing St. Mark, your 100-meter gold medalist, Micaiah Frederick. And in lane number 7, representing St. Patrick, your 100-meter bronze medalist, Zena Moraine. Your field for the girls' 400-meter run under 15 division.
So there's no representation here for Carriacou and P.T. I think in this one.
I want to believe that you have seen it happen before, so it stands to reason that they do not have under 15 girls represented here.
Yes.
So I think that's it. I mean, and nothing's wrong with that, of course. The fact that most of the athletes are probably going on to the secondary level, because you have under 15s when you have repeaters of the CPA and that sort of a thing. We might have had to do it a second time. First time, a second time, a third time, so you get the under 15s remaining. But if they follow through, then you would not have the under 15s. So it's a clean start for the under 15 girls, 400 meters, and you have, of course, Jada Joseph from St. George, you have Kaylin Fletcher, St. Andrew, Naya Joseph, St. John, Katie Williams in lane 5, St. David, Micaiah Frederick, lane 6, St. Mark, and Zena Morin, St. Patrick in lane number 7. But you can see that it is St. Mark and St. Patrick that seem to be doing most of the running now at present. St. Mark, St. Patrick. That is Zena Moraine of St. Patrick and Micaiah Frederick of St. Mark. Let's see what will happen. We see now the athlete from St. John, that is Nia Joseph. She seemed to be doing a bit well at this time, but the athlete from St. Mark, Micaiah Frederick, seemed to be going completely away from the others. She's looking good, as a matter of fact. Her strides are good, her hand form could be a little bit better, but she seemed to have won it by a canter, by a long way from the others. So
yes.
It is St. Mark coming for St. George in lane number 2. Jada Joseph coming second, and walking across the line is the Andrew from St. John.
Wonderful run.
Wonderful run by this athlete from St. Mark.
Wonderful run.
Yeah.
And it's good to see St. Mark representing there today.
Yes.
A time
really
of
happy.
1 minute 05.06 second.
Yeah.
The athlete from St. Mark, Micaiah Frederick.
Yeah, not a bad run at all. She seemed to be the best
the longer distances.
At the longer distances.
Yes.
Her stride was pretty good. I mean, you could have seen that there is the natural thing in her for running.
She had a measured run.
Yes.
She, at the 200-meter mark, that's when she made her move, and she did not relinquish the lead from 200 right on to the end.
Yes, well done. Well done. Well done. Really well done. So we move to the boys section.
Next on the track is the 400 meters for boys under 15. Nelson Aberdeen representing St. Andrew in lane 2. Dante Oliver representing St. Patrick. From St. Mark is Kadon Nicholas, he's in lane 4. Endon St. Paul in lane 5 representing St. John. Javon Haynes, St. George in lane 6, and Javon Braffett representing St. David's in lane 7. And again, there are no representation here for Carriacou and Pitimatic. And to your point, there seems to have a dearth of athletes under 15 in Carriacou and Pitimatic on this team here. Primary School Games 2023.
And it seems as if, well, they're probably, that's a whole different point, but the issue of compulsory secondary education, moving on, it has taken root in Carriacou much easier than in Grenada, where all of the students are able to move on to the secondary school due to, I guess, numbers and everything else. They're able to move on. So I'm not finding the under 15. It's not surprising that you would not find the under 15s in Carriacou. So that's a good thing anyhow. That's because it means that the students are graduating to the secondary level at an earlier age than on mainland Grenada. So Carriacou and Pitimatnik, no under 15s. So you're just going to pay attention to it, and as we bring you good live commentary from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. So once again, Aberdeen St. Andrew,
Dejon Joseph,
Oliver
Carriacou.
St. Patrick, Nicholas St.
Lane
Mark,
2, Kelson Aberdeen,
St. Paul St. John,
St. Andrews,
Javon St. George,
Lane 3,
Brathwaite St.
Dante
David.
Oliver, St. Patrick's. Lane 4, Kedon Nicholas, St. Mark's. Lane 6, Javon Haynes, St. George's. And running out of lane 7 is Endon St. Paul. Javol Braffett, St. David's.
We seem to have a scratch in
And of course,
lane
we
5.
sorry don't have Endon with us. Endon did well in the 1200 meter opening event.
Must have picked up an injury or something.
So Endon seemed to be the athlete that's well-rounded. So he's won the 1200. He took part in the 100, and is the 200. And now he's probably taking a breather. So he's decided not to run the 400.
Yeah, he's out of this one.
Yes. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 athletes represented. 6 parishes represented. Carriacou is there at the under 15. They're off, clean start, and let's see what happens. It's looking to be a nice, clean, even Sullivan race. The athlete from St. Mark's has decided to take up the running, and he's really moving quickly out front. But the athlete Patrick has decided that he's going to respond. So who has responded? It is St. Mark and St. Patrick responding. But St. Andrew has also decided, hey, going down the back street, I cannot let these folks out of sight. So St. Andrew has also responded. So now it's a race between St. Patrick and St. Andrew. Let's see what is going to happen. Under 15 boys, it is St. Patrick out front, having made the final bend. St. Patrick, St. Andrew, St. George. St. Patrick, St. Andrew, St. George. St. Patrick, St. Andrew, St. George. Let's see what will happen. St. Patrick, St. Andrew, St. George, but now St. David has come through to take third. St. Patrick, St. Andrew, St. David, followed by the athlete from St. George.
Now, that was a good run.
It was. It was.
That was a good run. And you could have seen the athlete kept looking back to ensure, even as tired as he was, to reach the finish line in position number 1.
I mean, his whole demeanor was just, once I can keep you off, that would be just enough because I did the hard work up front. So I'm just want to keep you off.
So from St. Patrick, it's Dante Oliver. Sub 60 seconds, 59.67. Nelson Aberdeen, 1 minute and 0.06 seconds. And third position is Javon Braffett with Javon Haynes in the fourth position from St. George.
So that's your medal positions. That's the position of the athletes in the boys 400. Oliver, St. Patrick, Aberdeen, St. Andrew, Brathwaite, St. David, and Haynes, St. George. Good run by all the athletes. Really good to see them giving 100% in those runs.
We will now have a medal presentation.
.208 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean medal presentation. Please welcome the Honorable Andy Williams, Minister for Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation. Event 41, girls 300 meters under 11. Bronze medalist, Raina Hosford, St. David, 50.11 seconds. Silver medalist, Cariana Phillips, St. Andrew, 49.88 seconds. Gold medalist Leah Rose Charles, St. George, 49.29 seconds. Event 42, boys 300 meters under 11. Bronze medalist Dimitri Sabazan, St. John, 50.35 seconds. Silver medalist Akadon McIntosh, St. Patrick, 47.30 seconds. Now your gold medalist Giovanni Tavernier, St. Mark, 47.29 seconds. Event 43, girls 400 meters under 13. Presenting your bronze medalist, Janaya Welch, St. David. 1 minute, 08.46 seconds. Silver medalist, Kadisha Frank, Karaku. 1 minute, 08.30 seconds. Your gold medalist, Kenzie Mudu, St. Andrew. 1 minute, 05.85 seconds. Event 44, boys 400 meters under 13. Presenting your bronze medalist, Jensen Mitchell, St. David. 1 minute, 02.46 seconds. Silver medalist, Isaiah McLeod, St. Patrick. 1 minute, 02.13 seconds. And your gold medalist, Allion James, St. George. 1 minute, 63 seconds. Event 45, girls 400 meters under 15. Bronze medalist Nia Joseph, St. John. One minute, 05.06 seconds. Silver medalist now, Jada Joseph, St. George. 1 minute, 08.87 seconds. And your gold medalist, Micaiah Frederick, St. Mark. 1 minute, 05.06 seconds. Event 46, boys 400 meters under 15. Here's your bronze medalist, Javal Brathwaite, St. David. 1 minute, 01. 1 minute, 1 second. Silver medalist, Kelson Aberdeen, St. Andrew. 1 minute, 6 seconds. And your gold medalist, Dante Oliver, St. Patrick, 59.67 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much. The Honorable Andy Williams, Minister for Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation. You're a part of Court Bank National Primary Schools Games right here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. Thank you so much for being part of the experience. It's a true delight to have all of you here with us today. Continue to support excellence on the track and field. Thank you so much. It's a real delight. Thank you all. More competition, more excitement in just a moment.
Co-op Bank introduces e-payments, our new e-banking feature that allows you to make payments online hassle-free. Save time by paying your bills online. Transfer money to accounts at other local and regional banks. Send wire transfers on the go to anywhere in the world, or send money to friends or family using Buddy Payment. E-payments, the swift, simple, and secure way of transferring money.
Welcome home.
We set out to build something, not for us, but for you. In 1932, we set out on a mission to establish an institution that catered to the financial needs of every Grenadian. We envisioned a space where our people felt secure and welcome to do business with familiar faces. This was more than a commercial enterprise. Because we considered you to be family, we saw ourselves as building more than just a bank. We likened this establishment to a house. Since we opened our doors in 1933, you've remained with us ever since, growing with us and saving with us, but most importantly, trusting us to safeguard your interests. Through unrest and turmoil, you put your faith in us to be the shelter against adversity. Your trust is the foundation upon which we continue to build to provide stability and support for your dreams and aspirations. Your trust helped our family to grow, and as we grew, your needs grew in tandem. So we developed, expanding our accommodations to make you comfortable, transforming our humble abode to a modern center of business and commerce, while preserving our warm, friendly, family atmosphere. As we furnished our house with efficient services, you decorated our offices, walkways, and counters with smiles, love, and satisfaction, giving us the impetus to improve and do more. It took vision to build this establishment, and our vision has always revolved around the well-being of our people. It is vision that continues to guide our development, a vision of growth, a vision of expansion, a vision of the future. A vision that recognizes that the world is a global village and that technology has become an integral part of our lives. A vision that embraces the efficiencies of technology and its importance in diversifying our corporate and retail portfolios. A vision that represents your vision, your interests, and your needs. You see, we built a house, but it didn't take us long to realize that people, our people, make it home. Welcome home.
244.5 points. St. David's in second position, 278.5 points. St. George's 278.5 points. And out front on 367 points, defending champions, St. Andrews. Anybody supporting St. Andrews? I can't hear you. Anybody supporting St. Andrews? St. Andrews leading the point standing after event number 46, 367 points. St. George's in second, 278.5 points. St. David's in third, 244.5. St. Patrick's in fourth, 242. St. John's in fifth, 174.5. St. Carriacou, 174 in sixth. And St. Mark's, 131.5. Presentation. When we come back on the track, it will be the 800-meter runner girls open and the 800-meter runner boys open. That's event number 47 and 48. Then we move to event number 49, the girls 80-meter run on the 7, the boys 80-meter run on the 7, the girls 150 on the 9, and the boys 150 on the 9. So all of the events on the track are final events. And again, we'd like to thank Co-op Bank, our title sponsor, for yet another year of athletic championship. I'd like to thank Blue Bubbles for introducing to us the digital advertising that's on stream, and all of the other sponsors, who have made it. Thank you so much to the Royal Grenada Police Force and all of the police officers who are on duty today. We'd like to thank you, and the medical staff, the National Stadium Authority, the medal presentation party. Thank you so much. I'd like to say a special thank you to all of the ladies at the protocol desk. All of the ladies at the protocol desk. Thank you so much, ladies. The medal presentation party, Mrs. Vida Bruno Victor and team, thank you. And to all the officials, the track officials, the director of the game, Kwame, and your team, thank you. We're now officially on a break. And when we come back, more action on the track.
CEF is for me and you. Beyond COVID, CEF is for me and you. Caribbean Economic Forum move. Beyond COVID, CEF is for me and you. Caribbean Economic Forum. Log on, tune in, and join the conversations and engage with the experts. Help to find common solutions for common problems during this COVID situation. We find it to protect our livelihood across the nation. This is for we to learn, share ideas and concerns, to live life like we deserve. We must change we mindset first. Build strong economies, closer societies. We all have a duty. CEF is for me and you. Beyond COVID, CEF is for me and you. Caribbean Economic
what you have to offer, what you have to give. They underestimate you, but you've got to let your light shine. Shine out the darkness, shine out the fear, and rise like the sun. Sometimes they look at you and they don't see nothing more but this greatness in all of us. It's all stored in you. And though they say things to your face to break you down and mess away, oh no, don't let them win. Yeah. And though they laugh and though they jeer when you fail and no one cares, oh no, you can't give in. We are more than what they see. Come on, let your light shine through. We are more. Go ahead and live your dream and show them what it means. We are more. Sometimes you get so lost that you feel you can't go on, and sometimes things fall apart so that you can rebuild better than the sun. Oh, be strong. And though they say things to your face to break you down and mess away, oh no, don't let them win. Yeah. And though they laugh and though they jeer when you fail and no one cares, oh no, you can't give in. We are more than what they see. Come on, let your light shine through. We are more. Go ahead and live your dream and show them what it means. We are Nobody said that the road it was easy. Nobody said that the road it was straight. Don't forget you have it all still within you. The power never dies once you are awake. They didn't realize what you had to go through. The things you did, the work you stayed up late. Oh, you're the underdog. It's only up from air and you will never fall. We are more than what they see. Come on, let your light shine through. We are more. Go ahead and live your dream and show them what it means. We are more than what they see. Come on, let your light shine through. We are more. Go ahead and live your dream and show them what it means. We are
Me done graduate, now them thing done stop. Me no pre-January for no edit, not chop. Me no resolution, not a one-stop shop. Every day I chase my dreams, so me never say new year, new me. Every chance me I get, me analyze and tweak, and not keep ties with them liars, nah she. From long man, winner. Long time man, winner. So I must strive to pay a toll. Every day I chase my dreams, so me never have to say no, yeah, no me. Every chance me I get me analyze and tweak, and not keep ties with the lions, not sheep. So every day that I work on winner. Live my life like a winner. Every day I chase my dreams, so me never have to say no, yeah, no me. Every chance me I get me analyze and tweak, and not keep ties with the lions, not sheep. From long man I winner. Champagne like a winner. Live my life like a winner. Celebrate like a winner. One dedicate this one to the youths. From the day in school and then I play the fool, then you's a winner. Boca, SAS, BBC, SJC, Westerhall, everyone.
Girl, you are my Grenadian smiling beauty, yeah. Girl, you are my Grenadian smiling beauty, yeah. Living in the Isle of Spice, where everything is nice. Girl, you represent that life with your lush, glorious vibes. And every time I look at you, I see why the world wants to come to you. Cause of green rich vegetation in every parish of the nation, with nutmeg, banana and cocoa. In everywhere I go, breadfruits and callaloo too. That's very good for me and you. She has so much variety, yeah. She could cook plenty potlucks for people to eat. Girl, you are my Grenadian smiling beauty, yeah. Girl, you are my Grenadian smiling beauty, yeah. Waking up with you in the morning, girl, I feel so refreshing. With the blessing to see the sun rising and to hear the birds them singing. It's such an honor to call you my Grenadian girl, cause you have so much unseen talents to offer each corner of this world, like the sound of steel pan beating. Whoa, 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 and the sweet song of groovy and calypso music. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not forgetting the skanky and beat, yeah, of reggae music, yeah, yeah. Girl, you are my Grenadian smiling beauty, yeah. Girl, you are my Grenadian smiling beauty, yeah. Beauty, my Grenadian smile, beauty, my Grenada.
The other day my brethren bury, and yes my heart is heavy, and I just wanna get it off my chest. By any means necessary, I celebrate in heavy, cause I don't know if I'ma be next. Cause me grandmother tell me before she go, when you're dead you're done. And then the Bible say one day he will come, so let thy will be done. But as long as I have life, I celebrate. Cause so many people gone away, I don't know when my time will come. So I celebrate. If you happy to have life, let's celebrate. Cause so many people gone away, you don't know when your time will come. So let's celebrate. Celebrate party, no, no, no. Like we on our last breath, we on our last breath. Celebrate party, no, no. Like we on our last breath, we on our last breath. Put your hand in the air now, take a jump with your friend now. Cause you could see them today, and then tomorrow they gone. Nothing that you could do when your time is due, and then your name called. There's no more you when you gone. Grandmother tell me before she go, when you're dead you're done. Yes, I believe it. And then the Bible say one day he will come, so let thy will be done. But as long as I have life, I celebrate. Cause so many people gone away, I don't know when my time will come. So I celebrate. If you happy to have life, let's celebrate. Cause so many people gone away, you don't know when your time will come. So let's celebrate. Celebrate party, no, no, no. Like we on our last breath, we on our last breath. Celebrate party, no, no. Like we on our last breath, we on our last breath. The other day my brethren bury, and yes my heart is heavy, and I just wanna get it off my chest. By any means necessary, I celebrate in heavy, cause I don't know if I'ma be next. Cause me grandmother tell me before she go, when you're dead you're done. When you're dead you're done. And then the Bible say one day he will come, so let thy will be done. So let thy will be done. But as long as I have life, I celebrate. Cause so many people gone away, I don't know when my time will come. So I celebrate. If you happy to have life, let's celebrate. Cause so many people gone away, you don't know when your time will come. So let's celebrate. Celebrate party, no, no, no. Like we on our last breath, we on our last breath. Celebrate party, no, no, no. Like we on our last breath, we on our last breath.
Now get to read how we was, yes. We dance for all our readers, yes. So who does matter be party? I'll tell you it. Shout this, let them know where we represent. Who's the body's passing? 4-7. Them no crazy like where, cause we from. Up in mountain, we die. And when it comes to fighting, we don't play. We not leaving this life till we say. Promoter and police can't move away. I say we don't psych it up whenever my team link up. Cause we bring the vibes, we bring the light. Yes, we bring everything. Nation can bad with us, we the hungry friends energy. Ask anybody who knows man of the party. I'll tell you this, shout it like that nowhere. We represent who's the body's fancy. Some no crazy like where, hey, up in all thing we know. And when it comes to 13, we not leaving this flat till we say promoter and police down the way. Aye, we turn these vibes up. Aye, aye, aye. Party like a holiday. Anywhere we there, that is so we there. So we say, so who does matter the party? I'll tell you it. Don't it like that nowhere. We represent who's the body's fancy. Oh yeah, them no crazy like where. Hey, up in all things we know. But when it comes to 13, we not leaving this flat till we say promoter and police. That's why still we can't get rid of the ways. No, we can't get rid of the ways. I say, no, we can't get rid of the ways. No way. So we can't get rid of the ways. That's why. So we there. So who knows man of the party? I'll tell you it. Shout this like them nowhere. We represent who's the body's fancy. Them no crazy like where. Hey, up in all thing we know. And when it comes to 13, we not leaving this flat till we say promoter and police. So, no, we can't get rid of the ways. No, we can't get rid of the ways. I say, no, we can't get rid of the ways. Grenada can't go and pity my neck. Can't get rid of the ways. I say, no, we can't get rid of the ways. No, we can't get rid of the ways. What? No way. Still, we can't get rid of the ways. No way. No, we can't get rid of the ways. No way. Still, we can't get rid of the ways. Still, we can't get rid of the ways. No, we can't get rid of the ways. Still, we can't get rid of the ways. No way. No, we can't get rid of the ways. No way. No, we can't get rid of the ways. No way. Still, we can't get rid of the ways. Lovely.
It's that time again for partying. Start the thing, give me the leeway. Bacchanal start on the freeway. I'm feeling as if it's my B-day. Let me unwrap the vibes and come alive. Because we give shit, yeah. And not being a play. But see people demonstrate if I'm out to perform. Because we give shit, yeah. Somebody tell them for me. They can trade me energy. Good in no time at all. Pretty much, I some man you know to play mass. Yeah, what we say, no come and grant us no favors. We money there, and all on a holiday. We pumping like it's an you will feel it. Rhythm up, imagine a life without music. How will you feel? Man, just like a fish out of water. How will you breathe? Once we feel the heartbeat, we have no choice but to flood the street like a heavy downpour of rainfall. With momentum, look good for we. Set this stage down like as I reach the place, catch a vibe. Hey, someone we alright. It's grooving, grooving all night. We feel highly energized. Well, who bring it all our life? Everyone is gifted in this one race, so sing out to make it nice and big flying. And we gifted, yeah. Cannot be enough play, but see people demonstrate. We come out to perform. And we gifted, yeah. Somebody tell them for me. They can train me energy, no need no time at all. We are life in way, get that, take that from way. Call me king of groove. I got the remedy. Let's jump up in harmony. Happy for all of us. Let's believe it. Motivation, all of us need it. He check, who can you will feel it. From you could see me and react, that means that we give. I know you're hearing me, so respond, yes, all of us give. And it's time that we honor that. We are so give. Everybody's gifted in this one right, so sing out and make it nice and big flying. Cause we gifted, yeah. Can't be enough play, but see people demonstrate. We come out to perform. Because we gifted, yeah. Somebody tell them for me. They can train me energy, no need no time at all. We are life in way, get that, take that from way. Call me king of groove. I got the remedy. Let's jump up in harmony. Happy for all of us. Let's believe it. Motivation, all of us need it. We check, who can you will feel it. Rhythm up.
My love, my girl from the islands. I see you in motion, color as can be. Wind up, mommy. Just dance and feel like somebody. Free up yourself for you. And we no wine to impress nobody. So no man nobody rush you up. You feel that bass, concentrate. And nothing better than self-love. Call your crew, staying up till morning. Free up yourself, pure vibes alone. My love, save it for later. My love, give it. My girl from the islands. I see you in motion, colorful as can be. Wind up, mommy. Problems on, worries on. Turn off your phone, tell him to leave you alone. We have some money, first round on me. We come to have some fun, yeah. And let the music color me, yeah. Color me. Leave all your stress behind you. Can't be wasting time, my love. Save it for later. My love, give it. My girl from the islands. I see you in motion, colorful as can be. Wind up, mommy. Come on now, wake up, fall in love again with someone from way back when music was your friend. Hello, you. I'll be your companion. Tonight's the night, been a long time coming. Come on now, move your waistline. Can't be wasting time, my girl. Save it for later. My love, give it. My girl from the islands. I see you in motion, colorful as can be. Wind up, mommy. My love, give it. My girl from the islands. I see you in motion, colorful as
confidence in your own skin.
How is one so beautiful, carries herself so gracefully, and she don't need your compliments. She already knows it for herself. Definition of a queen, worthy of a magazine. See her confidence in her walk, fall in love with the way she talks. She started loving herself finally, boosted her confidence. Now she's soaring. She could be a trophy, play her cards right and see, but you gotta match her energy. She deserves it honestly. Beauty ain't just skin deep, hearts of gold to match her looks, and perfection ain't easy, but she's as close as it's gonna be. She's as close as it's gonna be. She started loving herself finally, boosted her confidence. Now she's soaring. She started loving herself finally, boosted her confidence. Now she's soaring.
Ain't nowhere you need to be to get validation. Remember daily that you are God's creation. Love yourself, stand firm in what you believe in. That's when you feel comfortable in your own skin. And when you get to that point of self-appreciation, that's when you get to influence generations. Just look at Beyonce, Michelle, and Oprah Winfrey. These women embody what a young lady should strive to be. And sure, they ain't perfect, but they're only human, right? Still influencing millions and millions and millions of lives. So stand strong and fix your crown, queen. Your confidence is bound to be
She started loving herself finally, boosted her confidence. Now she's I wish I could say I love you. I wish I could say I do. I wish I could always treasure all the love that I give to you. But you cut my heart wide open till you played our love apart. Now you wanna say I love you. You wanna take us back to the starting. You said you pushed me away. Instead, no more lonely nights in my bed. 'Cause boy, I'm gone away. Oh, now that I'm gone away, and I'm singing every day, I'm happy inside. Now I'm gone away, my pain has gone away, and I'm singing every day, I'm happy inside. Now I'm gone away, 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 away. I feel like I'm much stronger now, now that I'm
lost me. You thought it could break me. You say that you want me. I must be crazy. Now that it's gone away, and I'm singing every day. I'm happy inside. Now I'm gone away. My pain has gone away, and I'm singing every day. I'm happy inside. Now I'm gone away, 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 away. I feel like I'm much stronger now, now that I've gone away. Now I'm gone away, 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 away. I feel like I'm much stronger now, now that I've gone away. Gone away, 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 away. If things ever get rough, don't you give up. There's a hero inside of you. If you look deep inside, I'm sure you will find the hero that lies in you. You're a hero, strong like a lion, the strength to carry on. You're a hero. You're a survivor, don't give up so easy now. One step forward, no looking back. Every stumbling block, we tackling that. Face the storm with your brilliance, and with resilience, you will conquer all. Every time you fall, you rise up standing tall. You are born to be brave. If things ever get rough, don't you give up. There's a hero inside of you. If you look deep inside, I'm sure you will find the hero that lies in you. You're a hero, strong like a lion, full of strength to carry on. You're a hero. You're a survivor, don't give up so easy now. Never be afraid to be bold. Your conscience clear, cause your heart's made of gold, yeah. Don't you believe the lie?
Mr. mentioned the wing high, then you have things like man, you must come back, you know. We have the low power that.
It is kind of like the same man, and it's just different name for the same kind of thing.
And last but not least, I just want to say to all the men who saw me, call me, and ask for a piece of cake. I'm baking this weekend.
Join us Fridays at 8 on GBN Television, K105 FM, GBN's Facebook page, and YouTube channel for We Culture.
GBN Television News at 7, a pulse on all things Grenadian. Look out for our new features through expanded synergies with our media partners in Barbados, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Trinidad, and beyond. Capturing the latest in news, sports, weather, and entertainment. Credible, informative. Thank you for making us number one. News at 7, live Monday to Friday on GBN Television, Channel 7 and 11, K105.5 and 105.9, Hot 98.5 and 98.7, GBN Television Facebook page and YouTube.
Our viewers, our listeners, welcome back. Hope that you'd have had some time to refresh yourself. And we will continue on the track here with the girls' 800 meters open run. 800 meters open run. During the intermission time, one would have taken a stroll around the Kirani Stadium, and the young people, the children, are really enjoying themselves. Again, it's a beautiful day here in Grenada. It's a perfect day for track and field, one would probably say. So it's a girls' 800 meters open run. Here are the lane assignments. Well, it's 2 laps around the track. So here are the 14 athletes who are in this race. Marisa Bernard, she represents St. Patrick. Julissa Rawlins, Carriacou and Petit-Matney. Malaya Vincent, St. John. Whitney Julian, St. Mark. Gavaya Walker, St. Andrew. Shabani Felix, St. David. Naya Joseph, St. John. Natalia Bernard, St. Patrick. Makaya Frederick, and that name keep popping up, and one to look for in this particular race. The longer distances, Makaya has been doing quite well at St. Mark. Shadel Jones, St. George. Maia Joseph, Carriacou and Petit-Matney. Brianna Coutain, St. George. Michaela Abraham, St. Andrew. And Shaquanda Paul, St. David. What we would see here is the longer events, each parish are allowed 2 athletes. So we have 14 athletes here representing all the parishes. This should be a good one.
Yep, it should be a good one. And we're just seeing on the screen the beautiful picturesque St. George Harbour with a tourist liner in. I mean, it's always a wonderful, refreshing sight to be able to see folks can come to the shores of Grenada. Very peaceful, lovely place to be in. I mean, not because I'm Grenadian, it's really lovely, and I'm sure that these folks who are here, it would be nice if they could have been able to come over and enjoy some of the sights and songs we have at the National Stadium.
In fact, there are 2 ships, there are 2 cruise ships in the harbor right now.
Yeah.
On that particular port. Yeah. This particular port.
Grenada is a really, really lovely place. I mean, God has really blessed us on this little piece of rock that we have. But I must say that with the time that we've had to refresh and to reinvigorate ourselves, I mean, once again, for making it sound as if we're stock records, it's really a beautiful day and an environment to be here down at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The evening is quickly going by, and if you can make it, then of course I would do nothing else but to encourage you to come down and to enjoy the potential that we have, the seeds that we have in Grenada that can blossom into tremendous opportunities and representing our beautiful island at the highest level. And then we did not speak, Bernard, about any of we spoke about Kirani and Anderson, but there are other trailblazers, the older ones we haven't spoken about, coming down the line, who have come through the primary school and have done well. And we can speak about those who are in coaching now, having come to the primary school. You're talking about Rhonda Henry, who is at the high school. Shamay Thomas, who would have thrown discus, shot put, for Grenada, went overseas, and who is working at the Crochet RC school. And there are many others who are working in athletics who have come through the primary level, and they're now giving back. If you remember Rhonda Henry well, who is a coach at high school.
Yes.
She used to sprint, she used to throw.
Complete athlete.
Complete athlete, and now she's giving back. And then we can remember the folks like Alan Duncan, who would have gone to the great beyond, who would have really
consummate sportsman.
agitated for primary school sports and physical education teachers and instructors and good coaches over the years that he's been associated with sports and with education, just to name a few of those who would have contributed to sports in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, just to name a couple. And there are those, the javelin throwers and so, who would have led the way, the Modeste, and that is Trevor Modeste, who would have started also at the primary level, gone through the secondary level. Quite a number of athletes we wouldn't be able to call all for sure, but they are the trailblazers, and I'm sure they are really trying. They want to see us do well and start a new thing in the place.
Really, these games are our ground zero for track and field in Grenada here. They are our ground zero. Once again, we want to remind you that TNR Communications, that platform that we are using, who are hosting this, and our sponsors, our general sponsors, the Co-op Bank Limited. They have been doing this for a number of years, and we want to highlight their contribution. Their contribution has been quite significant. I think that's the word I'm trying to get. They have been most significant.
And we want to really, continue on that sort of an investment that TNR has made. It is what you call an ingenious move to invest in that area, and we hope that the proprietors, the entrepreneurs of this can get all the support that they could, because you're not only able to get onto the traditional media, but you can also get through the media that gets out even more, so somebody can stay at home, like on the YouTube platform, Facebook platform, and TNR is leading the way in that sort of investment, which would allow us, our sports, our athletics, our football, to go further than the shores of Grenada, and maybe be able to bring to our shores people looking for talent. So you have to look at it from that light. When as coach in Slovakia or in Russia or in, why did I say Russia? In Europe or so, they turn on to these platforms and they look and they say, no, there's somebody in Grenada I see that I think we can invest in, whether it's football or athletics in the United States and Canada. And so TNR, it goes way beyond the shows, and really that investment in broadcasting and reporting is well needed in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. So we want to wish that company all the best, and we hope that they will get the support that they need to continue to improve our outgoing product.
So once again, we are encouraging you, if you're looking or listening to us live, your comments are quite welcome, and it really matters to the persons who are running this operation. So we await the start of the 800 meters girls, and that will be followed by the 800 meters boys, and then we get in some short sprints for the younger children, the under 8 and under 9s, before we go on to the 200 for the older kids. And again, you would appreciate that in primary school sports, we cater to the very young until the under 15. So we would start with the under 7 and then go right up to the under 15, both male and female categories. Again, this meet is structured in a manner that we do parish meets, and from the parish meets, the athletes are selected to represent the parish. So individual parishes, St. John, St. George, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, and so forth, they would have done their individual meet, and from there they would select their teams, and then it come together. They would come together in this championship for primary school supremacy. And as Adams would have said earlier, what's absent from the primary school ranks or the private primary school, but that's another conversation that needs to be had someplace else. And like the introduction or the entry of the private secondary schools, for the sake of track and field, one hope that some sort of an early marriage would take place where the private primary schools will be brought into this arrangement. And again, one recognizes a lot of the hurdles that might exist. So it's the 800 meters girls open next event on the track. The athletes are still readying themselves. They are not onto the track just yet, but we can expect that to happen momentarily. So whilst we await, if you are just joining us, we want to bring you up to speed in terms of recognition with the team colors. Carriacou is represented with yellow and white. So the yellow and white uniforms, this is Carriacou and Petite Martinique. The navy blue uniform at St. Andrew. The yellow and black, the black bottom, the yellow top, or there's a black with the yellow if they're wearing bodysuit, that's St. David. Red and white, that's St. George. Orange, St. John. St. Mark is in the royal blue. And distinctive green, St. Patrick. So there you have it. All parishes are represented here today. And for a championship that's started way back in 1959 to now, it has been a roaring success.
Yes, it has been. And again, all credit must go. Let's go to the genesis of this. A union for teachers investing in students. This is an ingenious sort of a collaboration because it's not compulsory, but the union has seen it fit to show that they're not only invested in getting increases and working conditions for teachers, but the constituents are the students, and they will do whatever they can to bring out potential, not just academic, but holistic. And so I want to commend the Grenada Union of Teachers for a tremendous time of investing in our boys and girls, even when there were no sponsors at the time. For all of these years, from 1959 up till now, minus a few years where we would have had sports for various reasons, whether it's political, whether it's pandemic-wise, and so on, whether it's union struggles, where we would not have had the sport, but it has stayed with the Grenada Union of Teachers. And of course, getting Co-op Bank, because it becomes increasingly expensive to run, and the limited funds that the union would have had and it would have invested, the fundraising that they would have done, it helps us to breathe a little bit more and be more invested in the technical, logistical planning, while Co-op Bank hopefully continues to finance what is needed to make the sport a success, to give it the technical part that it needs in terms of organizing for races, for organizing for refreshment, organizing for rest, and all of those things, they are necessary if we have to improve our sporting landscape.
Absolutely, and so we want to recognize the current president of GUT, Mr. Jude Bartholomew. You would have heard him earlier in his opening remarks, and the GUT partnering with the Co-op Bank is doing a real service to the young people of this country. And again, just to echo what you would have said, the proof really is in the results.
Yes, and you would have found not only now that, because at one time you had national primary school sports that did not include Carriacou.
Correct.
And now Carriacou is on board over the last many years. It was another investment by the union to be inclusive. And Carriacou must not be seen as an outside child of the union, neither of Grenada, and able to include Carriacou and Petite Martinique. it was an additional cost. It is an additional cost because you have to carry them down. You have to find the funding to ensure that everything is fine with them. They're treated well, they're fed well, they're hydrated well, and they're given that sense of belonging. And so that's another cost, and with the Co-op Bank coming on board, it makes it easier for us to ensure that Carriacou and Petit-Martinique is well represented. And they've not just been well represented, they represented the parish, they represented the schools well, they've come down and they've really achieved, which brings me to the fact that we've had quite a number of tremendous athletes coming from Carriacou that have represented Grenada at Carifta level and at international level.
Very much, especially in the field events. One, Carriacou have always distinguished themselves in the high jump for one. You are not missing anything on the track just yet. We are still readying to witness the start of the 800 meters for girls on the 3rd. The 800 meters for girls, it's an open event, and we are with the start of that, so you're not missing anything. In case you have just joined us, you are looking at the Co-op Bank National Primary School Games with T&R Communications, and we are very glad to have you with us today. And you would have missed a good chunk of the program, if you want to call it that chunk. A good portion of the program for today. We would have started with the 1200 meters open for both boys and girls, and then we would have had a number of short sprints, 60 meters for the under 7s, then we went to the 80 meters for the under 9, 100 meters for the under 11, under 15, and under 13. And just before we took our break, we had the 300 meters on the 11, boys and girls, and then 400 meters on the 13, boys and girls. So as we restart, we retool ourselves, getting ready for the 800 meters open girls. We have 14 athletes here, 2 each from each parish, represented in this restart event number 47. As we have it, we will bring to you an update as to the point standing. We don't have that right now, but as we get it, we will bring it to you.
As you mentioned, the fact that Carriacou has produced quite a bit of field athletes. There's a coach, I'll get the first name in a short while, but we still have Walt Williams, who did a tremendous job, went over to the United States. He's back in Carriacou, field events, and has done well. We've had Placide, who threw for Grenada in javelin at the Carifta Games. And as we spoke about within recent times, you have Eno and Jamorals in the United States on the United States circuit, including and also quite a number of athletes in Jamaica from Carriacou who are doing extremely well in Jamaica, and we believe that they would move on to the college circuit in the United States and represent Grenada extremely well. We're saying this to say that once every parish gets the opportunity, there's the potential to produce.
Absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely.
And that's actually my main point, to show that if Carriacou gets the opportunity and an equal opportunity, they will continue to produce, just like the other parishes in Grenada, just like we produce Anderson and Kirani and Jeffrey Neptune and Livingston and Decoto and all of those coming through the lines, Maitland and Pierre, in terms of running those trailblazers. Every parish has that same opportunity, and that's mainly why I'm speaking. So if you think I'm highlighting Carriacou, it's not really that. It's just to highlight a point that given opportunities, people will produce. So Walt Williams, who has done well, can pass on his knowledge to those in Carriacou and let them know that they can do well if they decide to put their mind to it. Rondell Bartholomew, should he come back and get in coaching, and a number of other athletes. Of course, our 400 runner. Why am I forgetting his name?
Aline Francis.
Aline Francis, who is now coaching, a successful coach in the US circuit. I mean, it tells you what Grenada can produce. Per capita, we're a powerful nation for track and field in the world. When you look at what we are doing per capita, Grenada is doing extremely well.
Absolutely.
So we want to keep it like that, and we hope the transformation process that this government is promoting will be able to take root in athletics as well as all other areas of the country. Yep. So those are some of the points that I wanted to bring out. That once the environment and the politician would say, once you have the enabling environment, we will continue to produce.
So we are getting ready to go back on the tracks. The athletes are out there to witness the start of the 800 meters open for girls.
Yeah, and we look forward to another good race, energetic race, a race where we're going to see the excitement to be there, to want to be there, and that's what we all want to see, and I'm sure we're going to see the athletes giving their best as we look at the 800 open getting ready.
2 minutes.
Keep your eyes on in the blue. Micaiah Frederick St. Mark. She should be the athlete to do all the early running here.
Of St. George.
So it's the girls 800 meters. And it seems as if we're going to be getting underway very shortly, Antoine. It seems as if we're back to track and field.
We are back to track and field.
Yes. And they're off. A good clean break from the young ladies of Grenada representing the parishes, and you'll have seen that there's a strategy by the athletes from St. Andrew already. They've decided to take it out really hard and ensure that they are in the lead. So it is St. Andrew, 1-2, followed by that athlete from St. Mark who has done extremely well already. And we think she's going to make some noise, as we would say. She will make some noise. And so it is St. Andrew, St. Mark, St. Andrew, St. Patrick, St. David. Nicely bunched up now, gives them time to strategize, to figure out where they want to be in this race, for sure. So it is St. Andrew, it is St. Patrick, it is St. Mark, it is St. Andrew, and St. Patrick again. So St. Mark has taken it out this time. It's the final lap, the bell lap as we call it, and she has opened up a good 6 to 8 meter lead on the field, and she's not looking bad at all. Her strides are looking pretty strong, so it seems as if she's going to be there. St. Andrew in second has opened a 3 to 6 meter lead on the chasing pack, so it is St. Mark first, St. Andrew second, as they're coming down the back straight. And for the last 300 meters, she's taking a peep over her shoulder. Does it mean confidence or not, or just real confidence that she has? She has about a 10 to 15 meter lead over the athlete from St. Andrew, and she's looking pretty okay. The St. Andrew athlete, her form looks well. This is shaping up to be a good finish. So it is St. Mark, St. Andrew, St. David. Let's see what happens. St. Mark, St. Andrew, St. David. She's making every effort to keep the arms going, to keep her form going, and that is looking good. It shows that she has trained well. She's tired. You could see she is tired, but she's making every effort to keep herself going. So it is St. Mark. She's going to win it. That's for sure. And we really want to congratulate the athlete from St. Mark. The athlete from St. Andrew is coming through. She may take second, and followed by the athlete from St. Patrick. And there goes the other athlete from St. George in 5th position or 4th?
4th position.
4th position.
But that was very well calculated run by Micaiah. And she has distinguished herself both in the 400 meters earlier and now in the 800 meters. Unsurprising in some respect.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with that athlete from St. Mark, Makaya. She has the potential to do well, and we hope she gets into the right hands as usual and to be able to get those potential that she has into the open and get the best out of her. Well done, Makaya. You've done yourself proud, you've done your parish proud, you've done your family proud, and we are really glad for you to have come through this really grueling 800 meter, and you could see the effects of all the previous races that she would have run.
And she was running her race. In fact, at the 150 mark, she must have been about fourth. So she was running her race, a calculated race, but from, I would say about 500 meters, the race was finished.
Yes, with about 500 meters, she took the lead.
Yes.
And she really extended it to 10, 15 meters, and nobody really challenged her though.
There were no challenge.
Nobody really challenged her. And although she really weakened coming to the end, she had enough of a gap to just get over the line and claim really a well-deserved gold medal for her, Makaya Frederick of St. Mark.
So it's a name to remember, really. Makaya Frederick from St. Mark. And hopefully, as you said, Adam, that she would find herself in some program that has interest in middle distance running. There is an affinity. There is a natural gravitation to sprinting, because that's where a lot of the excitement comes. But it's good to see young athletes in middle distances.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is, while this affinity for the sprints all over the world, it's not just Grenada. But Grenada's success has not been at sprints.
No, our best-looking sprinter still remains Dr. Sean Lambert.
Correct. Yeah. And so he has not been.
And that's many years ago.
Quite a long time ago. Dr. Sean is a practicing physician. I heard him sometime on the radio in an interview, I think on Michael Bascom, where he's professed that at some point he doesn't mind giving back to the island. Yes, and we really do hope that he can come and give back to the island. Whatever he has gone through, he'll be able to bring experience to our situation. That's why we need those. So our middle distance events are the ones that have given us the most success
and recognition. Absolutely.
You look at Pierre and Maitland taking part in the Olympics in Moscow. You look at Conrad Francis, and you look at Alain Francique. You look at Kirani James. It's a middle distance running that has really given Grenada a lot of worldwide attention.
So let's turn our attention now to the budding middle distance runners. 800 meters for boys. Event number 48. Javon Haynes, Tashawn Alexander, Michael Aberdeen, Nikwan Roberts, Dante Oliver, Jensen Mitchell, Christian Fletcher, Delaney McIntosh, Noshon John, Isaiah McLeod, Kenobi Charles, Dwight Phillip, Endon St. Paul, Malric Rubin. And Endon St. Paul, he was absent from the 400. Let's see if he can regroup and come back in this 800 meters here. So all the parishes again are represented, 2 athletes each, and we expect this one to be rather competitive. We have the winner of the 400 meter in this one, as well as the 100 meter winner. They are both in this one here.
And you also have the 1200 meter runner,
and the 1200 meter runner,
Endon St. Paul, who is in this race. So he took part in the 100, he took part in the 1200, and
he skipped the 4.
He skipped the 4,
and now he's at
back
800.
at the 800.
Yes.
All around.
So looking for Endon from St. John, and he would be wearing the St. John is in orange.
Yes, it is orange.
But the parish of St. Mark have always produced good long and middle distance runners. And the young lady that just finished continue that tradition. Let's see what happens here. So again, remember it's 800 meters, 2 full laps around the track. 2 full laps around the track. Every parish represented by 2 athletes, and so what you would have is there are some lanes at the start of the event. Some lanes would have 2 athletes, and there are 2 lanes. I think it's lane 1 and lane 8 that will have 1 athlete. And so there are 6 lanes that have 2 athletes each at the start of the event. You are listening to the Core Bank National Primary School Games 2023 on the Greater National Athletic Stadium with TNR Communications. Good to have you. We invite your comments. Go on our Facebook page, YouTube, and post your comments. We are delighted to bring this event live to you.
So now that we are getting ready, while the athletes get ready, we know that schools have been scouting athletes now that we are at the primary level. What's your take on, although it seems as if we have CPA, almost secondary education, compulsory, what do you think of secondary schools offering scholarships for athletes? So they scout and they offer scholarships to the primary school athletes because of what they can offer them in terms of growth and development. What's your take on secondary school coaches? They scout in the primary school athletic championship and offering them scholarships, so they might probably pass for a school, but what about secondary school being able to offer them another avenue? What's your take on this?
Well, I'm not sure if it's scholarship, but unofficially, I know it's done. I know there are schools who would attend these games, the sports masters and so forth, and they would start inquiring of the young men and women as to what schools that they will be attending once the common entrance is through. We are aware that there are some secondary schools that are not the easy schools to get into, and the competition to get into these schools is purely on your scores in the common entrance, but we don't call it common entrance anymore.
CPEA now.
It's referred to as the CPEA examinations, but it is done. There transfers after the first form. In fact, that's where most of the transfers take place. After first form into second form, and number of transfers take place into the secondary schools there, and either some sort of a sporting discipline or something along those lines is what usually attract the schools to a particular boy or girl. But I think we're getting there.
What do you think would sway a parent from saying, yes, although I passed CPEA for X, but my child has an offer from Y because of track and field and all-round development? What do you think should sway a parent?
Well, it's not an easy job. The coaches would tell you when there is a competition in the schools for the child who gets a 4th form or 5th form, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, they would tell the kid, concentrate on his schoolwork. They don't see it as complimentary, but they see it rather as competing. It's a difficult thing to convince a parent now to have that child do this balance. So we are about to witness the start of the 800 meters.
Because I see
open
that some of the primary level, when the children get to grade 6 and crunch time comes, some of the teachers don't want to see them involved in any sport at all.
Absolutely.
Because it's the passes.
Absolutely.
And of course, there's this stigma that goes, or this name that goes with passes, whether at the top end or bottom end. And they are actually getting ready. And they're off. Really clean start once again. Let's see what strategy would be employed. I'm here. Prior to this race, we saw the St. Andrews athlete go out first before they were reeled in by Micaiah from St. Mark. And at this time, we see this time along is the St. George athlete that has taken the running out front, followed closely by the athlete from St. Andrew. Could he keep this up? But it's a race where you have to strategize well. So they're going down the back straight for the first time, and they get into the bend, and it is the athlete from St. George, followed by St. Paul.
That's St. Paul.
From St. John's, who's making the running. And so let's see who would carry their form and fitness and endurance into this race as they get into the final lap. So it is St. George's. St. George, followed by St. Andrew. And Endon, this is Endon coming through now. So it's the final lap. This is going to be a cracker of a finish because they are really winding up. It is St. John for in second position, trailing the athlete from St. George. And the athlete from St. George seems to be slowing down just that bit. Let's see what happens. But it is St. George. Now comes the athlete from St. John, St. Paul, taking the running down the back straight for the final time. And then the St. David athlete is also taking up the running. I think he has decided that he cannot be beat twice. And so he will stay with St. Paul, end on St. Paul. So it is St. John's and St. David. The athlete from St. George is slowly tiring out. Seems to have run out of gas, run out of steam. But it is St. John and St. David. They're making the final bend with the final 90 meters to run. It is St. John's. It is St. David. Who will take it? Who has the speed endurance? Who has the endurance to carry it through to the end? But St. John's, that guy is a strong guy. That guy seems to be a wonderful distance athlete. Look at the feet, look at the form. He's looking well, and I'm really, really impressed with the running of that athlete from St. John's and on St. Paul. Well done, young man.
Not surprising. The reason's not surprising here. As we said, he skipped the 400 meters. He won the 1200 meters, skipped the 400, and he's back in the 800 meters. Long distance.
Yep.
Long distance, middle distance running. This really speaks well. Here is somebody who decides that I am not in the sprinting, in the short sprints, I am in the middle distances.
Well, he caused it because he went into the 100. he thought, he kind of gave us a red herring that he was going to sprint also. But you could see where he's naturally inclined.
Yes. So
you look at his physique, you look at his form, you can see someone who has the everything that it takes to be a good distance, middle distance athlete.
Very much so. So it's Endon St. John, St. Paul, sorry. Yes. 2 minutes 20.65 seconds. In position number 1, Jensen Mitchell from St. David. 2 minutes 23.80 seconds. Dante Oliver from St. Patrick at 2 minutes 29.49 seconds. And true to form, Endon St. Paul distinguished himself in this one.
He has really done well, and I believe once again with the emphasis that is placed in Grenada on developing sports, I don't think it should only be coaches that's looking out for them, but it should be a nation that's looking out for them. It should be a government that's looking out and finding out what's happening with our Minister for Sport must have his hand on the button and must know names, see names, and find out who has what. Because at the end of the day, they are going to represent Grenada, not Endon St. Paul. North St. John, they are going to be Grenada's ambassadors going forward. So I am hoping and praying that we're going to have this hands-on sort of a thing to finding out what's best and probably ensuring that you have stakeholder gatherings and meetings and getting our corporate citizens or businesses to invest in those sort of things.
So at the 4th position and 5th position, St. George, and very well calculated race, I would add. Very well calculated. And now we come to the shorter races for the younger people. So it's 80 meters girls, 80 meters girls under 7, the next event on the track. And they will be in the following lanes. Avery Commission, representing St. John in lane 1. Harmony Lewis, St. Mark in lane 2. From St. Patrick, Zadia Bernard, Carrico and Petit Matnik, Zoila Corion, Kai Mia John, representing St. George, Nicola Langdon, St. Andrew, and Tania Gibbs, representing St. David. So the under 7 girls, 80 meters up next.
Correct, and they would have moved from the 60.
They will move from 60. That is their that is their middle distance.
That is the distance race. They would have moved from the 60 and have graduated now to the 80. And let's see what kind of endurance that they can, this additional 20 meters, not just speed endurance, but endurance now, to see how they would perform at this level. But I mean, again, always a pleasure to have our young ones involved in some form of competitive activity. Competition is good in its own way. Of course, we need collaboration in developing, but you need to know where you're at. There must be a comparative point to know where you are at, and in this case, track and field brings it out.
It does, and it's good friendly rivalry, because some of these kids are running against kids from the schools, and in some cases running against kids from the clubs. So it's good friendly rivalry, whilst at the same time the competitive spirit is being nurtured. And then this is what you need for success in just about anything that you do. You need that competitive edge.
This is wonderful. It brings me to another sport where there was a generation of really talented athletes. They brought out the best, and I'm speaking tennis now. Prior to the emergence of Djokovic and Nadal and Murray and Federer, it's like these 4 athletes, they're all great friends.
Yes.
They build each other's academy. They work with each other's academy. But when they get on the court, they let it out. They let everything, they hold nothing back. And they would cry when they finish. But those 4 guys brought out the best of each other, to the extent that we've lost many generations of other athletes who seem not to have been able to step up to that level. Yes, and compete very hard. And that's what we want from our athletes. Your friends.
You compete.
But you compete.
You do it fair. And at the same time, you find time. Certainly at this age, at the ages that we are talking about in primary school, you must find fun in doing this.
Correct.
Because this is not a job. The professional athletes do this for a living. This is not a job. So you must find the fun part in this exercise. So it's 80 meters girls under 7. Up next.
And as you would have said, lane 1, Commission, St. John. Lane 2, Lewis, Harmony Lewis, St. Mark. Lane 3, Bernard, St. Patrick. Corian from Carrico and Petit Matnik. Lane 4, Kimaya John. Lane 5, St. George. Nicola Langdon, St. Andrew. Lane 6, Tania Gibbs, St. David. Lane 7. Yellow and black, blue, red, all yellow, green, blue, and Orange.
I don't think you'll see any disqualification for any lane violations in this one. In fact, I think we expect to have lane violation in this one.
And maybe several.
and maybe several.
Yeah, but this is always lovely. I'm sure parents, really come out, and if the crowd sees any disqualification in this, there would be a rebellion in the crowd over a disqualification here. So I know there will not be any, because we just have to allow them to enjoy themselves. Yes.
This is a big stage. 80 meters on the 7 girls. They should be off and running momentarily. All parishes are represented in this one. Green, St. Patrick. Royal Blue, St. Mark. Orange, St. John. Red and white, St. George. Yellow and black, St. David's. Navy blue, St. Andrew. And yellow and white, Carriacou and Petit Martinique. If you're joining us for the first time, this is the Cooperative Bank Limited 2020 Primary School Games, TNR Communications.
So we're back at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, enjoying the full sights and sounds of Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports. I would have said it before, and my co-host, Mr. Bernard, would have said it before, but we were graced with the presence of our Co-op Bank brand ambassador, Mr. Kirani James, the Jaguar, who would have been here to encourage our athletes. That was tremendous. We have our diaspora listening in. Of course, Michael Bascom, all the way in the United States. As a matter of fact, in an interesting place, Phoenix, Arizona. Normally, our people are in New York and Brooklyn and so on. He's all the way in Phoenix, Arizona, listening and paying attention, and of course, doing what he can to promote Grenada in terms of sport. Who's listening, good friends in New York, Covin, Duncan, and family. They're listening. And of course, our folks from Carriacou and Petit Martinique. We know that you're paying attention because you have that pride in your boys and girls who are down here to represent Carriacou and Petit Martinique with all of the pride that they do in so doing, and which has allowed Carriacou and Petit Martinique to produce tremendous athletes. So they're ready. I am almost sure that they will not be allowed to go down on the mast. They'll do a standing start.
It should be. I keep admiring the young lady in lane 1. If you're talking about being relaxed at the start, there's a good example right there.
You are correct. And she seemed to be waving. Somebody seemed to have caught her attention already. So she's not even bothering. She's in a competitive environment, but she's running a race. She's having her own good time. Yes.
They're in fact having a...
And they're off, and they got a good clean start. I am very, very impressed that they got a good clean start. St. Patrick seemed to be making the running. It's St. Patrick, it is St. George, it is St. David, St. Patrick, St. David, St. George. In that order. Well done, boys and girls. Well done, girls. And well done. Well done. St. Patrick, St. David, St. George. I believe that's the official results. What do you think?
It looks that way. A clean start. And they all kept in their lanes. So they certainly learned. Zadia Bernard from St. Patrick in first position. Tanya Gibbs from St. David, 14.27 seconds, and Kamaya John from St. George, 14.38 seconds. The minor positions, 14.62 seconds. Bethany Charles from St. Mark, Zoria Corian from Carrico and Petit Matinique. Then she was followed by Avery Comichaud. And then bringing up the rear was Nicola Langdon from St. Andrew.
Good run, really good run. I was impressed that they were able to get through with this and do it so well. These are our young ones, and we're seeing quite a number of guests and important persons in the crowd. We're seeing former president of the GUT, Mr. Lydon Lewis. We're seeing P.S. Andal, Ministry, I think of, I'm not so sure if it's sport or social development. We are seeing the present president, Brother Jude Bartholomew, in the crowd. We're seeing quite a number of important guests in the crowd, Antoine.
And that again is this is the time for these kids. And so the support that we are seeing today speaks well for the sport itself.
And we also seeing the manager of GUT Credit Union, now known as Nexa Credit Union. She is also in the crowd. This is really nice that these folks can come in and recognize what's happening and show the support to the young ones.
Yes, sir.
So I'm really happy.
Here are the boys, and this is the boys, 80 meters under 7. 80 meters boys under 7. All 7 parishes are represented in this one. Lane 1 is St. Andrew, Lane 2 St. George, Carrico's in Lane 3, St. Mark Lane 4, St. Patrick Lane 5, St. David Lane 6, and St. John Lane 7. Look for St. David in this one. St. David and St. Patrick. St. Patrick?
Yep.
And St. George. These were the...
I think St. George was 3rd or 4th in the 60. In the 60. Yes. Yeah, I think 4th in the 60. He was paying attention to those on the left and the right.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Then they're off. And they're looking well.
He's doing the same thing.
He's doing the same thing. He's looking at everybody else. And he's running. And he's running. And he's enjoying himself. And he's winning by a long way. He's run the most, he's run the furthest, and yet still he has won. It is supposed to be an 80. I'm sure he ran about a 90, but yet still he has won. I am interested in this result.
He has done the same thing he did in the 60.
Correct.
He kept looking at somebody. It's interesting, the interpretation of the rules here. He did break lanes, but was he impeding anybody?
And there goes a yellow flag, which means there's an infringement.
Yep.
Oh, yes. So he looked at the guy from Carrico. He said, no, I've got to catch you. I'm ahead of you now. Okay, he looked at St. Mark. I have to catch you. I'm ahead of you. St. Patrick, I have to catch you. St. John's, you the next one. I'm going to make sure I catch everyone. So has he impeded the whole field?
I don't think he's going to get a win yet. Well, unofficially, it is St. George. Tyler Davenish. Davenish Tyler, 13.52 seconds. Khalid Tyson from St. Andrews, second. Jaden Wilson from St. John, third. We will let you know what the final result is and what's the ruling of the judges. But that was an entertaining one. You should have one of these races in every meet.
Well, that's why I come here. And even if I see one race, the under 7s, I'm just happy. But the truth of the matter is, I'm hoping that they don't disqualify. Because, again, as I said, these are children. That's the term. They're children. And those things happen. Let them grow up and so on.
We will keep you up to date on what decisions that results at the end. And if you don't hear anything from us, it means that the final decision might have started.
Well, I am hopeful that there will not be a disqualification, Mr. Antoine. They entertained us. They did well. And the young boy, he can run. He's just that he's running a longer distance.
Yes, absolutely.
He's running a longer distance. So I'm just glad that he finished the race and was able to show what potential he has to begin with. And that for me is a win. That's a success.
Next event on the track is under 9s. You start with the girls, and it's 150 meters. 150 meters girls under 9. And here are the lanes. And Janelle Kanai from St. Patrick in lane 1. Carissa Alexander, she's in lane 2. She represents St. David. Kalia Phillip, lane 3, representing St. Andrew. From St. Mark, Zizel James in St. Mark. She's in lane 4. Jaden John, lane 5, St. George. Anaya Fletcher, lane 6, St. John. And Carrico and Petit Matney, Mariah Paulson. So it's the girls under 9, 150 meters.
Yep, and again, this is another beautiful race. The under 9s, sometimes you do get similar activities, hopefully none. And but it's always a pleasure to see the young ones run. I'm not in favor of these DQs at all. Not in favor of those DQs for this age group. I could take from under 13 up, not under 7 to under 9.
Under 7, under 9.
Not at all.
So it's the 150 meters.
For event number 51, the girls 150 meter run under 9 division. Introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 1 from St. Patrick, she was the 80 meter gold medalist this morning, Janelle Kanai. Out of lane number 2 from St. David, Carissa Alexander. Lane number 3 from St. Andrew, she was the 80 meter bronze medalist this morning, Kalia Phillip. Out of lane number 4 from St. Mark, Zizel James. Out of lane number 5 from St. George, Jaden John. Lane number 6 from St. John, Anaya Fletcher. And rounding out the field in lane number 7 from Carriacou, Mariah Paulson. Your field for the girls 150 meter dash under 9 division. The record for this event stands at 29.10 seconds, set in 2017 by Talia Sampson of St. John.
Yep, so they're onto the marks as they get ready for the girls 150 meter under 9. This is going to be very interesting. We have seen some tremendous races and they're off. It's a good clean start from all of the athletes. Let's see who is going to make the running, but it seems to be St. Mark, St. Andrew, and of course St. John. So it is St. Patrick in lane number 1. She is really motoring down the straight. St. Patrick, I don't think anyone is going to catch her. St. Patrick could win by a canter. She's going to win impressively, followed by St. David and St. Andrew. Beautiful race, well done, well competed. And so it is St. Andrew who has won the 150 girls. She's done a tremendous job. Well done right through to the end. She did not ease up on her gas at all. She did not ease up on her running stride. she just powered right through to the end in the 150 meters. So St. Patrick, the winner of the 150-meter girls. She's just looking strong as she powers down the straight, competitive for third, second, third, and fourth. But I think that the St. Patrick athlete had gone clear, and she had shown that she has stamped a dominance on this field. Followed by St. David and St. Andrew, St. Mark coming in fourth, and St. John coming in fifth. Well-run race for the girls under 9 150 meter.
Carissa Alexander of St. David, and winning this event from St. Patrick.
So Janelle Kanhai, followed by Carissa Alexander, Kalia Phillip, Zizel James of St. Mark, Jaden John of St. George, Anaya Fletcher, St. John, and Moriah Paulson from Carriacou. We get ready for the boys under 9. Kamal Jones, St. George, lane number 1. Shalid Paul, St. Andrew, lane number 2. Michael Richard, St. John, lane number 3. Roger Thomas, St. David, lane number 4. Cameron George, St. Mark, lane number 5. Uric Warren, lane number 6 from Carriacou, followed by lane number 7, Xavier Charles of St. Patrick. Those are your participants for the boys under 9 150-meter dash. 2023 Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports really having a wonderful day down at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium as we showcase the talents and abilities of our boys and girls at the primary level. These are our foundation. These boys and girls are our future. That's the same future we had, and that's the same that we would have nurtured when we had athletes like Kirani James, Anderson Peters, and all of the others who would have made Grenada proud. We do have our gem and our seed in the making. Aline Francic, Kishara George, Hazelin Regis, all of those came through the primary school sports because that's where they were able to showcase their talents and abilities. Sean Lambert, just to name a few of the tremendous talent that we had coming through that we saw nurtured through the national primary school sports. And they're off. It's a good start. Let's see what happens. It seems to be St. George. It seems to be St. George making the running. He's looking sharp, but St. Andrew is coming back. St. David is coming back. And St. John. But St. George seems to be running away, powering down the straight. He's not going to be caught. It's St. George, followed by St. David, St. John, and St. Andrew. Wow. That was an interesting one. There was no competition for first, of course, but for the minor position, second, third, and fourth, we're going to see the replay. We'll actually go ahead and start, and then you'll update anything. Yes, so there goes the result. Kamal Jones of St. George, 22.01, followed by Michael Richards, 22.79 from St. John. Roger Thomas of St. David, 22.86. And in fourth position, Shahid Paul of St. Andrew, Uric Warren, Carriacou, Xavier Charles, St. Patrick, and Kenavi Phillip, St. Mark. And pleased am I to say that we have in our midst some tremendous folks in our midst that we want to bring to you, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. I am honored and pleased to be in the presence of such esteemed individuals. So yes, we do have in our midst Kirani James, brand ambassador, Co-op Bank, our homegrown bank, and of course, Grenada's ambassador, who has flown the flag of Grenada for so many years. We are so happy to have you. Proud to see you, Kirani. And of course, we have Mr. Duncan. I'm sure he's happy just to make sure that he brings Kirani to the stadium to see what he has done for Grenada and the example he has set. So Kirani, welcome to the commentary booth. How does it feel to be here as an adult looking back at these young ones taking part in the athletics?
You know, I think it's fantastic, you know, because over the years I've not been able to come home and watch the games like that because I'm on schedule, training and getting ready for competition and everything. And somehow this year it worked out great, where I could, you know, be able to come home and to see these athletes compete. I mean, it's just amazing. For that level, you know, the competitiveness, you know, the joy it brings to me, to the people that are out here watching it, I think it's just fantastic.
Yeah, and I want to say on that just for a little bit. When you got in this morning and you went through the stadium, the reception that you got, tell me how you felt. How did it make you feel? Just to see that reception that you got from your Grenadian counterparts.
Like I said, it was fantastic because even the athletes, you know, the younger ones, you know, I had to go over there and kind of greet them, and they were blowing horns and they were waving, and I think that was the most important thing, was that, you know, to still be able to have an effect on them, you know, them knowing, you know, who I am and things like that. I think is important, and, you know, I'm just glad that these games are back and we could kind of see these athletes showcase their ability.
Yeah, I mean, one more. Does that bring any added responsibility on you? Yes, the term ambassador is attached to your name, whether you like it or not. Does that bring any added responsibility on your shoulders that you see yourself, okay, I am prepared for that?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, because, you know, when I look at this, you know, it's more than just coming out here and run. You know, it's the camaraderie, it's them, you know, making friends, it's them having this experience, this kind of structured environment to compete. You know, it's important for them to see that here, so that when they see me or Anderson or Lyndon or all the other athletes on TV, they could understand it a little bit more and understand what we go through as athletes, so that, you know, they could kind of, you know, cheer us on and just kind of help, you know, gain more support. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's an extra responsibility, because you know, whatever we do, it kind of comes with the territory anyway. So, you know, for me, it's just a joy to see them, you know, compete, and the reception and everything. So, you know, it's all just nice.
Mr. Duncan, maybe I can bring you in. How does it feel to have Kirani represent Co-op Bank as brand ambassador? How does it feel for Co-op Bank? How does Co-op Bank think with this?
Yeah, well, it's always a proud moment for us, given the relationship with Kirani. This relationship has been about 2 decades now, and when we entered this relationship, we did it understanding that, look, it's to inspire, it's to motivate, is to play our role and have Kirani assist in that process in developing young athletes, making sure that we have many more Kiranis. And I think over the years we were able to see athletes being inspired. It doesn't mean that even if they have not been running the times yet, that he has, but just knowing that, look, a Grenadian has reached on the international field, is motivation and inspiration enough to convince them that, look, I too can make it. And that is exactly what Co-op Bank want out of this exercise, that people can start believing in themselves. Our responsibility as a corporate citizen is just more than providing financial services, is also supporting and building communities. Setting the platform in collaboration with the Grenadian Union of Teachers, so that this is just more than a competition, but really impact people's lives, and in turn a lot more lives impacted from home. Athletics is not just only fun. It's serious business. You can get so many opportunities out of it. When one person is able to get a scholarship, for example, and do well, then one home on an average of 5 persons is impacted. Then you create wealth for that home, and of course the bank will be happy about that. All right. And when you look at the health aspect too as well, if you look at it from that aspect, our own responsibility for socio-economic development, healthy lifestyles are important, and participating at these games, even if you haven't won, you would be certainly living a healthier lifestyle by just competing.
Yeah, maybe I can follow up with that. Where does the partnership go from this year with your investment at the primary level? Where do you see your partnership going next year and into the future with this National Primary School Sports?
Oh God, this is a flagship event for us. It is one of the biggest events on the bank's annual calendar, and we only see this growing from strength to strength. Undoubtedly, the collaboration that we have with the Grenadian Union of Teachers is one such that we both understand that we are working towards one beneficiary, which is the development of our young children. And this is their formative years, and both of us have to ensure that we play a pivotal role in that, right? Like I've said before, and especially as the only locally owned commercial bank, we have added responsibility more than anybody else to make this happen.
Yeah, and we now just take a break with our guest, very, important guest, to pay attention to the medal ceremony. And this time around, we have President of the Grenadian Union of Teachers, Brother Jude Bartholomew, doing the medal ceremony.
Kamaya John, St. George, 14.38 seconds. Silver medalist, Tanaya Gibbs, St. David, 14.27 seconds. And your gold medalist, Zadia Bernard, St. Patrick, a time of 14.21 seconds. Event 50, boys 80 meters under 7. Bronze medalist, Kimandre Nelson, St. Patrick, 14.36 seconds. Silver medalist, Jaden Wilson, St. John, 14.10 seconds. And your gold medalist, Khalid Tyson, St. Andrew, 14 seconds. Event 51, girls 150 meters under 9. Presenting your bronze medalist, Kalia Phillips, St. Andrew, 23.63 seconds. Silver medalist, Carissa Alexander, St. David, 23.30 seconds. And your gold medalist, Janelle Kanhai, St. Patrick, 22.40 seconds. And we should mention here that Janelle Kanhai has set a new record. 22.40 seconds, representing St. Patrick. Now to the boys, 150 meters under 9, bronze medalist Roger Thomas, St. David, 22.86 seconds. Silver medalist Michael Richard, St. John, 22.79 seconds. And your gold medalist, Kamal Jones, St. George, 22.01 seconds. Thank you very much. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Jude Bartholomew, President General, Grenada Union of Teachers.
Yes, so back again here at the studio with Mr. Duncan from Co-op Bank, and of course brand ambassador and Olympian Mr. Kirani James. Roger, just before we broke to the medal ceremony, we were talking about the future of Co-op Bank's collaboration with the GOT for national primary school sports. So we want to continue on that.
Yes, so like I was saying, this event is one of the biggest on Co-op Bank's community calendar of community events. It's going to grow from strength to strength. This collaboration is one that we cherish quite a lot. When you look at the history of this event, which interestingly I've been part and parcel of from day one. We started off the sponsorship in a very small way from the parish primary at the St. Andrew and St. Patrick's. The then Michael Sherman was very inspirational in ensuring that sponsorship happened. And Lydon Lewis followed thereafter and took up the baton. And we watched this event grow tremendously. We moved from just 2, St. Andrew and St. Patrick, and expanded to all parishes. This year, St. George's has come on for the first time. And we couldn't wait for that, right? We were very happy that St. George's has now made it complete, all 7 parishes. And we are happy that this games with GUT is only going to grow stronger and stronger, no doubt about that. And we are happy that the main beneficiaries, which are the athletes themselves, will have a platform for time to come to showcase the talent and grow from there on.
And I'm sure that that's what in St. George will be saying. And I've seen that partnership grow, and it really must commend I think it was a bold initiative from the cooperative bank to embed itself as an indigenous bank into the landscape of Grenada as it relates to developing and growing people. So that was a really bold initiative.
Of course. And
we've seen the culmination of it. I'm really, really happy. And just this 20 years, I think, has been 20 fruitful years. And within those 20 years, I know that we have seen the Kiranis and the Andersons and the Victors and all of the others. We have seen them.
And most importantly, we have to underscore the real value this brings to the country. Sometimes it's immeasurable, right? But when you think of the parish levels, for example, the person that comes out selling the snow cone, the popcorn, right? Making some trade out of this. This impacts homes, it impacts lives, right? The athlete themselves that is able to demonstrate and showcase themselves as a potential, right? That someone can follow, somebody can now take in and groom and grow from there. It's amazing, and to do that in all 7 parishes and come here and display at the biggest, to me, the most one of the most impactful sporting event for the year in Grenada, the National Primary School Games. It's just amazing.
Well, I am biased, actually. I'm a primary school principal, so I'm biased. And I always believe that our primary school game is as good as or better than almost any other game. I just want to go to Kirani. I'm curious. What's the level? I mean, you're out there, you're seeing what international athletes do. We have a race that seems to be coming along now. So we'll take the 200 meters. Under 15 girls, we have Naya Joseph. We have Kamaya Jeremiah. We have Shada Jones, Katie Williams, Colleen Fletcher, and Micaiah Frederick from St. Mark again. So these are the under 15 200 meter runners. Lane 2, St. John. Lane 3, St. Patrick. Lane 4, St. George. Katie Williams from St. David in lane 5, Colleen Fletcher of St. Andrew in lane 6, and Micaiah Frederick, that seemed to be that very Herculean athlete from St. Mark in lane 7, winning the distances and back in the sprints. Let's see what she does in the 200-meter under 15 girls. There seemed to be some flinching, and the officials, they want to get it right. And at this age, I know they want to enforce the rules that govern athletics. And so I know they will do all that they can to ensure that after 4 years of not having this event, they'll do whatever they can to ensure that these athletes get not just to run, but to finish and not be disqualified. I think that's the last resort. So I'm sure they're going to continue to mentor and to teach and to ensure that these athletes get the best possible opportunity to run and to finish the race and to finish successfully, whether first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth.
Kaylin Fletcher, St. Andrews. Just some technical difficulties at the moment. The starters are rectifying it. As soon as they sort it out, we'll be back. Don't forget still to come, the 4x50.
Yes, so once again, this actual event seems to have been taking a little more time than the others, but the officials are rectifying whatever needs to be rectified, whether it's with the starting or some other area. They are getting this done so that our athletes can get the best possible opportunity to complete their race. This is the 2023 edition of the Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And of course, we are graced with the presence of Kirani James, brand ambassador, of course, for the Cooperative Bank of Grenada Limited, but also he's an ambassador for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique in his own right. And we are just happy to have him here. I'm sure he's enjoying it, as you would have intimated before. Kirani, we know that Father Time is undefeated. And I'm sure your preparation for the year, I haven't seen or heard anything for the year yet. What has happened so far for the year in terms of your preparation going into this season?
Preparation has been good. It's been consistent. It's been no kind of hiccups, no kind of things to get in the way. So, I'm excited for this season coming up.
So we break from Kirani just a little bit. We'll get back to him in a short while.
We got one Sunday.
Yeah. So
we get a
once again, we are getting ready, and hopefully this time around we'll see the commencement of this event, event number 53, girls 200 meter under 15. 200 meter under 15 girls flat event. Yes, Kirani, just before we broke off, I've seen quite a number of athletes in indoor season, getting ready for the outdoor season. Tell us what's happening, yes.
For me, for the outdoor season?
You're no longer in the indoor season.
No, yeah.
Indoor season business at all.
Yeah, getting ready for outdoor season. So yeah, I probably won't. The first meet is going to be, I think, late April. We're planning on going to a meet in Botswana. So yeah, first time in Sub-Saharan Africa. So yeah, excited for that.
Yeah, wonderful. What is the collaboration, the communication among the Grenadian community of athletes and the international field? You have Victor, you have Peters, you have all of those who are there. What's the collaboration, the communication, the camaraderie among this group of athletes that's representing us so well?
It's fantastic. Those guys are fantastic, man. I think, when everybody's in their space having to do what they need to do, I mean, everybody gets busy, everybody, do what they should. But once we meet up at meets or anywhere, I mean, we get along just fine. So it's fantastic always being around those guys, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them again, come later this year.
So as we get ready, as we segue into the event on the field, is it 200 meter under 15 girls? And they're off. It's a pretty clean start. Let's see what is going to happen. The athlete from St. George seem to be doing well. St. Patrick seems to be really not in. But it is St. George, St. Patrick, and the athlete from St. Mark also. She's also in the mix. But it's St. Patrick, St. George, and St. John. But it's Michaela Frederick from St. Mark. She seems to be running away with it. Man, she is putting in a Herculean effort. St. Mark, St. Patrick, St. John, and St. George, girls 200 meter, but Micaiah Frederick, she's doing it all. The long distance, the middle distance, she's really excelling here at the 2023 Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports. She's showing every facet of her strength, her speed, and her overall preparation for 2023 National Primary School Sports. Well done, Micaiah Frederick of St. Mark.
She won the 100 meters. She now won the 150 meters. You'll see again in the relays. What an athlete.
Yes. So we're going to get to the boys. Yes. Now, as we said, Father Time is undefeated at all things. We're sure about that one. Where do you see yourself in the next 10 years? I said 10 deliberate.
Well, I know for sure I wouldn't be competing, but I would still be involved, I think, in sports in some way. Whether it's working with organizations or doing something on my own, I would always still, I think, be involved in sports.
And of course, with all of those experiences that you would have had, I don't think this is something you could teach. So I'm curious about Grenada benefiting from all of those expertise. You passed beyond the doctorate in those experiences. So I'm curious for Grenada benefiting from this. How do you see yourself contributing to the landscape in Grenada in this next 10, 15, 20 years in terms of passing on all that you have learned?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think my journey and my experiences has been unique. I think I've had a lot of unique experiences that I could share that I think a lot of people could learn from. And yeah, like I said, I'm happy to lend that kind of experience to whoever, whatever area, I think it is going to be beneficial. So I don't think that is something that I have to ponder on in terms of helping, in terms of looking at that from that aspect. So in terms of being a part of sports here in Grenada, is no question I'll always be a part of it. As long as, they need me, I'll always be a part of it. Whatever role, it is, then I'll always, make time and look to support that.
You're going to Botswana. They seem to be producing some tremendous young 400 athletes, and we say the young Turks are moving around the place. We know the experienced soldiers usually find an answer. How do you plan to deal with all of the? I mean, we have some tremendous 400 athletes from same sub-Saharan Africa, Botswana, and those areas, especially Botswana. I guess you're looking forward to matching yourself against them.
Yeah, well, that's half of the reason I'm going down there to scout and make sure there's not another one coming out at the factory line. So,
yeah,
but they have I guess a very talented group. But I think for me it's just maintaining consistency. I think once you're consistent and you're there, you're always going to have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I may intervene here now. For me, that's special, and you would not probably know, but I've been involved in primary school sports since I started teaching, which is almost 40 years now. So following your career has never been difficult. So I just want to confess that I've followed your career completely. Yeah. And I'm just going to get back to you in a short while. So it is another of the 200 meters, boys 200 meters, and they're off. Let's see what is going to happen. But that athlete from St. Andrew in lane number 2 has decided that he's not going to make any joke. He's really head out. So it's the athlete from St. Andrew in lane number 2. He's looking well. St. Patrick is looking well. St. George is looking well. St. Andrew is looking well. This is going to be a very good race. But St. Andrew is looking as if he's going to take it through to the end. St. Andrew, St. Patrick, St. John just running St. George out of the medal. But that's a wonderful run from the athlete from St. Andrew. He's done brilliantly. Great run in the 200 meter, and he really deserved to win. He kept his form, he kept his speed, and the endurance showed up. He did not lose anything. It was a great run by the athlete from St. Andrew. St. George's fought hard, St. Patrick fought hard, St. David fought hard, but they had no answer to that athlete from St. Andrew. Well done, my young man. Well done. Kelson Aberdeen, 25.65 seconds. He's done the big parish proud. And Dante Oliver, St. Patrick, 25.82. Javal Bradford, St. David, 25.93. A good race, Kirani. Sure you enjoyed. By the way, you took part in 200s. Well, you sprinted 100, 200, 400, but you settled.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Right now it's just 400.
Yes. Well done. Yes, so we're really happy to have you. And to hear, as I told you, following you was not difficult because I'm a sporting fanatic. So, I mean, I know more about you than you probably know me because you don't know me at all, I suspect. So we followed you. We've always made you part of our hero at the school that I teach. We ensure that your name is called because we want our athlete to pattern themselves after what you might call a good example. And you have been a brilliant example for Grenada. I really do hope we can get more young men and young ladies patterning after that sort of a humble yet strong example that you have done for Grenada, CARICOM, and the world as a whole. I have seen the world really looking to you for that leadership, and you have shown it. And we really do hope you continue to show that leadership as you continue to represent Grenada. Mr. Duncan, so where next?
Well, hopefully we can see many athletes here move on to do greater things. And I just want to take the opportunity at this time to congratulate the Grenada Union of Teachers for organizing and executing this yet another successful National Primary School Games. The bank will continue to work very closely with the union in ensuring that this game grow from strength to strength, so that we can look back and see the next Kiranis and Anderson Peters and many others, and be profoundly happy that look, they got a chance to catapult their career, they got a chance to showcase themselves right here at the Core Bank National Primary School Games.
Yep. And I am indeed grateful to be representing the GUT, to be representing teaching as a whole, and all of the athletes who would have wanted to say hi, wanted to hear something from Kirani, wanted to hear something from you in terms of going forward. And we're really, really, really glad that Grenada can call upon a Kirani James. Of course, he's brand ambassador now, but we can also look to Anderson Peters, we can look to Lyndon Victor, we can look to his brother, we can look to, and there is another Kofi, young ones coming up, you know, Jamaru Alves showing the shot put in the United States. As we get ready for the girls on the 13 200 meters. And they're off. It is Jazara Date, Dawuna George, Mackenzie Mudu, Janelle Smith, Kadisha Frank, Janaya Welsh, and Sabrina McFarlane. It is going to be a good race. Yes, it is going to be a good race. It is St. Andrew, St. George, St. Carriacou in the mix. It is going to be a tight one to the finish. Who would win it? Who would get through? It is St. George is just edging away St. Andrew and Carriacou. Fantastic run by all three athletes, by the whole field as a whole. They really went out and gave it 100%. Girls under 13 200, just as they take the bend, and you can see Carriacou is leading, but St. George and St. Andrew, they were not giving in to Carriacou and Pitimatnik, of course. And it's St. George who was able to eke out that last bit of energy and speed and endurance and get through to the end. Just winning it by a hair's breadth, Janelle Smith, St. George, 27.97. Kenzie Mudu, St. Andrew, 28.07. And Kadisha Frank of Carriacou bringing up the bronze medal position in 28.62. Tremendous 200, Kirani. Absolutely. Yep. They gave their all. So, as we get ready to close, closing remarks, Kirani.
No, I just want to, especially I want to thank Kwambank for, their support in these games. I think their support in these games kind of mirror their support with me. When I was at my lowest point, they were there. And for the primary school games the last couple of years, we don't know what would have happened. COVID and other things were happening, and the support was still strong.
Wonderful. So let me tell you that Michael Bascom says you're representing him. I hope he's listening, but since morning he said Kirani is representing him. He's all the way in Phoenix, Arizona. Closing comments, Mr. Duncan?
Well, Core Bank is happy that this games so far has turned out to be very successful. We are happy to have had Kirani here with us today. And him coming here, I could tell you, is a big deal. He reached out and really made himself available to be here. He wanted to be part of this. He has missed it for a lot of years with much regret, I can tell you. It's just because of how the scheduling of his athletics seasons are. But the bank, just like all of our events, we're very proud to be part of events in the communities that really improve people's lives. This is just one of them. I know sometimes people hard to make the connection, but like I've said, here is going to be a future athlete that's going to represent Grenada, that is going to get a scholarship. This athlete was able to showcase himself, herself here at the Core Bank National Primary School Games. That will do well for his country, do well for his home, and of course, all parties benefit.
Wonderful. And we're just glad to be able to bring the sights and songs to Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitimatnik, and of course the diaspora. As I said, Michael Bascom is paying attention. They're on the marks and they're off. It's a good, clean start, and the St. George athlete has shown that he's not wasting any time. But St. Patrick is deciding that I'm going to take it up too. So it seems to be St. George followed by St. Andrew, followed by St. Patrick. Let's see what's going to happen. St. George is really tearing down the final 50 meters. It's St. George, St. Andrew. St. George seems to have the lead and will maintain it right through to the end. St. George, St. Andrew, St. Patrick, my word, those guys are really running their heart out today. It shows that it's a culmination of 4 years of pent-up energy. The fact that they were not able to come out and they're giving it 100%. Well done to each and every athlete, each and every school, each and every parish that you have come out and you have made this day a brilliant day, a successful day, a wonderful day, showcasing all of the talents and abilities of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. So well done. Thank you all for coming, and we look forward to seeing you all mingling with the rest of the crowd. Kirani, you know, you're the hero. So I'm sure they're going to be looking forward to seeing you again during the rest of the evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Bless you all. God bless. God bless. All right.
2023, if you've qualified, we're going to come to you. We're going to introduce some of our character athletes
to you today. You've made it to the Character Team 2023. Congratulations. As soon as we're through with the 200-meter events, I'm going to give you a point standing.
So it was another brilliant boys 200-meter race under 13. Kendon Worm from St. George, Philip Mitchell, St. Andrew. Really, really impressive running. Antoine, we've completed our interviews with our brand ambassador, Grenada's ambassador, Kirani James. Oh my, I probably got more out of it than they got, but I was really happy that they were able to come in and speak with the Grenadian public on just being an ambassador, being a sponsor, and just being an example for the Grenada population.
Representing Carriacou, lane number 5, representing St. George.
Listening in, I couldn't help but admire the qualities that Kirani James would have brought to this sport. Not just running, but there is so much more that speaks to his character itself, and that really will go a long way. I think the young persons at the games today who will spend some time to have a look at this interview and so forth, here is someone that you can model your life after. It's healthy stuff.
I was really blown away, and I'll tell you why. I deliberately asked him about his competing, and Kirani, not that he steered clear, but he spoke to, the examples, the modeling, the seeing, the giving back, instead of speaking to him as an individual. And as you would have said, that spoke tremendous amount to me as a person, that this gentleman is not about himself, but it's about ensuring that he's able to get the best and be the example for himself. So this is what Kirani brought to the table, and I'm really, really happy that we were able to see it. So it is a girls 200-meter under 11, and of course I am sure that we are going to look at Leah Rose Charles, Antoine.
200 meters on under 11.
57.
Event number 57. And we have seen some standout athletes right throughout the day. Leah Rose Charles from St. George is one of them, and I think the future of track and field is in safe hands. They are on the status orders.
And they're off. It's a good clean start. And so it is. The running is already made by Leah Rose Charles of St. George. I'm not so sure that she's going to be competing, but she's really looking well. St. Patrick is challenging her. This is a good race. I am really happy to see her getting competition. But this is Leah Rose Charles from St. George. St. Patrick is giving her everything she can handle. But Leah Rose Charles will come right through to the end. From St. Patrick, from the athlete from St. Patrick, Leah Rose Charles, Asha Romain, and that seems to be competition in the future between those two.
Competition in the future. And if there is a criticism with a lot of the young people today, is that they are not really concentrating on their race. There's a lot of looking and a lot of peeking around and over the shoulder and so forth. But with time, that will be corrected, I'm quite sure.
Yep.
So it is Leah Rose Charles, 29.35 seconds from Rep George, the winner in this one. In second position, the athlete from St. Patrick, 29.60 second, Ashley Romain, and Amiria Keto from St. Mark, 30.23 seconds in the third position. And fourth position from St. Andrew, Philip Horsford from St. David, the fifth position, Carriacou Modeste from Carriacou in the sixth position, and Murray in position number 7. That was 200 meters on the
under 11 girls.
Under 11 girls. And now the under 11 boys. In lane 1, Alex Lindor, Carriacou and Petit Matney, Giovanni Tavernier, St. Mark, St. John, Dimitri Sabazan, Tyrese James, St. Patrick, Stephen Moraines, St. David, Tyreek Pilgrim, St. George, and Alex Alexander from St. Andrew. And again, we see a repeat of the majority of athletes here. In fact, they ran earlier in the 100 meters. So this is going to be a good one again.
Yep, it's going to be a good one. We've seen some tremendous races. And Bernard, I think we're really, really happy that we are here to cover all the sites, all the songs, and of course the competition.
And competition it is. The races, in the main and for the majority of the races, it has been quite competitive. And as you have said, there could be some good battles being started here for the future. You could see some of these young athletes here duking it out in the inter-secondary school games to come in the future.
So we've got to keep the name of Leah Rose Charles from St. George, Ashley Romain from St. Patrick. Those are two names we got to look forward to, because I'm telling you, Ashley gave Leah all that she could have handled in the under 11 girls 200 meters.
Absolutely. There are some names that just jump out at you. Micaiah Frederick from St. Mark is one of those. And they're on the status orders.
And they're off. It's a good, clean start. The athlete from St. Mark that's making the running, and followed closely by the athlete from Carriacou. So the athlete from Carriacou has made up the staggers. Let's see if he can finish. But it's Carriacou. It is St. Andrew in lane number 8. It is Carriacou. It is St. Andrew. This 200 meter is going to be a cracker. St. Andrew, Carriacou. St. Andrew look as if he's going to win it very well. Well done to the athlete from St. Andrew, and the second, third, and fourth place is going to be a photo finish.
I think Carriacou got caught on the line. I don't think Carriacou seems to have medaled there, but the official result will confirm shortly.
Yes. St. Andrew seemed to have taken the running and really grabbed it by the scruff of the neck, as we would say, Bernard, and did not relinquish anything. Went past Carriacou, and there was no holding him back. It's like there were hairs at his feet. right through to the end. And yes, it will be
for the young
St.
man.
Mark, St. John, and Carriacou.
Yes.
So it was St. John in second, then it will be St. Mark in third, and Carriacou in fourth.
Confirmed. Alex Alexander, the official results, Alex Alexander from St. Andrew, 28.49 seconds. Dimitri Sabazan from St. John, 29.47 seconds. Giovanni Tavernier is from St. Mark, 29.48. Carriacou Pedimatic athlete Alex Lendor just losing out there. It seems to have lost form right at the end. In the last 10 or so meters ago, he was beaten to the line.
But it was really competitive because the athlete from Carriacou really took it out.
Quite competitive.
St. Andrew did not lose sight of the fact that they were in lane 8. He was in lane 8.
Yes.
And you could have seen that there was some coaching. By himself, he just said, I'm going. Catch me if you can.
He ran his race.
He was strong. He caught up with Carriacou, who faded coming to the end, went out and did not look back one single bit, showing strength and endurance.
Carriacou and Pedimatic athlete Lendor, for the first 150 meters, he was in lead, quite competitive, looking strong, but the last 50 meters he was overtaken, and so he ended in fourth position.
We haven't gotten a point standing for quite a while. I am hoping that we would hear it over the public PA system, so that, because one of the things about sport, Antoine, is the fact that if there is not a consistent supply of information to us, it would seem as if us in the commentary booth, we are doing something wrong. We are not updating the folks outside who are listening. But if we are not fed with the information, the point standing, then we can't give it. And that's what is happening. We would have loved to be able to give point standing because we are heading into what people look forward to, the relays. We are heading into the relays, but we do not have a point standing up to this point. So I'm hoping that they can supply us with that.
And so the relays are here. The next event on the track is the 4x50 meters under 7. This ought to be fun. This ought to be fun. 4x50 meters under 7 girls. Girls 4x50 meters under 7. All seven parishes are represented here. In lane 2, St. Mark. Lane 3, St. Patrick. And we are going to make a break and go onto the field for another medal presentation.
He's also a Quark Bank ambassador. Event 53, girls 200 meters under 15. Bronze medalist, Nia Joseph, St. John. 30.09 seconds. Silver medalist, Kamaya Jeremiah, St. Patrick. 29.78 seconds. Your gold medalist, Micaiah Frederick, St. Mark. 29.03 seconds. Event 54, boys 200 meters under 15. Bronze medalist, Javol Brathwaite, St. David. 25.93 seconds. Silver medalist Dante Oliver, St. Patrick. 25.82 seconds. Your gold medalist Kelson Aberdeen, St. Andrew. A time of 25.65 seconds. Event 55, girls 200 meters under 13. Bronze medalist, Kadisha Frank, Carriacou. 28.62 seconds. Silver medalist Kenzie Mudu, St. Andrew, 28.07 seconds. And your gold medalist Janelle Smith, St. George, 27.97 seconds. Event 56, boys 200 meters under 13. Presenting your bronze medalist, Deshaun Oliver, St. Patrick, 28.21 seconds. Silver medalist, Philip Mitchell, St. Andrew, 26.91 seconds. Presenting now your gold medalist, Kendon Worm, St. George, a time of 26.43 seconds. Event 57, girls 200 meters under 11. Bronze medalist, Amira Cato, St. Mark, 30.23 seconds. Silver medalist, Ashel Romaine, St. Patrick, 29.60 seconds. Presenting now your gold medalist, Leah Rose Charles, St. George, 29.35 seconds. Time to present to you event 58, boys 200 meters under 11. Bronze medalist, Giovanni Taverner, St. Mark, 29.48 seconds. Silver medalist, Dimitri Sabazan, St. John, 29.47 seconds. Now your gold medalist, Alex Alexander, St. Andrew, a time of 28.49 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much, Kirani James, world and Olympic champion over 400 meters. He's also a Quad Bank ambassador. Kirani! Whoa. All right, we're back on the track for the rest of events. You're a part of the Quad Bank National Primary Schools Games right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Time check, 4:51 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean.
Thank you, Ken Roy. Thank you, Kirani. King James. As we back on the track for the first of two relays at 4x50 meter. That's the little ones. That's the final events for the little ones. The 4x50 meter relay on the 7 girls.
Welcome back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium as we bring you the sights and songs. National Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports 2023. And we have had a tremendous time down here at the stadium, bringing all of the competitive action that has been happening, the wonderful environment that has been provided. And even at this time, we have in our midst, following our interview with brand ambassador Kirani James, sponsor Co-op Bank, we now have in our midst, representing the Grenada Union Teachers, the first vice president of the Grenada Union of Teachers, my brother Frankson Marshall. Good to have you here, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Adams. Good afternoon, Mr. Antoine, and hello to the viewing public out there, online and on television. It is wonderful to have you here with us.
Yes, so we're seeing the return of track and field, national primary school sports after a lull. What's your take so far of how things have gone, considering that we've had such a long break?
I think the return and what we have seen so far has shown that the passion for athletics and track and field in the Caribbean and in Grenada remains undiminished, no matter how long the hiatus is. And it is exhilarating and exciting to view what we're seeing happening. Our students are not as sharp, but they are putting on a stellar performance. And we have the excellent support of track and sport officials and the teachers of the Grenada Union of Teachers. So it augurs well for what will happen going forward. But I think all things being considered, we've had an excellent display thus far.
And I couldn't agree more. This edition, after a hiatus that we have had, the evidence is there.
Yes, most certainly it is.
The evidence is there. I want to put you on a spot. I'm not sure if you can answer. If you can, you should. If not, it's okay. Competition is really the best comes out when you have competition of the highest order. I know this is a GUT sponsored game.
Yes, it is.
Where do we stand with the private primary schools participating in national primary school games?
Well, thank you for that very insightful inquiry. It is a very nuanced discussion, and I would not like to make decisive statements on behalf of the GUT presently.
That's okay.
What I can say is what we all see is that at this iteration of the games, that they are not presently participating, but as that old song and saying goes, que sera, whatever will be, the future is not ours to see, que sera, sera. So as an optimistic and Christian people, we are going to see what the future holds, but whatever it is, all of our efforts and the actions we take will be for the development of all children in Grenada.
Well, I that's actually good news to hear. There's no X's that is scratch at anything, so it's optimistic. We are open, and from our end, we want to congratulate the Grenada Union of Teachers. Over the years, they have done a remarkable job, and to come back as strong as they have this year says a lot for as an institution, GUT.
I cannot agree more. The greatest investor, well, we have obviously the wonderful Core Bank, who is putting in the financial resources and their might behind us. But the teachers invest a lot. They have the personnel here with them. And this has been a long-standing and traditional human resource investment from the teachers and from the Union of Grenada. So we are happy to build on the strength and the talents that we have in front of us and to do what we can year after year to be better and better. Because athletes like Kirani and Anderson from St. David do not just happen and pop up on the screen. They are engendered and created in these type of activities, and we want to continue putting out this kind of stellar, supremely talented athletes.
Well, of course, Mr. Adams is a teacher of long standing and principal of that. One of the things that he has said earlier, the fact that we see sports, track and field, not as a separate and distinct part from education, but a part of education, that speaks well.
It really does, and it is important that we take that philosophy on board. And Mr. Adams doesn't just see that, he lives that as a principal, and in his stewardship of his students, he has always ensured that his strategies and his policies are geared towards his school's stellar performance at the track and field level, and we are having that exemplified and even
very much so.
even copied among different institutions. So this is how we should move Grenada forward, because Mr. Antoine, you could have a doctorate and you could have your first $1 million, but a child you would have taught would do it sooner and get greater recognition for you and put Grenada out there when in 20 years no one will know our names, but Kirani will be here forever.
Spoken as a teacher.
Yes. Based on what you're seeing at present in terms of well, the discussion has started. I mean, Antoine and I had a little discussion. You see that going forward there is a discussion about all students being involved. From your personal opinion, not as GT president, do you believe that once it's a national games that all Grenadians should have some form of access to this kind of competition?
I find it very interesting, the frame of reference you would have used in the stem of your question. But if you look in the sky and you see the variety of colors of the rainbow, it is extremely difficult to define one from another. So to ask me for my personal opinion would put me on the spot. And as a union man here, I have to be careful.
Yes, I take you.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back with the GUT representative as we go onto the track for the first of the 4x50 meters relay.
Well, they would not pull them back. It's all about the young ones, and they are running. and they're having fun, and they have passed the first battle, and they are running still. So we're gonna see what happens here. Antoine, we know what's going to be because lots of things are going to happen. So it is now St. Andrew in the lead. They're followed by, and it's St. Patrick now in the lead because St. Andrew has dropped the baton. St. George is going to be second. St. Mark, I wish I can find the rest, but it is St. Patrick all the way, followed by St. David, followed by St. George and St. Mark. What a pity St. Andrew dropped the baton. It's always fun.
This is fun. The athlete from she couldn't believe she was so far ahead and nobody was running behind her, so she wanted to stop.
But I mean, the good part is no disqualification. Just allow them to enjoy themselves, man. This was brilliant. It's beautiful. And Mr. Marshall, coming back to the games, in terms of logistics, how have you been able to, after again a hiatus, how have you find the logistics have gone today?
I think they have been very well, and the GUT as an entity, this is our 45th or 46th iteration of the games, and as a union we have within our core the institutional experience and abilities to run this off year after year, whether we take a 4-year break or a 100-year break. So logistically we are on familiar grounds and we are executing and doing everything in an efficient manner so that this is an activity that we do not just enjoy but that all Grenadians can look at and feel rewarding after having viewed.
Well, I'm part of the duty, so when I get those positive reviews, I also take it as I'm part of the organization and setup. Going forward, I guess the executive would be forward planning.
Most definitely.
In terms of the training, because is there any room there for CUT games? Is there going to be an iteration of CUT games so we have this group of athletes that we can select from and carry them further to another level of competition at the Caribbean level? Is there talk of that at all for this year?
As far as I am aware, I cannot give specific information on whether CUT games is happening this year, but if it is most likely later on in the year, but we will be prepared whatever the outcome, whatever the variation.
But do you think this exhibition of talent here, do you think it would advertise to our corporate sponsors aside of Co-op Bank that if we are going to take a team to the CUT games, the cost that is going to be that we can use this as an advertisement to resource and to finance a team going forward, which is always very expensive?
Well, I think there are two responses to that. One, sometimes it's when one of you make it that everyone starts to believe that they can make it as well. And the success of Kirani and Anderson from St. David's, among others, who would have done very well on the international stage, has helped the Grenadian populace to believe that they can make it too, and has increased the belief that corporate Grenada has had in investing in these type of initiatives. So I think that corporate Grenada is ready to support because they know the exposure that is available out there once we support our Grenadian athletes.
And again, the GUT partnering with Co-op Bank, it's a significant marriage.
I think so as well.
Finance and know-how and talent and so on. If I may ask a question though, and this happens right throughout. We see good athletes at this level, primary school level. They tend to disappear between passing their common entrance and their first year in secondary school. They disappear. Similarly, we have something similar. After the young people leave the secondary school, go into the TAMCC, they disappear. There's something happens in that gap, and we have not put our hands on it just yet. I'm wondering if GUT is of the same opinion, and if they have, how what it is that GUT is thinking of or actually have in place to bridge this gap. You identify some talent they disappear for some reason. Maybe the exams that the common entrance exam, the CPEA, didn't allow them to go into a secondary school that has an emphasis on track and field. On track and field. We get back to this.
Yes.
But it's what I call the disappearing talent, for reasons that I have no idea. So we are into the 4x50 meters boys under 7 relay. 4x50 meters boys under 7, and they are now under status orders.
And we can ensure, we are almost sure that we're in for some drama with the under 7s as they get ready for the 4x50 relay. Good parties, these qualifications are generally non-existent. We are happy for that. They bring us fun, they bring us a showcase of talent, potential, and they are going to always be the ones that when we go, we anticipate some form of adventure and drama. But they are all serious about what they are doing. So all parishes are represented: Carriacou, St. Andrew, St. George, St. John's, St. Mark, St. David, St. Patrick, all the way up in lane number 8. What I must say, the officials have tried well to mentor, to nurture, to guide, and I'm hopeful that that will continue, because you need a certain type of children's relations, Antoine, to be able to deal and cope with that.
Absolutely. St. David in lane 1, St. Andrew in lane 2, St. George in lane 3, St. John in lane 4, Carriacou is in 5, St. Mark in 6, and St. Patrick in lane 7. It is the boys 4x50 meters under 7.
Match 24. Right here at the Kirani James Stadium. Thank you, Kirani.
The minor hiccups has to do with the synchronizing of the times.
Getting set now for the start of the 4x50 under 7 boys.
And they're off. It's a good clean start. Well, St. John seem to have taken the running. They seem to be in the lead, followed by St. Andrew has done very well. St. Andrew, St. George, St. John, and they are going. They are doing well. St. John has gotten into lane 1, but let's see, St. George and St. Andrew. St. George and St. Andrew. St. George and St. Andrew. Let's see who is going to bring it home. St. Andrew, first pass. It is St. Andrew, St. George. St. Andrew, St. George. What's going to happen? St. Andrew seems to be strong. He's going to take it. It's St. Andrew followed by St. George. Good run by the boys.
It's good. It's good. Good run. And it has everything that we expected in an under 7 race.
I'm just happy to be able to allow us to get through this one. It was a wonderful race.
And folks, the truth is, this is where it starts. This is where it all starts. The athletes that you see on the international scenes today, this is where they would have started many, many, many years ago, making the same mistakes and having the same level of degree of fun that we are experiencing here today.
Yes.
So, if we may, go back to the question. There seems to be something happens with identified talent at this level. Between the primary school and the secondary school, something happens.
Well, as a union, we've been primarily involved in athletics at the primary level. However, I believe that there has been a new phenomenon which has been showing itself in Grenada, which I think in the years to come will demonstrate greater fruit. That is the existence of the clubs. Now, there was a time before your participation in athletics was mainly limited to your participation at your institution of learning, but now we have the clubs filling in that gap. Now, because of the hiatus over the last 4 years, we did not get an opportunity to see in a punctual manner what kind of reward those would bring. But I think we should keenly observe what's going to happen in the next 5 years, because I think that gap may not be completely closed, but there will be some level of a bridging because of the support and the structure of the clubs. St. David's, I could just mention one, Track Blazers. I have no affiliation with them, so this is not partisan, but they do a lot as an example. We have a number of clubs, from gentlemen from PBC and a number of them at TAN team. I think they are the link in the chain to help our students have that development in a continual and a continuous basis, so that they can get better and be the best versions of themselves.
I just want to chime in on this. It's a brilliant observation, because when I look at the explosion of clubs over the last couple of years, quite a number of folks who would have been athletes in the past, done the coaching courses, and have gotten certified at whatever level. You are now seeing several of them.
Yes.
Wayne McSween St. David, of course, Track Blazers, Albert from St. John's, you have, and a number of the other young coaches, and Lee and all of the rest is south of the island.
And I hasten to add, many of these people were or have been teachers.
Correct.
This is the continued investment of the union in athletics in Grenada.
And not to forget that even Mr. Antoine has a club that he's part of, and they are working with athletes within the area, Belmont and Springs, and as much as possible. Of course, they will take anybody else, but I'm saying this to say that there's an explosion of clubs and so on, and it seems as if they're working. So it's an excellent observation.
Yes, it is.
And ACs. I looked at national champs, and quite a lot of clubs were represented. I can't recall all the names now.
Yes.
Quite a lot of clubs are represented.
Quite a few actually. So that's quite good. GUT continues to do good work with these games, and our hope and wish is that it continues to grow from strength to strength.
That is our main objective.
Yep. So we are happy. We were talking about winners of the primary school sports, looking at the data that's available. I mean, we are saying only one parish so far hasn't won, and that's Carriacou. And hopefully one day they'll win. But we have seen a domination by the St. Andrew outfit.
Yes.
What's your take on that? And because to me, there's that signal. St. George has won it about 10 times. St. Andrew 26. What do you think is responsible for that lopsided competition within the parishes?
So before I respond to that question, I think that the dominance of St. Andrew shows that there is some innate exceptionalism among the parish, and we must recognize the teachers and the structures there. Two things, just from my own estimation, because I do not have intimate knowledge of St. Andrews. One, I know that in the past, especially on day one, they have always excelled at the field events. So by the time they get to day two, they've always had a considerable lead. I am also guessing that they may have a more robust grassroots structure when it comes to athletics. And I think it may be formal and informal. That is something a part of how they do what they do, which reflects itself in the performance of the parish over the years. So they deserve much kudos for that.
Okay, we are going to make a segue back onto the track, as we now are about to witness the start of event number 61, the girls 4x100 meters on the 9. Girls 4x100 meters on the 9. Lane 1, St. John. Lane 2, St. George. Lane 3, St. David. St. Mark is in lane 4, St. Patrick in lane 5. In lane 6 is St. Andrew. And in lane 7, Carriacou and Petit Matney. This is the start of the girls 4x100 meters on the 9.
Yeah, and Antoine, we usually call this the business end of sport.
This is the business end.
Because no matter what, really brings out the emotions that have been pent up. The most in terms of emotion, that team vibe, team spirit. And of course, relays are a very, very challenging and technical run event. Because at the end of the day, if the batter doesn't come around or doesn't come around in an efficient manner, at the end of the day, no matter how fast you are not going to win. And basically, that is where the parishes develop chemistry and team and strategy and efficiency and coaching comes out here also, Antoine.
Yes. They are about to start. And on the starters order.
And they're off. It's a good clean start by all of the athletes. And from what I've seen, it's St. David and St. Patrick making the running. St. David, St. Patrick, St. Andrew is doing well. Seem to have passed it over first. But it's now St. Andrew, St. Patrick, St. George seem to be pulling out some meat on the St. Patrick athlete. So it is now St. Andrew and St. George as the competition has shown itself. So it is St. George now seem to be in the lead. St. George, St. Andrew, St. Patrick. It is St. George, St. Andrew, St. Patrick. The St. Andrew athlete is doing all she can to maintain her lead. But this is going to be a good race. It is St. George, St. Andrew, St. Patrick. St. George has gotten the battle first. Let's see what's going to go on the final lap all the way down to the end. It's a brilliant race. Let's see what is going to happen. St. Patrick seems to be pulling out all stops. St. Patrick has taken it over. St. George is going to have to really work to keep up St. Andrew. But St. Patrick, St. Andrew, and St. George very keenly run.
That last leg was brilliantly run. Last leg by St. Patrick. That's a brilliant run by St. Patrick.
And you could see the St. Patrick athlete was really, really motivated. It's like this was the end, and she's going to give it everything she got. She did not seem tired. She did not seem to be perturbed by anything. She just went out, and that was it.
Yes, let me give you a quick rundown of the point standing at the end before the start of the relays. In position number 7, St. Mark with 178.5 points, and Carriacou and Petit-Mat 209 points. St. John in position number 5, 231.5 points. St. David in position number 4, 301.5, points. In third position, St. Patrick 308 points. Second position, St. George, 346.5 points, and St. Andrew in position number 1, just like we were talking about earlier, 430 points. We had discussed earlier that coming into the competition today, just like you said, St. Andrew were ahead by what, 75 points. So that actually makes a lot of sense where we are, because the difference here is just about that now. Just about that. It means that for the other schools to catch up, they have to copy. And I think you, Adams, who made the point that if something is working, what you should do is to go and see if you can copy what it is that they are doing correct and try to replicate that across the other parishes.
Yeah, I really do think that St. George and the other parishes need to really study what St. Andrew is doing, and nothing wrong, because best practice is best practice, Mr.
Yes.
Marshall.
Yes, most definitely, I agree.
What they're doing well, and see what would stop us from not replicating, because if you know what is going to stop you from not replicating, then you are in the driver's seat, because you know what's stopping you. So get rid of what is stopping you from replicating. And if you could get rid of that, then we will replicate it well.
I think so. I agree.
So back to the track. We at event number 62, the 4x100 meters relay boys under 9. In lane 1, St. Andrew. Lane 2, St. Andrew. Lane 3, St. George. 4, St. Patrick. 5, Carriacou and Petit-Mat. 6, St. David. 7, St. John. And lane 8, St. Mark.
Yeah, so we've got to, I'm speaking as a St. George's person now.
You have to be extremely careful,
yes,
Brother Adams.
Yes, but you see, somebody got to be brutally honest and frank. And so I am willing to in that area and get the wrath of the others. If St. Andrew is doing something well, St. George should find out what is going on. I'm just same way I'm going to say St. David. Yeah, St. Patrick the same way.
As a president of the whole union, my diplomatic answer is that all branches should try to emulate the excellence being delivered on by St. Andrews for the betterment of all athletes throughout the length and breadth of Grenada.
And I am known for being diplomatic, but this time I threw it behind me because it's just a reality. Somebody has got to copy what they're doing.
I'll offer my personal comments off air, brother.
It's all right. Nonetheless, we are seeing what we can consider again well-run sports, great competition, the usual duty being in the landscape of Grenada, being contributing to the development of Grenada, not just as a union, as I spoke about some time ago, fighting only for salary increase and benefits, but also investing in who they are teaching. What's your take on that?
Most definitely, and if we want to talk in a broader sense, at almost any point in time with Grenada being an elected democratic country, you go into your parliament and you would find many teachers or past teachers.
We are about to witness the start of the boys 4x100 meters on the 9. They're on the starters' orders.
And they're off. It's a good start. And again, let's see what's happening on this first leg. The St. Mark athlete, the St. John athlete, they're maintaining the position. So they're all running really hard. The first handover seemed to be St. Mark. Carrico is not looking bad, but St. John has caught up on the St. Mark athlete. So it means that St. John's more than likely is just ahead. But they're really duking it out. A batter has fallen. My word, this is disaster. It is St. George now seem to be catching up on the St. Mark athlete. It is St. Mark, St. George, and St. Patrick doing the damage on the second leg. But it's St. George, St. Mark, St. Patrick. It is St. George just handing over, just side of St. Patrick. This is going to be a brilliant run to the finish. Brilliant run to the finish. Let's see what is going to happen. St. Andrew is coming in on the inside. Lane number 2, St. Andrew. Lane number 3, St. George. This is a wonderful run down the final 30 meters. There goes St. George, finally breaking the cycle of not winning a relay for the 2023 GOT Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports, well run by the under-9 boys, and so St. George must be proud. St. Andrew, as usual, always competitive. St. Patrick, always competitive, but an excellent run, Antoine.
It was, and notwithstanding the Patterson sharing in the booth there, this was in fact a really competitive race, and it was unfortunate that the St. Patrick had to drop the baton when they seems to be leading the race. But it's a beautiful run, and the batter passing by both St. Andrew and St. George is something to behold even at this level.
Yeah, it was really good. I enjoyed it actually, to see the batter passing. You could see there was some coaching that took place, and they learned well. They learned quickly, knowing the amount of time that they had for training, Mr. Marshall.
Yes, I do think so as well, and I think that is something we have to consider for the calendar next year. The impending national football game kind of shortened our time, so we'd have to invest more time next year and use the weeks we have more wisely.
So the official result in position number 1, St. George. St. Andrew, position number 2, and in the bronze position, St. Patrick.
I would also, if you permit me, I'd like to highlight the wonderful performances from some of the athletes from St. Patrick's, St. Mark, and St. John, and even Carrico and Petit Martinique. I think there has been some, even though St. Andrews with their amazing efforts are far out front, there has been a really good spread of performances among the ranches, and that is wonderful to see.
Yep, I do concur with you as we go into a medal presentation ceremony at this time.
Medalist St. David, 40.83 seconds. So bronze medalist St. George, silver medalist St. David, And we can move now to your gold medalist, St. Patrick. A time of 40.72 seconds. St. Patrick, position 1. We move now to event. Keep in mind, we, of course, presenting 3 different sets: bronze, silver, gold. We move now to event 60 boys 4x50 meter relay under 7. Bronze medalist St. Patrick. .75 seconds. Silver medalist St. George. 36.79 seconds. Your gold medalist, St. Andrew. .56.53 seconds. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you so much. Thanks as well to Mr. Floyd Dowden, Executive Manager, Operations and Administration, Grenada Cooperative Bank.
So yes, we're back at the National Stadium for continued action. As we would have said, we entered the business end of the Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports. It is the relays. And so far we have seen some tremendous performances. We still have Mr. Marshall, first Vice President-elect of the Grenada Union of Teachers. And we were just discussing and chit-chatting of the performances, the whole input of the union, sponsors, and how do we go forward to get the best from each and every athlete. That's where we were when we last cut off. And probably, I don't know if Mr. Marshall still has some other stuff. He was highlighting the performances of the athletes from parishes like St. Mark, Carrico, and so on.
Yeah, I think it is, with this course and presentation of this activity that all parishes get equal coverage, and it has been heartwarming to see.
And we are back on it. We are back on the track, ladies and gentlemen. And this is for the 4x100 meters girls under 15. 4x100 meters girls under 15 in lane 1, St. Andrew, lane 2, St. John. And they're off.
It's a good clean start from the athletes, and the distance seems to be maintained, so they're all really working hard. Let's see who is going to make the first handover. It seems as if it is St. George. Same, but I just could not find St. Andrew just at the corner of the screen, but it is St. Patrick making the running on St. David. St. George seem to be passing over almost at the same time, but it is St. Patrick, St. David looking for the rest of the competition. It's St. Patrick out front, St. David in second, St. George in third. Let's see what is going to happen. It is St. Patrick. She's going to win by a long way. I don't think she can be caught. And it's St. George in second, St. John in third, and St. Andrew in fourth place. But it's St. Patrick leading by a long way. It's a dominant performance. St. George in second, St. John's in third, followed by St. David and St. Andrew. Dominant performance by the athlete from St. Patrick, the under 15 girls.
Well run race, and they, with the exception of the first batter pass with St. Andrew, all the other teams seem to have passed the baton quite well.
She was all alone. I mean, there was no competition, and she deserved to win because the team the team did a much better job than the others, both in the batter passing, and they seem to have what it takes to win the race. So I'm really glad that the St. Patrick outfit has been able to do well.
So the official result, St. Patrick in the gold medal position, and silver medal position, St. George. Third, St. John, and then St. David, St. Andrew, bringing up the minor positions. The next event in the track will be the under 13.
Under 15 boys?
Under 15 boys. The 4x100 meters under 15 boys. We are moving right along. The 400 meters under 15 boys. In lane number 2, St. Andrew. Lane number 3, St. David. Lane number 4, Carriacou. St. Patrick is in lane number 5. In lane number 6, St. John. St. Mark in 7. And St. George, lane 8. The St. Andrew was shut out at the first 3 positions in that last relay. That should have done something to the point standing.
This actually is one of the first relays that they've been shut out of the top 3 positions. So a couple parishes would feel good about that they've been able to just keep St. Andrew at the back for the first time.
But you really have to admire the strength of the athletes in St. Andrew. And there are 1 or 2 other significant standard athletes. I can think of Micaiah.
Is it Frederick?
Micaiah Frederick.
From St. Mark.
From St. Mark.
Yeah. Under
That's
15
a name.
Under 13, under 15 girl, I think.
That's
under 13.
Under 13.
Yeah.
That's a name to look out for in the future.
Yeah. I just got a note. We have the diaspora paying attention, Mr. Marshall. So whether it's Michael in Phoenix, I have some friends in Brooklyn, and one of my friends in Brooklyn just WhatsApped me and he said, if you sit down there and don't know what's happening, it's a kind of nuance thing. The people in St. Andrew are eating better. He said they're eating provision. I don't want to say who it is, but he said they're eating provision. So the St. George athletes, maybe that's another best practice we can take. Point them towards not the snack, the fast stuff, but point them towards eating the good, strong, organic food and ground provision and green banana that they don't want to eat. When you cook food in the school, Mr. Marshall, according to what you cook, they're not eating much.
That is true.
And we are back on the track. This is the start. We are about to witness the start of event number 64, 4x100 meters, boys under 15. Under 15. These are the big boys. This should be rather competitive. So in lane number 2, St. Andrew. Lane 3, St. David. Carriacou is in 4. In 5, St. Patrick. 6, St. John. St. Mark is in 7. And 8, St. George. They are under starters orders. And there's a false start. There's a false start. And as we have been saying all afternoon, the rules, the false start rules is not strictly enforced up to now. So let's hope that it stays as that. It's not strictly enforced, but the false start seems to have occurred from lane 5. Let's see.
It seemed to be St. Patrick. It seemed to be St. Patrick.
Yes, lane 5. This is not unusual with relays, especially sprint relays, but it's something that you must get, if you need to win. You need to get your start well. It doesn't matter who you have on the second, third, and last leg. They can be as fast as anything. If you don't start, the race don't finish.
That is correct. Always the same. Very, very complicated event. Very nuanced. Very technical.
Yes. Well, the judges are meeting now to decide what's happening next.
As we have said up to this point, the rules
That was a false start.
have been rather loosened.
Let's see what's happening.
And for the sake of the competition, let's hope it remains that way.
We've had one DQ thus far, one disqualification.
And that was for lane violation.
That was for a lane violation. I am hopeful that the false start rule is not applied at this time for these young ones, but if it is, we've had one DQ.
Seems to be a yellow. It is a yellow.
It is a yellow, yes. So it's a warning, and this goes to the field.
This is a warning, and for the sake of the competition, it's a good result. I think we all can live with.
Yes, and it is for the field. So the next one, if there's a false start, the next person, well, God forbid there's another one, but the next one will feel the wrath of the rules.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's boys 4x100 meters under 15, and they're on a status orders. Restart. And the young man doesn't understand that he can't go back as usual. I think he's standing sort of scared now. It's a learning process.
It is.
Under 15. It's the excuse of youthfulness, so that's okay. Unfortunately, St. Patrick started.
Yes. Anyway, St. George seemed to be really pushing out all the stops, and hopefully we're going to see no really baton falling or being knocked out. But this is St. George. St. David seemed to be doing extremely well. So it's St. David first, followed by St. Andrew, followed by St. George's. This is going to be a firecracker. It is St. David, followed by St. Andrew, followed by St. George. St. Andrew seems to be making the running now. It's going to be really tight right down to the end, but St. Andrews look as if they're going to power through home. Another victory in the relay events for the St. Andrew outfit. Well done, St. Andrew. St. David in second, St. George in third.
And that's a standard athlete again from St. Andrew. He has been dominating all afternoon, and it says a lot. The young man is powerful, seems to be well trained, and it's rather unfortunate with the false start. The young athlete from St. Patrick didn't think he had to start on time, and so he got out of the blocks
very late.
Very late.
Very late.
In fact, he was left behind.
Not.
So it is St. Andrew, St. David, and St. George.
Correct.
Official results: St. Andrew, the gold medal position; St. David, silver; St. George, bronze; and then Carrico and Petit Martin, St. John, St. Mark, St. Patrick.
Good to see Carrico and Petit Martin competing in the boys under 15. They do not have girls under 15, but they now have boys. Yes. They do have boys under 15, and they've done extremely well. Well done to the outfit from Carrico and Petit Martin. We really want to see you continue to perform well, and when you get back home, you need to be proud after having made the journey down to the mainland.
Yes. The next event on the track is the 4x100 meters under 13. 4x100 meters under 13 girls. St. Patrick in lane 2. Lane 3 is St. Mark. Lane 4 St. Andrew. Carriacou is in 5. Carriacou and Petty Matting, that is, in 5. St. George 6. St. David 7. St. John 8. Now we switch for a medal presentation.
So,
Very ready.
so I'm here with a fan who's always in the stadium for athletic games. How are you feeling?
Feeling great, and the best team is St. John's.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, thank you. Thank you so very much. Event 61 girls, 4x100 meters, under 9. Bronze medalist St. George. 1 minute 05.73 seconds. Silver medalist St. Andrew. St. Andrew silver medalist, 1 minute 05.45 seconds. And your gold medalist, St. Patrick. 1 minute 04.83 seconds. We move now to event 62 boys, 4x100 meters, under 9. Presenting your bronze medalist, St. Patrick. 1 minute 05.13 seconds. Silver medalist, St. Andrew. 1 minute 04.15 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your gold medalist, St. George. 1 minute 03.93 seconds. Congratulations. Thank you so very much, Mr. Gary Says, Executive Manager, Sales and Service, Grenada Cooperative Bank.
Yes, so welcome back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, where we are continuing to bring to you live the Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports as we get to the business end, as you would have said, and that is we are into the relay events. And things have been running pretty smoothly, Mr. Antoine.
Quite smooth.
So I am glad that we're able to bring you the sights and sounds and hopefully performances of our athletes, and you would be encouraged to pray for them, to support them, whether as a citizen, individual, or as a corporate body. Mr. Marshall, you must be proud.
Yes, I am exceedingly proud.
event, and
and they're off. It's a good, clean start for this race. It's the Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports 4x 100 meters relay under 13 girls.
Under
so
13.
it seems as if St. David has taken the battle first, so it is St. David, St. George. This is going to be a St. David, St. George on the back straight, the second lap. St. David, St. George, St. David, St. George. It's still St. David. Looking well. St. Andrew has now caught up. So it is St. David, St. George, St. Andrew. And these are the standout teams right here now. What is going to happen? Final handover. St. Andrew, St. David, St. George. This will be a fight between St. Andrew and St. David. But St. George is herring down the final straight. St. George is really coming along. She's pouring it on, but she will not catch the athlete from St. Andrew. Wonderful run by the athlete from St. Andrew. She kept the pressure, she kept the pace, and she kept what the athletes had done before and finished beautifully. Mr. Antoine.
It's the two significant running in this race. The last leg for St. George, remarkable last leg, and the third leg for St. Andrew did the trick here.
Wonderful, wonderful team event.
Wonderful.
They seem to be happy to run together.
And as the bottom passing, you have to say there's some serious training that went into this. The bottom passing is smooth. We are talking about under 13, you know.
Yep.
Under 13, and you can see the bottom passing. There was some coaching that would have gone into this, and this speaks well for the schools themselves. This speaks well for the games teachers, the physical education teachers, and the coaches, the people who put some work into this. It's been evidenced now in the display that we are witnessing here in these relays. You would have noticed some professional teams drop bottom passes over and over. I mean, the USFA is not shy where that is concerned. Some of the best athletes, and they can't get a battle around with the four guys. And so that was the conclusion of the 4x 100 meters girls under 13. The Fisheries are St. Andrew, St. George in second place, St. David third, and St. Patrick fourth. St. Patrick fourth. These are the relays, so the points are distributed are different than the distribution that you would have had for the individual events. So to win one relay or two, you're always in the business if you can, in fact, master the relays. And the next event on the track is the under 13 version of this. The under 13 boys 4x 100 meters. St. Mark in lane 1, Carriacou and Pidimatic lane 2, St. Patrick 3, St. Andrew in lane 4, St. George 5, St. John in 6, and St. David in lane number 7.
So we can safely say that we're sure St. Andrew cannot be caught anymore in terms of the overall standings. They've been leading by almost 100 points with the relays, and they have done extremely well, as we normally expect of them to do in the relays. And so once they would have established that lead coming into day number 2, it's actually extremely difficult to catch them.
So the boys 4x 100 meters under 13. You are witnessing, you're watching the Co-op Bank 2023 GUT National Primary School Games. And they're off.
There was a double. I heard a double. Yeah.
Okay, it's a false start. So we do this again.
It's a good time to say thanks to the Royal Mail Police Force, the medical team, the doctors, and the medical team.
She takes too long.
It's a good time to say thanks to the National Skating Authority.
she takes too long to pop the gun. She does that all the time.
And he, wow.
Yep, so
event number 66, the 4x100 meters under 13 boys. It seems to have had a malfunction just now with the gun, or some delay at the start. Nonetheless, there was a false start for the field, so it's a yellow card for the field, so we'll do it again.
So assess to the field, and of course it means that the next false start, then there will be, they will not be able to complete the race, they will not be able to run, so the whole team will have to be put out as they get ready for the start. And they're off. It's a good clean start at this time, and the distance being maintained between the athletes seem consistent. So it means that they are all running hard, but St. George seem to have done a good job. St. Andrew also. So it seems as if St. George, St. Andrew, St. David, St. John, they are making the race out front. So it's St. George, St. Andrew, St. John's. St. George is still leading, but St. Andrew seem to be doing well on this leg. St. Andrew is making up his staggers on St. George. What is going to happen with the final handover? It is going to be St. Andrew. It is going to be St. George, but St. George seems to have gotten the battle extremely well. So it's going to be a run to the finish. Who is the strongest? Who is the fastest? Who is going to be the best? It is St. George at this time, holding off St. Andrew beautifully, followed by St. Patrick. And I know there's some celebration in the studio. Brother Marshall is here. I guess you're happy. St. George seemed to have done a good job.
I'm happy for St. George's and all parishes, my brother.
Correct, my friend.
Again, you cannot help but admire the baton passing. And the minor hiccups that would have taken place in St. Patrick and St. Andrew, that would have cost them the race.
The usual technical aspects of thing. So, Brother Marshall,
so gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I would have enjoyed this encounter. It's my first time to be in the competitive room. I see the amount of talent and effort that go into it, and I hope to be back here again soon. I will take my leave and allow you to finish the climax of the sport unimpeded by my presence.
It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you, and good afternoon to the listening audience, and I hope you have enjoyed everything so far. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye, everyone.
Before you go, I guess you want to say something to all the branches, because of course you're speaking to Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitimati.
Most certainly. We offer commendations to all branches, not only the teachers and the students, but you, the listening public from St. Mark's and St. Patrick, St. David, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, St. John, everywhere. So we hope you have enjoyed this, and we always appreciate the investment you put in our students. So let's enjoy it.
Thank you very much, Brother Marshall.
Bye-bye. Thank you, gentlemen.
Go to a medal ceremony.
Medalist.
Thank you.
St. George. And your gold medalist, winning this event in a time of 57.54 seconds, St. Patrick. Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists for event 63, the girls, 4x100 meter relay, under 15. Next medal presentation, event 64, the boys 4x100 meter relay, under 15 division. Your bronze medalist in a time of 52.38 seconds, St. George. Your silver medalist in a time of 50.78 seconds, St. David. And winning this event, your gold medalist, establishing a new record, 50.16 seconds, St. Andrew. Ladies and gentlemen, your medalist for the boys 4x100 meter relay under 15 division. We say thank you to P.S. Alva Brown, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture, with responsibility for youth, sports and culture.
Thank you, Russell. We're back on the track.
Just before we head back to the track, I have two quick announcements. Jornell Charles, your grandma says to meet you with the...
So we're back again, back at the track and bringing you the culminating events at the Co-op Bank National Primary School Sports Athletic Championship 2023. First event in the last 4 years, 2018 being the last that we had defending champ St. Andrew, and they are going to defend again this year, but we are seeing very keen competition taking place as we get ready for the under 11 400 meter relay, under 11 girls.
4x100 meters, under 11 girls in lane number 1, St. Mark, lane 2, St. Patrick, St. Andrews in lane 3, St. George 4, St. David 5, Carriacou 6, and St. John 7. This is the girls 4x100 meters under 11. Look for the bottom passing. This makes a difference in a race like this. One of those technical aspects of a relay race is the bottom passing. And what we have seen so far, Adams, is that the bottom passing, by and large in general, has been quite good.
I must say that I'm impressed, because after all of these years, we have our athletes coming out and almost seeming as if they haven't missed a bit in terms of the executing. So I am very happy for what I've seen happen today. It augurs well for Grenada and for sports and athletics in our country.
And they're in the status orders.
Yes, the tension is building up. We can have a point standing shortly.
And they have been called to get themselves all ready again. They're back on the status orders.
And they're off. St. George's got a late start. But again, those things happen. St. David seemed to be making the running. It is St. David making the staggers up on 2 athletes up front. That's a brilliant run for the first leg for St. David. So it is St. David all out front, all by herself, by St. Andrew, followed by St. Carriacou and Pitimat, and then St. George. But it is St. David, and I don't think she will be caught. It's a brilliant run by the athlete from St. David. That's the third leg. St. George seemed to have taken up the third position. I'm not so sure that we are going to have a difference in the position, but it is St. David. It is St. Andrew. It is St. David, St. Andrew, followed by St. Patrick and St. George. This is going to be a good run. St. David is holding up St. Andrew. St. Andrew is holding up St. David. It's St. David just by hair's breadth from St. Andrew, followed by St. George's.
What a remarkable run. The first leg for St. David and the last leg for St. Andrew. That is really running.
Well done, well done. St. David's just stamped the authority from the start of the race, and they never really looked back. If you check it, Antoine, they just kept it going, and the rest just had to play catch up to them.
St. Andrew ran out of real estate. Another 10 meters to go, and it would have been a different results, one would think. So St. David in position number 1, St. Andrew bringing up the second position, and the bronze medal position, St. George. St. Patrick in position number 4, St. Mark, Carriacou, and St. John in that order. So that was the conclusion of the girls 4x100 meters under 11. The next event on the track is the 4x100 meters under 11 boys. And that will be followed by the 4x400 meters open, girls and boys.
So with just a few more events to bring down the curtain. I want to shout out to another good friend, fellow commentator, colleague, pastor, all the way out in New York, Pastor Stevenson Wam. I'm almost sure that if Stevenson was in Grenada, Bernard, he might have been here doing some commentary at the sports. Hello, Stevie. Good to know that you're looking. Hope you're feeling well and you're enjoying the sights and sounds that we have here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, bringing you 2023 Co-op National Primary School Sports.
The consummate sports personality, Pastor Stevenson. We are with you, my brother.
Establish an institution that caters to the financial needs every week. We envision the school.
So it's the boys 4x100 meters under 11.
This was more
and as we have been seeing, there are a few standard athletes in this edition of the primary schools Co-op Bank Games 2023. Make some notes. You are going to see some repeated names in the next few years on the secondary school circuit, I'm sure.
Michaela Frederick, St. Mark.
That's one of them that stands out.
Leah Rose Charles, St. George. Those are two athletes so far we can call with immediate effect in terms of standout performances. We have the athlete from St. Andrew, I'll get his name in a short while, anchored the under 13, under 15 boys in the relay. Brilliant run he did, and so we do have quite a number of standout athletes coming out and names, as you said, that we can look forward to.
Endon St. Paul.
Endon St. Paul of St. John's in the distance races.
Dante Oliver. There are some names that just jump out at you. Exceptional performances here. And we're just talking about performances on the track. There would have been some exceptional athletes also in yesterday's portion of the games and on the field.
Correct.
And in time, when all the results are published, you will get an idea what it is that we have been talking about all afternoon. But it's safe to say we are on the right track with what we have seen all day. Good competition, good clean competition, and a good fair clean competition. Now that makes for a unique combination. So all in all, we can say thus far the sport have been good. And added to that, the execution of the games themselves, you have to give the credit where it is due. The organizer of the game, the stewards and the persons who are in the background, they have been doing a wonderful job.
Yep, I must say that this has been impressive. To say the least, you can see the desire for excellence, and we hope this could spill over into other athletic meets where it could be as efficient as possible, such that our athletes are given the best opportunities to succeed, but at the same time our viewing public are given the best opportunity to enjoy competition.
And they own the starters orders. The 4x100 meters boys on 11.
And they're out. Is a good clean start by all of the teams. St. Andrew all the way out in lane 8. He seems to have a strategy that he cannot see anyone in front of him, so he's just going, giving it his best shot. And it seems as if he is done giving out the baton first, and so St. Andrew is making the running, but St. Mark is also doing well here, chasing St. John's all the way down. They find the second leg. So it is St. Andrew, St. Mark is now taking the lead because there was a problem with the batter passing with St. Andrew, and they would have to do a lot of making up. So it is St. Patrick, St. Mark, St. George, St. John's, would St. Andrew be able to come back at all? They're doing a tremendous job of coming back. But let's see what will happen by the final leg. It is St. Patrick, it is St. George. It is going to be St. Patrick, St. George. St. Andrew seems to have nipped him on the line. This is a brilliant run by the last leg from St. Andrew. Man, this is an awesome spectacle. Tremendous performance by the athlete from St. Andrew. You cannot envy what he's done because it was a tremendous run, tremendous performance. Wow.
He got the baton in position number 4. He got the baton in position number 4, ladies and gentlemen, and he ran back. And it's now a photo finish. We are not sure. It looks like St. Patrick in the end, but my piece, what a run.
What a run. What a run.
That young man is one of the standard athletes also. He has been doing this all day.
Fantastic run by that last leg. I mean, minus the hiccup with the baton passing, I think he would have won it very easily. But it was a tremendous race.
He has been doing this all day.
I mean, you could just see the strength.
Yeah, I think that's Alex.
I think St. Patrick would just have nipped him out.
I think that's Alexander. That was a tremendous run. And this is what you want to see. You don't give up. The baton, there was a bubble in the baton passing. Nobody gave up. Okay, we will turn our attention now to the medal presentation.
Your gold medalist in a time of 55.02 seconds, St. Andrew. Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists for event 65, the girls 4x100 meter relay under 13. Medal presentation for event 66, the boys 4x100 meter relay under 13 division. Your bronze medalist in a time of 53.92 seconds, St. Patrick. Your silver medalist in a time of 52.27 seconds, St. Andrew. And your gold medalist, winning this event in a time of 51.88 seconds and establishing a new record, St. George. We say congratulations to all the medalists and a special thank you to Mr. Colin Peters, the coordinator of sports in the Ministry of Sports.
Thank you, Russell. Now, if you're visiting from another island, another country, this is how we celebrate athletics in this country. So whichever part of the world you're from and you're visiting, this is how we celebrate our champions in Grenada. The only country in the Caribbean who has rival ours is Jamaica. But we are out front still. We're in front of Jamaica. Yes? Quad Bank. Quad Bank relay coming up. Let's go, Quad Bank. Thank you, Quad Bank. Thank you, Quad Bank. Your relay is coming up. Your feature relay is coming up, Quad Bank. We are where the point standing. We're getting the point standing shortly. We're going to let you know before the last two events on the day what is the point standing. Oh, we gotta miss up. All right, so that's the Co-op Bank race. We gotta miss up here. Where's my medical team? Co-op Bank. Yes, the Co-op Bank. Hey, let's give it up for Co-op Bank. Oh, whoa. Yeah, this guy's a terrible and butter passing man. Where's the manager of Co-op Bank? That is my good friend. The manager of Co-op Bank is my good friend. Can you please have this guy straight to the butter passing, please? Oh my. But nonetheless, hey, let's give it up for Co-op Bank. Hey guys, come next year. We're giving only some days off from work just to train for this event. And me and the boss is good friends, so don't worry all yourself. We're giving only 2 weeks to train for this event. All right, I got a point standing. Before we go to the 4x4 events, I got a point standing in 7th position. A total of 255.5 points. St. Mark. Somebody give it up for St. Mark's, please. In 6th position, a total of 272 points from Sister Isle, Carriacou. Is there anybody from Carriacou inside here? In 5th position, a total of 297.5 points from the West Coast, St. John's. In 4th position, a total of 410.5 points, St. David's. In 3rd position, 448 points, St. Patrick's. In 2nd position, a total of 489.5 points, 489.5 points. Give it up for St. George's. Ladies and gentlemen, out front, defending champions on a total of 575 points. Somebody say St. Andrews! Anybody from St. Andrews? It looked like we're going back home. It looked like St. Andrews is going to retain this title. Anybody bleeding blue? All right. We're back on the track for the final 2 events on the day.
And just before we head to the track, let's start final medal presentations before the 400 meter, the 4x400 meter relays. So medal presentation for events 67 and 68. The girls and boys 4x100 meter relay under 11 division. Assisting us with these medals from Grenada Cooperative Bank, Mr. Roger Duncan. He's the General Manager of Customer Care. Medal presentation for event number 67. The girls 4x100 meter relay under 11. Your bronze medalist finishing in a time of 59.51 seconds, St. George. Your silver medalist, finishing in a time of 58.50 seconds, St. Andrew. And your gold medalist, finishing in a time of 58.43 seconds, St. David. Medal presentation for event number 68, the boys 4x100 meter relay under 11. Your bronze medalist, finishing in a time of 58.88 seconds, St. George. Your silver medalist, finishing in a time of 58.44 seconds, St. Andrew. And your gold medalist, finishing in a time of 58.44 seconds, St. Patrick. Congratulations to all of our athletes, and we say a special thank you to Mr. Roger Duncan, Manager of Customer Care at Grenada Cooperative Bank, for assisting us with these medals.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Co-op Bank. Thank you, Co-op. Just an important announcement, a cell phone, a Samsung cell phone with a case that says "Be Happy." It's lost on the stands. The owner is offering a reward of $500. If you see that phone, if you recover that phone, it's a Samsung with a black case that says "Be Happy." Please return that phone.
So we are back as we get to the end of the 2023 Co-op Bank National Primary School Championship. And it has indeed been a very successfully run championship from every aspect you can think about in terms of the day and the sport and on the field itself, where there was cohesion between the events. There was efficiency. You could have seen athletes' preparation. You could have seen the officials being well prepared to do their job and really executing well, Mr. Antoine. And I'm really, really happy that we were here to witness and to bring to Grenada what has happened.
I share the sentiments. The organization of the sport is something to be admired, not just admired, replicated. If we come anything close like this to the intercall games that are coming up, we'll be in a good position. Yeah. This is a well executed games. You look at the officials, you look at, and even with the under sevens, you look at the officials and the patience that was exercised, the tutoring before the start of the race with these young ones. I think a lot ought to be said with respect to the organizers, the administrators, and the people who are working behind the scene. Sometimes we don't say enough about the people that are working behind the scenes, but this is a well, properly organized and executed sport meet.
And I want to echo that. I just want to use one of our educational terms that we use that was necessary here for the children. And the term, as you said, mentoring, tutoring, I want to use that one, scaffolding, because it took a lot of scaffolding, supporting, surrounding these students to get them to perform at the best. And I'm really happy, and I hope this is something that we'll see shining through when we have sports meet like that, especially for our young ones. That will go a long way into encouraging them to continue, that they are not dealing with people who do not understand relationships and child psychology and those sort of things that would allow our boys and girls to perform better. Even looking at on the field now, I am so impressed and heartened because on the field, even before the 4x4, you see a number of officials are sitting on the field. This is just a tremendous example of organization and buy-in.
Yes.
Because there you have a ministers, MIT, minister education, minister sport, our brand ambassador Kirani James, officials from the Co-op Bank, and they're all sitting there and showing the athletes that they're here to encourage them. This is just fantastic.
It is, and we are just slightly past our scheduled closing time. It's just about 18 minutes after 6 o'clock in Grenada here. And as we wind down, there are 2 events remaining: the 4x400 meters open for girls and the 4x400 meters open for boys. And that to bring our curtains down. And ladies and gentlemen, certainly from our vantage point, we have witnessed some tremendous investment in the future in track and field in Grenada. And with that, we must say that the coaches who have been doing the work in the villages, the coaches who have been doing the work in the parishes, the teachers who daily would have had these athletes doing this balancing act. And we have to call it a balancing act because that's what it is, a balancing act of preparing for examination, studying, and especially those young people who are preparing for the CPA exams. We know that the CPA exams, there's a lot that go into and that's taken out of that, but to have that balancing act maintained and to produce the quality and the excellence and the competitiveness right throughout this day is something to really talk about.
Yeah, and that is the truth. Because as you spoke about CPA, we consider CPA for our end at the primary level our biggest or greatest high-stake exam. Yes, and to be able to balance that, it's indeed a tremendous labor of. Yes, you are paid as a teacher, but there's so much that go beyond just teaching in the classroom.
Absolutely.
That teachers have to perform, that I know everybody is really understand. It goes beyond just being a classroom teacher. And to see the teachers doing their best to balance all that you said that they have to do along with preparing for such an activity, I am really happy with being identified as a teacher, and I know you would say the same in terms of even if you did not teach, but identifying with the work that has gone in from every school, starting from every school before you get to the parish.
Very much so, and for the parents who have been supportive of their child or children participating in events like these, we say hats off to you, because many are parents who would not lend the support. They would sacrifice one or the other. This is a good testimony that they both can be done. They both can be done, not just any old how, if you want to put it in this type of language, but with excellence. So we are back on the track. We are about to witness the start of the 4x400 meters relay open for girls. Event number 69. It's a penultimate event of the day. Bringing the curtains down, if you may. Lane number 1 is St. David. Lane number 2, St. John. 3, St. Patrick. 4, St. George. In 5, St. Andrew. Lane 6, St. Mark. And in lane 7, Carriacou and Petit Matinique. That's your starting team, and that's your lineup for the 4x400 meters relay open girls.
And if we were to assume what has happened in the past, because we take our example from what has happened in the past, we know St. Andrew is always extremely competitive in these relays, whether at the primary level or the secondary level. St. Patrick is also always very competitive. So, making the running, we can project St. Andrew and St. Patrick will be doing extremely well. And hopefully somebody will come through.
Well, because this is a middle distance race, I I would hasten to add that we should look for St. Mark in this one also.
Again, it's a team event. I mean, Micaiah Frederick is just a tremendous talent, but does she have the other assets, to complement what she's doing? Generally, St. Andrews has a team, a real good team, always seem to be stacked with depth in the teams, and so I'm hopeful. I believe that is the case. If St. Mark can have a little bit of depth, then wherever Micaiah gets the baton, I am sure she's going to make quite a lot of noise with it. So let's see what Micaiah will do for St. Mark. But we have to consider immediately St. Andrew as being the favorite for this race.
Are you ready? I am ready. 4x4, open girls.
They are on the starters' orders.
And they're off, so it's a good clean start, clean break for the athletes, and it's an open. The 4x4 is an open race. So they're making one lap around the track in the lanes. They must run in the lanes to begin with. And when they get to handing over of the second baton, then they can all switch into lane one, which is a technicality that they must get accustomed to, of course. But I think from what we are seeing, they are not doing too badly at all. But it is Carriacou all the way out front who is making the running, and I suspect that when you are in lane number 8, you have no other choice but to make your running. And we're seeing them looking competitive, almost equal, turning the final bend in second position, and we will see what happens there. But St. Patrick is now showing herself to be leading the team in. St. George, St. Andrew, they are also doing well. So it is St. Patrick, St. George, St. Andrew, Carriacou that's making the running. They switch into the inside lane. It is St. Patrick, St. George, St. Andrew in that order for now, as they go around the first bend into the back straight of the track. St. George much taller than the athlete from St. Patrick, and maybe that could be an asset and an advantage. But at the end of the day, it's endurance, it's speed endurance, it's endurance to say the least. And so she's making her way around the final bend. Having made up the staggers on the athlete from St. Patrick, can she carry it home in first position? Can she raise her tempo, her legs? Can she hold her form to say the least, to bring it home for St. George in first place? But the others are now cranking up behind her and really aiming for her. And she's almost dying, but still going. That shows strength of mind and character and preparation. So she is making it through to the end, and so St. George is basically out front for now. Going around the first bend of this 4x4, and I'm sure we're going to see quite a lot of competition coming from the other athletes. But this St. George leading by quite a distance, which is actually surprising. I must say that from a personal end. But this is what it is at present. St. George is leading by quite a long way. Going down the back straight and now coming to the final bend, leading by about 30 to 40 meters. Can she be caught? Is she going to tie up? Is she going to lose her strength or rhythm or her form? Let's see what is going to happen. But St. George seemed to be doing extremely well in this 4x4, which would break all of my premonitions and predictions prior to this 4x4 race. But this is St. George really going down the final straight with about 30 meters to go. She has a lead of about 25 meters, 30 meters from the athlete from St. Patrick. So St. George seem to be in a very healthy position at present. Can they mess it up? can they cause problems that would allow another athlete to sneak in there and say that here we come, once you make a mistake, we're going to take advantage of it. It's quite a healthy lead for the athlete from St. George, and she's not looking bad at all. Her form of stride going down the back straight is looking absolutely fantastic, and so if she can just hold it through to the end, I suspect she can have a healthy lead and a healthy win. And now she's speeding up with the final 200 meters to go. So it is St. George doing extremely well in the girls open 4x400 meters. St. George all the way out front, and if the cameras can zoom into the next athlete, we will be able to see a complete distance and that she would have had on the athlete coming in second. So St. George, cantering home, striding home, galloping home. It's just a beautiful sight to watch. No pressure, no stress, just being able to come through very nicely and easily. Easy win for the St. George athlete. Surprising, shocking, to say the least, but they did well to be able to come home and win the final race in the girls section, the 4x400 meters, followed by St. Patrick and St. Andrew. I hope Carriacou finish.
They did.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised. I thought she stood up and walked out the side. I'm just holding my breath that wee bit because I mean she would have done so well from Carriacou and Petit Martinique that I'd love to see it. The final thing, there she goes. So she's finished and she walked right out the side.
Yes, that was well. So, but good tactical race. Good, powerful running. All four athletes from St. George.
Yeah, they all performed well, and that is really surprising.
If you look at the last leg.
My word.
The last leg. The athlete from St. George on the last leg, she had something more in the tank. 4 minutes, 33.49 seconds. That's a winning time for St. George. There's a significant gap with a second place of 4 minutes, 47.27 seconds. So this goes to show the ease with which the St. George 4x4 team would have won this event. 400-meter running in Grenada is in good hands.
It is.
It's in good hands.
I don't know what, but again, if you look at you had Eugene Legrish, Leon Dikoto.
Unfortunately, Carriacou and Petit Martinique was deemed or termed to not finish. A technicality right at the end, rather than crossing the line, the athlete went off to the sides at the finish line, but not crossing the finish line, and she ought to have crossed the finish line. It's a learning thing. She would learn that the next time we ensure that we cross the finish line. So it's St. George in first position, second is St. Patrick, St. Andrew in third, St. Mark in fourth position, and St. David fifth, St. John sixth. And as we said earlier, Carriacou and Petit Martinique did not finish.
They assessed them a DNF. Did not finish in this event, which is a pity because they really did some running. So we are coming to the final race, the final race of the evening, and that will be followed by all of the individual accolades being handed out, team accolades, individual accolades being handed out this evening, divisional champs, champion for the National Primary School Sports. And so we have divisional champs at the under 15, under 13, under 11, under 9 and under 7. All those will be handed out. And as I would have said, and you would have noted, those who were paying attention from home, a congregation of all of our officials on the field, including parliamentary reps, ministry officials, union officials and bank officials preparing for the final closing ceremony and the handover of individual and team accolades and trophies this afternoon. A very successful day it was. It has been. And I am so happy that we have been able, along with TNR Communications, we have been able to bring to you the sights and sounds at the National Primary School Sports, sponsored by Co-op Bank and the Grenada Union of Teachers. So this is indeed a tremendous achievement, culmination of training, of hard work, execution of logistics, and of course the financial resources that it takes to put this thing together. Sports is expensive. Sports is an expensive activity to put together, just to be able to get the best out of our young boys and young girls, as we call them, the future of a nation, Antoine.
Yes, very much so. And as we have been saying all along, all afternoon, good collaboration. GUT, Co-op Bank, and bringing it all to you is the wonderful work of TNR Communication. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to event number 70, the boys 4x400 meters relay open. In lane 1, St. Mark. In lane 2, St. David. Lane 3, St. Andrew. 4, St. George. 5, St. John. St. Patrick is in lane 6, and Carriacou and Petit Matney in lane 7. Of course, the first leg is run in lanes, and then thereafter they run in lane 1 as they would have crossed the 400-meter mark. This is for all the marbles, but really this is a competition for second and third. St. Andrew, it is safe to say, would have won this sport meet yet again for the 27th time. This edition, 2023, by all accounts, certainly from our vantage point here, has been a tremendous success.
Yep, St. Andrew, again, retaining, not just winning, but retaining. And that, if you combine what they've done over the past years of the running of the games, this would have been, I think, 8 or 9 consecutively. They've done that before, actually, on more than one occasion, winning 7 to 8 plus on a trot. Total dominance. And it's just an amazing stretch and a recipe of success that they have cultivated and cultured up in the big parish that allows them to be able to come down to St. George and to say, when we're going up, we're going back up with full hands, not empty hands. So maybe that is also part of the motivation that they have.
Quite possible. But in saying that, though, there have been some significant standouts in all parishes. You can, in fact, go through the events of the day, and you can get 1 or 2 standard athletes, or even more than 2 standard athletes in all the different parishes, from St. Mark to St. David, St. John, St. George, and which says that the distribution of talent around this island is a good thing. A lot of work is obviously has been done, continue to be done, and the next edition of these games, 2024, I think would be something to behold. We know that a lot of the young people today would not be back in the 24 edition. The under 13 and under 15, more likely than not, and even
The under 13s, yes.
Under 13s for
under
sure.
15s would have transited.
They would have transitioned today to the secondary school.
Yeah.
But the showing that we have had today, it says that there's a lot in store what these young people bring to the table. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who have been looking, or if you have just tuned in, you have missed just about everything, because this is the last event of the day, the 4x400 meters boys open. You would have missed the wonderful running short races and middle distance, and we would have started with 1200 meters. The 1200 meters as the longest distance that we would have had for the day. You would have missed all of those, and we are coming to you live from the Kirani Athletic Stadium in St. George, Grenada. And they are off.
So it's another good clean break, and again, as I said, as Antoine would have said, they're going to run in the lanes for the first lap. While they do that, we want to shout out a couple of the folks that I know in the diaspora has been paying attention to us. Covin in Brooklyn, Emmanuel Roberts in Brooklyn. I'm almost sure that Michael Bascom in Phoenix, Arizona is still listening. Ian Charles, I know Ian is listening because his daughter has been doing extremely well. Here, I know you are listening and paying very close attention to what is happening. So we want to, and someone has changed lanes already, which is interesting, unless they told them that they can do that, because they've all gone into lane 1. So I don't know what will happen, what will be assessed to the field. But yes, so all of you are listening in the diaspora. I want to say that we're glad to have you. Share with your friends. This is the last race of the evening. And Stevenson, Worm, I know you are paying attention. Really glad to know that actually, and I wish you all the best. And we hope that you'll be with us soon next year for 2024 to commentate and bring this to our diaspora and our country as a whole. Wonderful to have you on. I know we have folks in Carriacou who's also listening to the commentary. Yeah, Officer Joseph, I know you're listening, and so we want to say, commend and share with your friends, because Carriacou and Petit-Martinique has done very well. Yes, so St. David is out front in this one. Something happened, we're sure, but I guess we're going to end the day on a positive note. So St. David, I'm not so sure they would be caught now. St. David has done pretty well over this championship. He's been hotly chased by the athlete from St. Andrew and St. John, and we are seeing a race developing, 25 to 30 meter lead by the athlete from St. David. Would he peter out so much the energy would be lost so that St. Andrew has an opportunity? Would he give him a little encouragement to the St. Andrew athlete to run faster so that he can catch him, or would he just decide to just bury the accelerator to the floor and just head out and don't give anyone any encouragement to catch him? But St. David is looking good. St. Andrew is looking good. He has not dropped his stride or his pace, but St. David is also doing the same. So it's St. David all the way. I mean, that's taken. St. David all the way. So it's St. David followed by St. Andrew. It's a good, healthy 30 to 35 meter distance between the St. David athlete and the St. Andrew athlete. But you can see the St. Andrew athlete's stride is absolutely beautiful, strong, fast. St. David has taken a peek over the shoulder to see what's happening. He knows that there's a little bit of pressure being applied. Not too much, of course, but he's really, really doing his best to ensure that his team gets home and finishes this 4x4 really. It's St. David all the way. Bragging rights. At the end of the day, you want to end up being the winning athlete. You might not have the championship, but you can say that we ended the evening in a winning feeling.
Absolutely.
Yes, so St. Andrew comes in, strides in second, and let's see who's going to come third. St. John's, St. Carriacou. And that's how they would have petered in. Not anticlimactic, of course. It was a dominant run, just a dominant run by St. David.
And as we look out at the sea of persons here, I am quite sure every person to a man would have been satisfied that they would have turned up here today. Wonderful crowd, wonderful crowd. The turnout today would have rivaled the turnout before a pandemic. This has been a tremendous show of support for the young people at the Co-op Bank GUT 2023 National Primary School Games. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a wonderful day of track action. Yesterday, we would have seen the field events and today the track events. So altogether, the 2 days of track and field have been a wonderful display of speed, commitment, and to a certain extent, camaraderie, because the games were done in a nice spirit. So, last event, 4x400 meters, the St. David's walked away with this one rather easily. Some 11 seconds difference between the two teams. And St. Andrew in second position and St. John, in third. Fourth was St. Patrick, fifth Carriacou and Petit Matinique. St. Mark did not finish, and St. George was in the sixth position.
So we can say, like you said, we can go to what was explored today, what was exhibited today. Speed, skill, strength, collaboration, commitment, communication. Everything working together, yes, to ensure that this meet gave to the public what we have in store with our children, our young people. They were able to display speed. They were able to display strength. They were able to display skill. From the officiating end, commitment, collaboration,
professionalism. That was on display.
That's correct.
Yes,
and so that was really, really good. I am just happy that we have been able to assist in that in some way, some form. Not an easy job, of course, because in order to make this as efficient as possible, you have to have the information to bring it out. But nonetheless, I think we had a good evening of being able to bring this to Grenada and the diaspora.
It's a final medal presentation, and what a beautiful way to bring the curtains down and what has been wonderful sport meet.
And we're going to have the final medal presentation, but then we also have closing ceremony where we're able to see all of the individual and team event. When we say individual, the age group championships being given out, the most outstanding athlete in each age group, and then of course the team event, the final winner of the sports. I mean, of course, there's one that is taken as to who would have won 2023, but we are in anticipation of those individual outstanding performers that I know you are looking forward to. I know you are looking forward to a number of athletes being awarded for the outstanding performances, both boys and girls.
Definitely.
And assisting us with these presentations, Chairwoman of the GUT Sports Committee, Ms.
Jacqueline. Right there? Okay.
69, the girls 4x4. The girls 4x400 meter relay open. Your bronze medalist finishing in a time of 4 minutes 50.67 seconds, St. Andrew. Your silver medalist finishing in a time of 4 minutes 47.27 seconds, St. Patrick. And your gold medalist winning this event in a time of 4 minutes 33.49 seconds and establishing a new record, Georgia. Medal presentation for event number 70, the boy 4x400 meter relay open. Your bronze medalist in a time of 4 minutes 24.15 seconds, St. John.
Talk to me only find the culture. You have a whole week.
Your silver medalist finishing in a time of 4 minutes 16.23 seconds, St. Andrew. And winning this event in a time of 4 minutes 5.19 seconds, St. David. We say a special thank you to Ms. Jacqueline Smith, Chairwoman of the GUT Sports Committee, for her assistance with these medals.
Got an important announcement here. All right, DJ, thank you. Tori from Paradise has lost her parents somewhere. Mandy, can you meet her at the VIP section downstairs? Tori from Paradise is looking for Mandy.
And as we come to the end of what can only be described as a wonderful day of track and field.
Yeah, I concur 100% that the fact that we have lost so many years and we've seen this happen. I think it will encourage us about the future and encourage us about everything, you know, that's good about the human spirit in terms of our young people, what we can get them to do. Is just a tremendous evening and a tremendous day for sports and a success for everyone, sponsor, union, schools, nation, government as a whole.
And so as we bring the curtains down, on behalf of TNR Communication, this edition of the GUT Co-op Bank 2023 Primary School Games, we say good night.
Yeah. Good night to everyone. Thank you for listening. Thank you for enjoying with us, and looking forward to having you in our company, TNR Communication, all other media houses who would have carried this live to the diaspora, to Grenada. God bless you all.
The girls 800-meter run open. Your bronze medalist finishing in a time of 2 minutes 44.48 seconds from St. Patrick, Natalia Bernard. Your silver medalist finishing of 2 minutes 43.59 seconds from St. Andrew, Michaela Abraham. And your gold medalist for this event, finishing in a time of 2 minutes 39.54 seconds from St. Mark, Michaela Frederick. Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists for event 47, the girls 800-meter run open. We say a special thank you to Ms. Jacqueline Smith, chairwoman of the GUT Sports Committee.
Just have this urgent call for Mandisa. Mandisa, can you please report to Tori? Tori is downstairs by the VIP waiting on you. Mandisa from Paradise, please. Tori is downstairs waiting. Thank you so much. Hey, Russell. Thank you so much, Russell. This is why I take my leave. Thank you so much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we now present to you the divisional champs of the 2023 Co-op Bank National Primary School Championships. Assisting us with the presentation of the Under-7 divisional champions, Mr. Ali Therese Wilson, project manager at Co-op Bank. So Ms. Ali Therese Wilson, project manager at Co-op Bank, assisting us with the distribution of the Under-7 divisional champions. Ladies and gentlemen, your female Under-7 divisional champion, amassing a total of 16 points, from Carriacou, Zola Corian. It seems Zola is not here. We'll move to the male Under-7 divisional champion, amassing a total of 21 points.